Hi, it's Elodie Nowodazkij, the author of Trust Me, Trust Me Not. I'm not the one narrating the book, Megan Carter is, but I am just popping hi right before the beginning of the audiobook to remind you to subscribe to my channel if you would like more audiobooks, and also to let you know that I have Fear Me, Fear Me Not and See Me, See Me Not that are already available. You do not need to listen to any of those before enjoying Trust Me, Trust Me Not. But, if you're looking for something else to listen to, don't hesitate to leave a comment to tell me how much you love this narration, because Megan Carter is amazing. Also, those audiobooks are available on all e-retailers, and they're available as paperback and ebooks. Thank you for listening. Enjoy.
Trust Me, Trust Me Not. Gavert City, Book 3. Written by Elodie Nowodazkij. Narrated by Megan Carter. Chapter 1. Lacey. 1 month earlier. The daisies on my mother's tomb remind me of happier times. Before she got lost in a man's dangerous promises. Before she stood by, nearly smiling when he insulted me, kicked me, and broke several of my ribs. Before she left me, my brother, little sister, and so many others to die in a burning house. Most of us survived, but 3 couldn't escape the flames. My fingers touch the fresh flowers, and those happy memories rush back to me, slamming back uninvited into my mind. When I was 8, my mother took me on my first and only fishing trip. Darkness surrounded our mobile home as she sat beside me and shook my shoulder to wake me up. The moon was hidden by clouds. She hadn't met Abram yet. Abram and his web of lies hidden behind a charming face and guarantees of a better future. Abram turned out to be a cult leader for a group that called themselves The Circle, and a murderer who crushed my hopes and dreams, giving darkness a whole new meaning. "It's going to be the perfect fishing day." Her voice was a bit high-pitched and her eyes couldn't seem to focus, but I remember smiling because I had been waiting for that day. She promised me we'd go fishing. I still believed in her promises. She laughed loudly and without restraint. My heart clenched. She usually laughed that way only when she was drunk. But her breath smelled of toothpaste, not of alcohol, so I slowly relaxed my shoulders. Her long brown hair was greasy like mine, and our clothes never quite fit, but I didn't care. We were going fishing. My little brother stirred in the bunk bed above mine and asked if he could come with us, but she told him it was a mother-daughter day. I promised I'd tell him everything. He shrugged like he wasn't hurt, but I knew better. Part of me wanted him to come with us, because Mom's new husband ignored him, but the bigger part of me wanted that mother-daughter day more. It was so rare to spend time, just the 2 of us. I bit into the waffle she handed me and winced at the half-frozen taste. But I didn't complain. "We're going to have so much fun, I promise, baby girl." The words sprinted out of her mouth faster than the one time we had to run out of a restaurant because she didn't have any money. I nodded, and a sliver of hope stirred in my chest. I still hoped back then. Still believed in her. When we got to the lake an hour later, the morning sun was shining through the clouds. She parked and checked the trunk, and checked it again and again. Then she turned to me with her signature scowl, the one that meant trouble. "Where did you put the fishing gear?" I had no clue what she was talking about, but she kept on gesturing to me, her voice rising. "I asked you to put it in the car, this morning." "Ma, you didn't," I whispered, more to myself than to her. She clenched her fists and took a deep breath, grabbed my hand, and we marched toward the lake. Her scowl turned into a frown, and I breathed easier. "Can we still catch a fish?" I had learned not to ask too many questions, but I really wanted to know. She mumbled and then plopped herself on the ground. "We'll go fishing another day. Today I'm going to show you something else my mother taught me." She tugged me next to her. Her hands shook, but she gathered the daisies I hadn't noticed until now, and she showed me how to attach them together to make a crown. And when I put the crown I made on her head, her lips quivered. "You're my baby girl, and I love you. I promise this time around it's all going to be different." It wasn't. I touched the white petals one by one. I haven't brought flowers to her since I left the hospital, and I doubt my brother's the one who did it. Maybe it was my little sister with her foster family. A crumpled paper sticks onto the flowers, attached with a string. Probably Lila writing "I love you" to our mother. She draws for her and leaves notes in a little box. Part of her grieving process. I'm still trying to figure out what mine is. The pain of losing her still randomly grabs me, tightening its fist of guilt and memories around my throat. She wasn't a good mother, but I want to believe she tried to save us. I want to believe that's why she died. I open it. You're the one who killed her. I hold my breath and my gaze darts behind my shoulder, then to the other side, but there's no one nearby. My hand shakes and the paper whirls in the air before landing by my feet. I grab it quickly before it flies away and shove it into my back jeans pocket. No one else needs to see it. I've only been wearing jeans again for the past few months, but the still strange sensation of the denim against my skin isn't the reason it crawls. Former cult members have broken her tombstone before. Others have come to venerate her. To some, she's a cold-blooded killer in the same vein as Abram. To others, she's a misunderstood martyr who sacrificed herself to save Abram. Never mind that I'm sure he's the one who shot her. And in my heart and in my mind, he shot her because she had realized what was happening. She had snapped out of her Abram-induced daze, and she tried to save us. I'll never know. Abram is in jail, and he hasn't admitted to murdering her. I crouch down so that I'm eye level with her tombstone, the one Luke chose while I was at the hospital. "Mama," I start, unsure on what to say. To me, she's still my mother. Despite everything, she's still the one who taught me how to ride a bike and almost took me fishing one day. Despite the cemetery being almost empty so early in the morning, I still lower my voice to almost a whisper. "I'm moving on to campus tomorrow, Ma. I got in. I'm going to be a teacher like I said I would." What I don't tell her is how I'm not sure I'm ever going to be able to let go of the past. I don't tell her that I'm so scared about having another dream crushed. I want to be as hopeful as I was when I woke up for that fishing trip, but the years spent on the compound keep me up at night. And when I manage to fall asleep, my nightmares often seem too real. The shots, the fire, the cries for help. The sound of my own scream as I jumped out of the burning house. I'm 20 and should be excited to live on campus, start fresh, and go after my goals after working so hard on my GED and taking those summer community college classes. And even though my time in the spotlight gave me more anxiety than anything else, it did get me a scholarship. And Hunter will be on campus. Hunter, who visited me at the hospital every single day. Hunter, who saved me from that burning house. Hunter, who sometimes helps to keep the nightmares away. The wind picks up slightly, and my skin prickles. I slowly turn around. There's a man who wasn't there earlier leaning against a tree. He seems tall, but he's pretty far away, and I can't even see his hair color because he's wearing a cap. My heart pounds, and I stand up, checking my bag, but my phone isn't there. I left it in the car. Of course. Both my uncle and brother would be telling me again that I need to take it with me, that it's the purpose of having a cell phone. Adrenaline rushes through my body, and I'm ready to sprint in the opposite direction. Maybe it's Charlotte's dad, but I have a restraining order against him. I squint. He appears to be watching me, but then he turns around and kneels by a grave, pulling weeds. My heart still beats way too fast, but it's no longer thumping. I shake my head. Am I ever not going to freak out every time I catch a glimpse of someone I don't know? "You're going to be a wonderful teacher." My mom's voice resonates in my mind. She told me that before Abram, when I used to pretend the glasses we had were students, after she sold the 2 dolls I had and my stuffed animals. Even Thunder, my favorite one. "You're going to teach them the world." I glance at her grave one more time, forcing myself not to stare at the man. I want to believe she'd be happy for me. I need to believe I can do this. The sky turns gray and I pick up the pace. Once at the parking lot, I spot my car and breathe easier. I slide in. My phone is on the console where I had left it. A welcome to campus bison package peeks out from my computer bag. I pluck it out and stare at it. My lips stretch into a tentative smile. I'm going to prove my stepdad wrong. I'm going to fix it. I'm going to move on. Chapter 2. Lacey. Miss Simon? Miss Simon? I open my eyes and groan, and it's not one of those cute, tiny groans no one hears except maybe the person next to you. Nope, it's a loud one. My face feels like a heat wave has taken residence in my cheeks. I just groaned loudly in front of at least 80 other students in my Introduction to Child Psychology class. I may have snored, too. Maybe they didn't hear me. But the shushed laughter in the row behind me probably means they did. And I force myself not to slump in my seat. They can't see my chest clenching and the thoughts swirling in my mind. If I manage to square my shoulders and not look down, I can still pretend I'm not failing at this entire college thing. When I first stepped on campus, I thought everything was going to work out. No more nightmares, no more doubts. I was going to make friends. I was going to get A's and be on the dean's list. I was going to run into Hunter and I'd ask him out and everything would be perfect. After all, I did manage my community college classes. Granted, I did take half of them online and the classes were much smaller, and I hadn't yet uncovered all those forums about cults, but still. I was going to prove my stepdad wrong. He told me over and over that it was safer for me on the compound with them, that I shouldn't chase my dreams outside of our group because I'd never succeed. He also told me I'd never fit in. Miss Simon, we're on page 5. My professor, Mr. Brashed, crosses his arms on his chest in that universal "you're in trouble" move, and I jolt back up. I thought if I sat in the front of the room I wouldn't fall asleep again, but clearly I was wrong. Maybe it's the smell of the whiteboard cleaner or the buzzing sound of the projector or the fact the AC must not be working well because it feels too warm in this lecture hall. Whatever it is, I can't keep my eyes open. Do you care to answer the question? He asks. And while he doesn't sound smug, he does sound a bit upset. I'm tempted to tell him that he knows full well I was sleeping, hence, no, I do not really care to answer the question. But I'm already in enough trouble. Shit. I almost scream the word. That attitude and cursing would have earned me a week of cleaning the latrines on the compound. I squint, but there's nothing written on the whiteboard. I'm not sure, I reply, and even my voice sounds sleepy. This isn't good. It's already the 3rd time I fell asleep in his class. He shakes his head and steps away from me. The girl sitting next to me scribbles on her notebook and slides it between us. Piaget, primarily internal. I remember reading the material last night, before spending hours in the I Survived a Cult forum, reading others' experiences, obsessing over the fact that members are rebuilding my stepdad's bone-chilling dream, with him continuing to influence them from jail, but mostly searching for any information possible on my friend Noah, searching for any information while being terrified about actually finding anything. It's a thin line, this burning desire to know where he is, and this unsettling need to focus on everything but him. When he got kicked out of the compound, I knew deep in my heart that it was my fault. Abram said he wouldn't survive out in the real world without his protection, but he had to be wrong. Miss Simon? Mr. Brashed asks again, and the girl next to me gives me a slight nudge. Thank you, I whisper, but Mr. Brashed is back in front of us. His gaze zeroes in on the notebook. My coffee is now cold, but I gulp what's left of it. He raises an eyebrow. Thank you, Miss Garcia. He slides the notebook back to her, frowning so hard his eyebrows almost touch. Indeed, for Piaget, the development is primarily internal. He continues the lecture and moves on to a different slide, talking for a few more minutes about the different theories before dismissing the class. I gather my papers quickly, but not quickly enough. Miss Simon, wait a second. I stop in my tracks. The room empties while he slowly gives instructions to a grad student who was in class with us today on how to prepare for the next lecture. Maybe I should be paying more attention so I can finally get ahead or actually catch up, but all I can hear is the clock ticking. I can't be late to my next class. After what seems like forever but is really only 3 minutes, he turns back to me. I'm not sure what's going on, but my class isn't an extension of your dorm. He taps the table next to him 3 times. You're here to learn. I'm sorry. I look up, and while his voice is strict, he narrows his eyes, like he's trying to figure out how to best approach me. I've heard that students like him even though his grading is tough, because he's usually fair. I'm crossing my fingers they're right. If you need help, you know we have people on campus who can help you. You can talk to your advisor, your RA, the counseling center. He opens his mouth as if to add something, but I cut him off. Yes, thank you. I swing my oversized bag on my shoulder. I won't let it happen again. Good. He tilts his head to the side, and I can tell he doesn't believe me. I'm not sure I believe me either. But I don't have time to dwell on that. I only have a few minutes to make it to English. I've been on campus for less than a month, and I'm already failing. Maybe my stepfather was right. I don't fit in. I jog up the stairs of the lecture hall, make my way through the sea of students gathering and chatting and laughing in the hallway, and storm out of the psych building towards the English building. I pause, catching my breath. I turn to the path I usually take. It's much longer. It can take me up to 10 minutes to walk from one building to another, but it's by one of the libraries and a coffee cart, and there are always people standing around or catching up or going to study. I turn the other way, the narrow alleyway, a shortcut, almost always empty. Like today, there's only a few students around. My muscles tense. If I don't take the shortcut, I'll be late. Again. I ignore the creepy feeling tingling down my spine. I can do this. I'm 20 years old. I'm not afraid. The boogeyman may have been real, but he's in jail. I count to 3 in my head and dash, ignoring the shadows reflecting on the walls, ignoring the stares of the 2 students who step out of my way, ignoring the thumping of my heart. No one is following me. It takes me less than 5 minutes to get to the open space. I put my hands on my knees and exhale before straightening back up with a smile on my face. I almost do a happy dance. It feels like a small victory, and I'll take all the victories I can. And I might still make it on time to my intro to Shakespeare class if I sprint. I swerve right and slam into a tree. Whoa! The tree has a voice I'd recognize anywhere, a voice that stars in my dreams and saves me in my nightmares. Hunter, I whisper as I flail and stumble backwards. That victorious feeling was short-lived. I'm going to smack the floor and everyone will stare again. I shouldn't care. I shouldn't. I brace myself for the impact, but his strong arm wraps around my waist, saving me once more. And for a second I'm pressed flushed against him. He's warm and comfortable and familiar, despite the fact I haven't talked to him face to face since the day I left the hospital months ago. We exchanged thousands of text messages, and we did try to meet up during the summer, but then it never seemed to work. Either he had to work or visit his mom and grandparents, or I had a list of reasons why we couldn't meet up. My sister had a soccer game, I had to cram for an exam, or I was simply too busy. I was busy with my GED, with my community college classes, with being afraid of getting hurt. But that I didn't tell him. Instead, I gave him excuse after excuse, always pushing to see each other when class started and we were on the same campus. When classes started, though, he wasn't around. The campus isn't all that big, so I thought I'd see him everywhere. I may have looked for him everywhere. That dream of running into him and asking him out was pretty recurring, but I didn't think it would happen literally. And I'm not asking him out. Why am I even thinking about this? My cheeks burn. How do you even ask someone out? Why isn't it like in the movies or the books? Our gazes lock and the heat wave on my cheeks turns into burning lava. His brown eyes look at me like he's been looking for me everywhere too. I glance down and then my stare gets stuck on his jaw. His strong jaw. College isn't like in the movies. I mutter and then continue, because of course I do. It really isn't. I watched them and I dreamed how it would be, and I was wrong. I have class. I have to go. I don't take a breath. Words tumble out of my mouth. People say you might get kicked out because of cheating on an exam last year. And there we go. When I found out, I almost called him asking him why he didn't tell me. I lick my lips and wring my hands, wanting to take back the words. Shoot, I didn't hear a lot. You know when I'm nervous, I babble. And I didn't expect to see you here now. I did expect to see you on campus, and yes, I got your last text about meeting up, but then I didn't see you, and then I wanted to reply. I didn't know what to reply. Coffee does sound great. I really like coffee. I have to go. Shakespeare's waiting. I mean, not him, because he's long dead, but I have class. Thanks for not letting me fall on my ass. Bye. But I don't move. He lets go of me, but I still don't move. My feet have grown roots, and I'm never going to move again. The corner of his mouth lifts into that smile that was always the sign he was about to do his very best to find a way to make me laugh, and my heart flutters. Uninvited flutters, but not unfamiliar flutters. Not around him. I inhale deeply to get a hold of my rambling. I do have class, and I'm happy to see you. Happy, ecstatic, confused. At least I would ace a vocabulary test. I'm heading that way too. You have Mrs. Jackson, right? He gently adjusts my bag back onto my shoulder. His fingers barely touch me, and yet it feels like my body is a volcano. Yes. We walk together toward the building as if we'd been hanging out every day since school started and that I had replied to his last text. I have a meeting with the assistant dean. I can't be late either. For Mrs. Jackson, she's usually 5 minutes late starting the 3rd or 4th week of classes. She rushes the first 3 weeks or so, but once there's a rhythm, students always stay after class to ask her questions, and that means she usually runs a bit behind. His chin juts toward the back of the hallway where room 103 is. See? That's your class, right? I recognize a few faces. Some are talking to each other, others are on their phones. I usually hide behind my screen. That's them. I sigh. I thought this was going to be easy. College was supposed to be like a dream or a movie, but it's really not. I want to take the words back, but this time it wasn't my usual nervousness talking. When he was visiting me at the hospital, my nervousness was always quickly replaced with ease. And then our text almost became like a diary. I'd share my thoughts and feelings with him, almost all of my thoughts and feelings. But I guess he didn't. That's why he didn't tell me about the plagiarism accusation, if that's even true. I glanced down. You can do it. You got that GED. You took those online classes. You can do this. He sounds so convinced and convincing. He's a few inches taller than me, and I look up, raising an eyebrow. Whatever you're seeing the assistant dean for, you got this too. And then, because apparently today is the day I do things that make me blush, my lips brush his cheek. And instead of looking away, I'm staring at his grin, but then I step back. No idea why I did this. I mean, that's always the way we said bye. At the hospital. A kiss on the cheek. Remember? You asked me the first time if it was okay, and then I said yes, and then we made it a habit. I think maybe it was because I cried. Or maybe because you talked about your dad. I don't know. Anyways. Did I say anyways? I take a small breath. So maybe that's why. Anyways, I have to go. I really do now. Because even though she seems to be late, she's probably going to want to talk to me. I'm not doing great at school. Not great at all. Kinda suck, really. Anyways, bye. I take a few steps. He chuckles. Hey, Lacey? I turn around.
"You got this,"
he repeats, and I smile, the pressure in my chest easing a little, even if I'm not entirely sure he's right. One class at a time. I need to get back on track. I need to sleep. Thanks, I whisper. I'm not sure he hears me. I give him a little wave and rush to stand at the back of the line that formed in the front of the classroom. Elena, my roommate, has this class too, but she comes from the engineering building and isn't here yet. I bet she's not freaking out about being a few seconds late. I fish my cell out of my hoodie's front pocket and reply to Hunter's last text, the one he sent me 4 weeks ago asking if he could show me the best coffee spot on campus. I got scared. Scared that the connection we had built at the hospital was only based on him feeling like he needed to save me again. And maybe it is, but that can't be the only reason. Not with the way I feel around him. Not with the way he always tries to make me laugh or always took the time to listen to me. And today, I realized maybe he needs me to be there for him too. Maybe it was in his frown or the way he held himself, but there was a tension rolling through him like thunder. Maybe I need to show him that this friendship isn't a one-way street. We talked about our pasts and our hurts and our hopes, but maybe he didn't feel he could add to my already heavy load when I started community college. And he's wrong. And let's be honest, I want to spend time with him, and his jaw, and his shoulders, and his smile, and the way he makes me laugh. Sorry I didn't get back to you. Coffee sounds great.
"Are you free at 5?
His answer is almost instantaneous. Yep.
"I'll pick you up if you want."
Okay. And then my phone pings with another notification. I got an email from Haley, a girl I met in the forums. She was on another compound with her parents and her uncle. It was more welcoming than ours, and when they decided to leave, no one tried to kill them. My stepdad, also called the Master by his disciples, needed those types of communities to recruit more people, to trick them into giving him their wealth. She's been looking for her sister who stayed in the community and has cut all ties with them. She's been helping me finding information on Noah. I remember the day he got kicked out. He told me everything was going to be okay. He had leaned forward, his long and wavy hair, that was always a tad greasy, tickled my neck as he whispered in my ear, exaggerating his Bostonian accent. "I'm going to have a life outside of this hell. Don't worry about me. Take care of yourself. Take care of Cass for me. I'll come back for you two. I promise." I remember the putrid smell of the Master's sweat as he gripped Noah away from me. I remember how Noah laughed in their faces, even though he had the same haunted look I saw in the mirror way too often, full of fear. I hesitate. Maybe if I don't read it, it's like whatever she wrote never happened. But the burning desire to know if he's okay wins over the fear. I click on the notification. Urgent news. My heart bubbles in my throat. Noah's been dead for years. You should know. You killed him. His body was found in Maryland. Chapter 3. Hunter.
I never thought vanilla was sexy. Until now. I didn't even realize I cared about somebody's smell till now. Shit, I don't think I used to be turned on by body lotions or whatever it is. Lacey smelled like a hint of vanilla. And now every single time JJ brings what he calls his world-renowned vanilla cupcakes to work, I think about her. Not that I wasn't already. My gaze follows her and I frown. I was worried when I didn't hear back from her. Worried something happened and I wasn't there. Raphael gave me a hard time when I asked about her. I don't usually ask about girls, and Raphael's known me for years. But after giving me some bullshit, he relented and told me she seemed fine. What he didn't say is how tired she looks. The circles under her eyes are more pronounced than the last time I saw her. She looks like she hasn't slept a full night since the fire. When she said she thought that was going to be easier, she sounded so sad. "Hey, Lacey," I call after her and she turns around. "You got this." I repeat with as much conviction as I can. Her lips curl into a small smile that makes me feel the same as the day I became a rookie volunteer firefighter. Like I finally did something good, something my father could have been proud of, something that wasn't because of my name. She waves at me and then disappears in the crowd of students that is gathered in front of her class.
"You're coming upstairs, Mr. Harrington?"
Linda, the assistant to the associate dean of the English department, walks by me. I'm not sure how long she's been standing close by. She's been kind to me throughout this process.
"Is she okay?"
she asks, nodding towards Lacey. She probably knows Lacey's story. Almost everyone does. She sounds concerned, but for some reason a defense mechanism roars up. She's fine. She's more than fine. I massage the back of my neck, trying to loosen imaginary tight muscles. Linda's blue eyes narrow like she's analyzing me. I'm not sure what she sees, but she nods and turns around, trotting to the stairs leading to the second floor.
"To be young again,"
she mutters, running a hand through her curly gray hair. I'm not sure if I was supposed to hear her. I follow her up the stairs. My grandma says being young is a matter of the heart. I drawl the words out maybe a bit more than necessary. She may be much shorter than me, but her laugh booms loudly.
"I'm not sure if you're being charming or if you just compared me to your grandmother. I'm 51.
She pushes the door to the second floor and swerves right toward the office. She turns back to me, and by the way she tilts her head, I know what she's going to say next.
"You're Malcolm's son."
Yes, ma'am. My dad's full name was Malcolm Wallace Harrington III. When I was born, Mom said the doctor saved her life and mine, so they named me after him, breaking the tradition. That doctor not only saved my life, but made sure I didn't have to be reminded of my dad every single time I said my name. Yup, I should really send him a thank you note.
"He did so much for this university."
She sounds wistful.
"Such a sad—"
She doesn't say the word death. Many don't use that word. Father, as he liked to be called, died in a car crash right after losing the family's entire wealth and the trust funds of many people in our community in bad investments and Ponzi schemes. He told me that night he wanted to do better, to be better. He was out on bail. He wasn't supposed to leave the house, but he still did. Some say he wanted to get his partner to admit he knew about the scheme, to not have everything put on him. On his way there, a truck hit him. He died instantly. Mom still had so much debt to repay. She had to sell the house, and she moved back to her parents' small ranch about an hour away. I had to find a way to pay for college, for the tuition and living expenses. Everything.
"You and your family will stay in my prayers."
Thank you. My voice sounds brusque, and Linda slows down her pace. Thinking about father always puts me off balance. Thank you, I repeat, forcing myself to infuse some warmth into my words, because none of this is her fault, and she seems nice. She purses her lips, opens the door, and gestures for me to take one of the chairs. I plop myself down and smile at Lacey's text. I reply quickly. Linda clears her throat, and I look up at her.
"Just so you know, Mrs. McAllister seemed pretty upset this morning. She didn't even take one of the muffins I always bring with me on Tuesdays."
Great. She leans in and her voice drops to a whisper.
"I don't think your past is helping you. What happened in that fraternity house? The shame it brought to this college. If your dad hadn't been such an important benefactor—"
She doesn't finish her sentence. She doesn't need to. The party happened 6 months before he died, before the shame hit him, me, our entire family. I was on top of the world. It was rush week. Raphael, Branson, and I thought we were the kings of the world, or at least of campus. Branson and I grew up with money and privilege, he on the East Coast and me in Texas. Raphael and I had known each other since we were kids. His family weren't as lavish as we were. and my dad was always teasing his dad for being too careful. Yep, I wish Dad had been more careful. We were all ready to have a good time. We were going to be brothers. It had been Dad's fraternity. My grandpa's, too. I drank and drank and drank. I partied and partied some more, until early morning. I'm the one who found her. Her body floating in the pool. Her pale face. Her blue lips. And nobody ever claimed her. No one knows where she came from, her name, her story. I struggle to take a deep breath. The assistant dean opens the door to her office. Her eyes are kind, but her face is closed off. I fucked up in the past, but I never cheated on an exam or paper. If she doesn't believe me, I'm going to lose everything. Everything I worked so hard for. Everything I rebuilt. Everything that keeps the nightmares away.
Chapter 4. Lacey. Dead. Noah is dead. It can't be right. He can't be dead. My chest tightens. I grip my phone and step away from the crowd, needing some air and some space. My feet carry me back to where I saw Hunter only a few minutes ago, but he's no longer there. What would I have told him anyways? That I'm a murderer? Are you coming? Class is that way. Elena, my roommate, taps my shoulder. I almost jump out of my skin. Are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. Maybe, I whisper, because sometimes it feels like I'm a ghost living someone else's life. Elena raises an eyebrow. As an engineering major who believes in matter and energy, I can see why people believe in ghosts, but... She steps in the hallway but waits for me. I'll be right there, I tell her. I have to call someone. Don't be late. You know how Mrs. Jackson is about attendance. I had her in English 105 last semester, and she is usually a few minutes late by the third week of class, but that's it. Her voice is pretty upbeat, but she gives me the look. The one she must have invented for me. A mix of hope and resignation and a hint of pity. For the past 3.5 weeks, I've been pretending to fit in. Pretending, but failing. I just need a few seconds. Elena looks at me in that way she does when she's deciding whether to argue or not. Her hair is curly but not frizzy like mine must be, and she's got sneakers, yoga pants, and a hoodie with a squirrel on it that says Super Squirrel. Squirrels are her favorite animal. Her side of the room has at least 10 stuffed animals to prove it. She checks her phone and smiles. Probably got a text from her girlfriend. I have to go. We both can't be late. One of us needs to get notes from the beginning of class. Thanks, Elena. I just need a few minutes. I'll tell Professor Jackson you're on your way. She hurries inside while I slightly relax my grip on my phone and read the message again. The words do a macabre dance in front of my eyes and a tremor sprints down my spine. Noah's been dead for years. You should know. You killed him. His body was found in Maryland. I push the door and slide outside. I inhale deeply, but the weight in my chest doesn't move. It's not true. I didn't kill Noah. I tried to save him. I tried so hard to make sure he didn't get in trouble. I covered for him when he was spending time with Cass. I told him playing spin the bottle wasn't a good idea, that we weren't 12 anymore. But he didn't listen. I begged my stepdad not to ban him. He was my friend, my only real friend in there. After beating me up, my stepdad pulled a chair and sat beside me. He gave me some water, and then his dirty fingers lifted my head up toward him. You're a bad influence. You need to listen. Noah was bad news. Bad news for you. Bad news for us. Because he didn't believe every single word you said? I didn't back down. Not until I heard my brother and my sister outside. I didn't want them to know how bad it really was. My stepdad turned toward the door and gave me the look, the one that said I better behave. And I did, more or less, until I helped my sister and brother escape this hell. Noah got kicked out before Abram moved the entire group to New Mexico. We lived there for only a few months before he relocated us closer to Gabbert City, back in Texas on a smaller and dirtier place. That's why when Noah didn't come to save me, to save us, like he promised he would, I thought he simply couldn't find us. I plopped myself on the bench by the large oak tree and dialed Detective Martinez's number. She answers almost right away. "Hi, Lacey, how can I help you?" Her tone is calm as always. "I'm not sure. I told you about the forums, and I got an email today from a girl I had been talking to. Her name is Haley Darlow. Haley M. Darlow. Her username is HMD Now, and I asked her what it meant." My voice is shaking, and I force myself to take a deep breath. "She said Noah was dead. She said his body was found in Maryland. You would have told me, right? You said you checked his record, and since he's in the system, they would have found him. They would have said something." The words tumble out. "It's not the first time you get messages that don't pan out." "I know, but I've been talking to that girl for months. We started talking 2 weeks after the fire, and she seemed real. Her uncle was in the circle, too. I don't know. What if she's right? What if he's dead? And she said I killed him. She said I killed him." My voice rises with each word, and my left hand covers my eyes for a second. "Listen, I'll call my contacts in Maryland, but they would have reached out if someone matching Noah's description had been found. I'll call you back right after. Where are you right now?" "At school, outside of the English building. Make sure you stay safe, and call for help if you see anything out of the ordinary." I nod. "Lacey?" "Yes, I will. I'll call you back as soon as possible." I glance around. Only a few students are still headed into the English building. The wind blows harder, making some of the leaves at my feet swirl. I used to love looking at leaves when I was little. I used to look at their shape and always wondered if they had a story too, what they would say if they could talk. My phone pings with another email, a message from the forum. I click on it. My hands clam up, but I relax as I read it. It's another user who's been looking for his sister. "Sorry, I don't know her." I answer. "You might want to check the other groups. Always looking, always there, and no more cults." Another beep. Another email from Haley. I glance around again, almost thinking Haley is going to appear out of thin air. I inhale deeply. She could be anywhere in the world, I remind myself. Not here. Not on this campus. "You killed him. When he got kicked out of the compound because of you, he had to die. You're a killer. Killer. People die because of you. Your mother died. Did she call your name before getting shot? How about Charlotte, who died in the fire? Why didn't you save her? You saved yourself. You always save yourself. You have blood on your hands. But soon, it will be your turn." I lick my lips and clear my throat before typing a message back. "Who are you? What do you want?" I forward the emails to Detective Martinez and search Noah's name again. I Google body found in Maryland, but none sound like him. My phone rings before I click on another article detailing a gruesome murder. "1 second, Detective Martinez tells me, and there's some background noise like papers shuffling and her talking to a colleague. "Sorry, I asked a colleague to check something for me." "No worries. It's a habit. I always tell myself not to worry, even if sometimes it feels like that's all I do." "No one matching Noah's description or fingerprints was found in Maryland." Unless he no longer has fingers. I shiver at the thought. "Listen, Lacey. That last email you sent me was threatening. You don't know who this Haley is. You never met her. I asked the IT specialist to look into it. If she contacts you again, let me know immediately. She pauses and her voice lowers a notch, more solemn. We don't want a repeat of what happened in July. I shiver. When I was taking classes at the community college this summer, a man followed me to my car. He came so close I could smell his cologne. His eyes were red and his mouth was pursed into a thin line. You destroyed her. Charlotte's dad had tracked me down. She died in the fire. I survived. He didn't touch me, but his threats continued and escalated. I have a restraining order against him. It's not the first hoax, and it won't be the last. Detective Martinez uses her more reassuring tone. That Haley was just more elaborate, but she's lying to you. Do you want me to send someone over to campus? No, I'm fine. It's okay. I'm okay. I have to go to class. I'm late. But you'll keep me updated, right? You know I will, and you stay safe. Don't answer her. She's lying to you, and you're not responsible for Charlotte's death. She's right. I know she's right, but my muscles are still too tight. My mind's still too full of unwanted thoughts. Thank you. Of course. She hangs up, and I stand up. I can't stay out here alone. I can't let Haley or HMD or whatever her real name is win. I hurry back into the building. It's empty now. I'm alone in the hallway. Gone are the chatters and the laughter. Silence surrounds me. The lights flicker. My classroom is the last one on the right. Steps resonate behind me. I want to scream, but no sound comes out. The heartbeat drums in my ear. I almost expect to feel a hand grabbing me. I can almost hear the words again. You're going to suffer. I'm sorry. It was a few days after the first incident with Charlotte's dad. I didn't see whoever grabbed me, but it had to be him. His voice was too low, but it sounded similar. It was in a hallway like this one. I had gone to see my little sister at a summer camp play at the community center. I had stepped out from the crowd. Sometimes I find crowds reassuring. Other times I feel like I suffocate when there are too many people around. My brother wanted to go with me, but I also knew how much Lila was going to be looking for us in the audience, so I told him to stay put. I'd only be gone for a few minutes. There were people still milling around outside. I wouldn't be alone. But I got lost in the hallways. Someone must have followed me. When my brother found me, I was shaking, curled up on the ground, alone. The police asked me question after question. Charlotte's dad didn't have an alibi, but I couldn't prove it was him. The steps behind me get closer. I'm almost there. I walk faster until I start jogging to class. I hold my breath, not looking behind me. I slip into class, my hands still trembling. Chapter 5. Hunter. As a firefighter, I learned to stay calm, assess the situation, act fast. I learned to read a situation. But as the assistant dean opens the door to her office and gestures for me to enter, I have no idea what she's thinking. Please take a seat. She gestures for me to sit on one of the 2 chairs available in front of what I believe to be her desk. It's hard to tell. It's full of papers and books and more papers and more books. And then there's a computer and files, and a plant that looks pretty dead to me. I'm no specialist, but it's one of those plants Mom would take a look at and tell me, all she needs is a bit of loving care. Everything can be helped with a bit of loving care. Yep, Mom still believes in all that, even after Dad screwed everyone, including us. I move back to give my legs enough room, and look up. The assistant dean is standing behind her desk with her arms crossed. One of the lecture halls in the economics building is named after you. I refrain from my urge to sigh. I'm not quite sure where she's going with my pedigree. Can't be good. My last name, yes. Your grandfather donated the money. Even though it's not a question, I confirm. Yes. Your name is also on the newest business building. My last name, yes. I'm not sure if they use it as a cautionary tale, though.
I'm pretty sure they're going to rename it soon, or maybe only mention my grandfather. She uncrosses her arms and pulls a folder from under a book.
You don't study international business anymore.
That's right. I am still studying business, but with a focus on public administration, and I did my certificate in fire studies. I never really wanted to work in international business, but it seemed easy. Get summer internships at Dad's company, learn on the job, and help the family empire, as my dad used to call it, with a happy smile. That didn't work as planned. The media called him a wannabe Madoff. His Ponzi scheme wasn't as big, but he still basically stole money from many people, especially retired people, by convincing them to invest with him.
I reviewed all the information about your paper from last semester and the emails we received from this student from Lorne College 5 weeks ago.
I massage the back of my neck again and force myself to sit straighter, maybe to look more trustworthy. My dad lied to thousands, and people assume the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. But in this case, the apple had no idea the tree was rotten. I may look like him, but I'd like to believe all I got from him are his brown eyes, his slightly crooked nose, and his height. It's hard sometimes to reconcile the guy who taught me how to play basketball with the one who stole money from retirees.
Do you continue to say that you haven't stolen any information or used the website in question?
She sits down and leans back on her chair. I haven't used this website or any of those websites, and I'd never heard about that guy until you called me to let me know my case was being reviewed right before school started. I don't know how to sound more trustworthy. She's watching my every move.
We can't seem to reach the gentleman who sent us the email. He was supposed to come to campus to confront you directly, and then we were going to go to disciplinary action. But he hasn't been responding to us, and we're not sure of the date the paper was uploaded on the website, as he only sent us a screenshot.
My breath of relief is stopped cold when she purses her lips and narrows her eyes at a paper in front of her.
We've discussed it with the ethics committee, and while you have no priors when it comes to misbehaving in class, you also have shown you do not necessarily obey the college rules.
My shoulders don't drop, and I make sure not to change my facial expression. No point in scowling or begging. When it all happened freshman year, my dad was still my hero. He had been able to pull some strings and help me. This hadn't gone over well with some. I get it. I understand it. I was aware of my privilege then. I'm even more aware of it now.
We've decided not to fail you.
I exhale and relax only slightly. She's clearly not done speaking. She leans forward, pushes some books to the side, and puts her elbows on the desk.
You will help Mrs. Jackson with her Shakespeare class. You will also write another paper, a comparison of the Shakespearean work of your choice with a modern adaptation, integrating the knowledge you learned from your literature and film class last semester. We checked your schedule, and that seems to fit without you having to drop any classes.
She leans back again.
We're holding your grade until you finish this assignment. Your transcript will show an incomplete. If you satisfy those requirements, we'll change it back to an A.
Okay. Like I have a choice.
She's waiting for you to see her after class today. She's in room 103 in this building. Her class finishes at 10:50 a.m.
She stands up and extends her hand to me.
I want to believe you. My educator's instinct tells me you're telling the truth. But you have to understand we need to treat this as seriously as possible. Prove to us we were not wrong to put our faith in you.
I won't disappoint you. I shake her hand and hurry out of her office before she changes her mind. Once in the hallway, I pause for a moment. I'm a fucking liar. Yep, I've said those words before, and I'm pretty sure if I came clean, I'd disappoint the one person I want to protect. My phone beeps, and when I reply, I almost tell him I won't continue, that I won't do it. But I need him. I need answers. And it's not like what I'm doing is really wrong. If only I believed my own lies.
Chapter 6. Lacey. Those steps behind me. I didn't imagine them. Someone's been following me. Again. Could it be Charlotte's dad? I can't look back. I don't want to know. Or could it be Haley? My heart pounds. I slam the door shut and lean against it, breathing hard. If we'd been in the newest building, I would have needed to wait for the professor to open the door. Whoever was after me would have caught me. "Is everything okay, Lacey?" Professor Jackson's smile is kind, but I wish I could rewind and re-enter more quietly. The door against me moves slightly, as if someone's trying to enter. "Excuse me," a female voice reaches out. I'm tempted to keep pushing back, but Professor Jackson frowns and tilts her head. "It must be Sarah. She told me she would be late this morning." I should have emailed her and told her I couldn't make it to class. But if I miss more of her lectures, I'm going to fall even more behind. "Maybe you can find a seat, Lacey," she adds. Back at the compound, I wanted to be invisible. It's the same feeling I have now as every single student in the class turns to me. Elena juts her chin to the empty seat next to hers, but she's in the front, and I'd have to pass the backpacks and other bags people plopped on the floor. With my luck, I'm going to fall on my face or my butt. "I'm sorry," I mutter. "I rushed after my psychology class, but then I saw Hunter, but I still would have been on time. I was there, in line. But then someone, and I had to go. I really tried to hurry, but there were footsteps. Someone, maybe, but clearly it was Sarah." The words jump out before I can decide if they even make sense in a sentence. I'm going to sit now. I slide into a seat close to the back row. The room is small and there are maybe 30 students. I don't think I could be more awkward if I tried. Most of the times, one-on-one and in small groups, I can control my nervousness. But in front of a group, I lose every social skill I ever acquired. It wasn't like that on the compound. Not until after Noah left. Not until after I helped my sister and brother escape. Not until I had to jump from a burning house. I squint, concentrating on what Professor Jackson's explaining, but my thoughts wander. I used to love teaching the little kids, making up stories and voicing characters. I used to laugh loudly for no reason at all in a futile effort to sway people away from my stepdad's rage. If he was trying to rein me in, he couldn't strike them. Or so I thought. When Noah was still there, I was sometimes scared of calling Abram out too loudly or even insulting him in private. After he left, after I helped my brother and sister escape, Abram shoved me into a small and musty cabin and locked me up to teach me a lesson, until he decided it was high time for me to marry. Marrying girls while they still knew how to obey was one of Abram's self-stated goals. He didn't realize resistance can start young, but he did punish anyone who resisted his orders. It didn't matter it was going against previous teachings of the circle. Abram wanted me to marry the one who became his second in command, Mason. Mason only wanted power, like Abram. I had a short-lived crush on him, and didn't want to be linked to him forever. The former cult leader helped me. He told Abram we were ill-matched and that maybe my vocation was to be a guide to the children. Abram seemed to agree, but he locked me back up. Not sure for how long. He wanted to show people what would happen if they disobeyed. Abram enjoyed deciding on people's fate. When he finally released me, I felt like I could find new ways to help others. I thought I could really make a difference. I was only making a dent in Abram's influence instead of toppling him down. Cass had turned 17 only a few weeks prior to that grand marriage announcement. Her parents had jumped from joy when they found out, while Cass didn't know what to say. She believed in Abram, believed in the Book of Truth, believed the lies. She wanted to be good, but she wanted to marry Noah, not the guy Abram had picked for her. He seemed nice enough, but she didn't really know him. Abram always pretended that he was giving all of us a choice. It was always our decision. Cass hoped she could convince Abram that Noah and she were right for each other, and if she couldn't convince him, she was even willing to stand up to Master Abram for Noah. For Noah, she was willing to break the rules. She thought that if they got married, Noah would be allowed back on the compound and in the circle. She was so wrong. Maybe that's why I'm taking this class. Shakespeare and I go way back. I force myself to pay attention, to keep my eyes open, to take notes. We're going to watch a few clips of movie interpretations of Romeo and Juliet across the past century. I need you to pay attention to how their meet-cute is translated to the big screen. She writes on the whiteboard to the right of the class and then clicks a few buttons on the console in the middle as well as her computer. From there, she also dims the lights in the room. I sit straighter and take a sip from my water bottle. But after a few minutes, the actors living through the painful death of Romeo and Juliet don't hold my attention. After all, in my life, Juliet is apparently happily married to someone else. And Romeo may still be dead. The projector's buzz acts like my own personal lullaby, and even if the AC blows harder in this room than in the psych building, my eyelids feel heavier and heavier. That day I recited Shakespeare in the compound square. My stepdad didn't hit me. He stood there and laughed at me, but there was so much anger and hatred in his laugh. That day, he took the kids away from me, saying I could no longer teach them, that I was a bad influence, an apple waiting to rot and contaminate everyone. Mom didn't defend me then either. Lacey! Lacey! Someone calls my name. Mom? Why would Mom call my name? I remember her face, her way too rare smile, and the bruises she couldn't hide. I wish we had another lifetime to mend our relationship, or at least more time. Maybe she'd have realized she could have another chance, at life, at love, at being a mother. Mom, I whisper, and there's laughter. She's asked you a question twice. Sarah, who's settled in the row in front of me, informs me. And then she quickly adds, it's about the Baz Luhrmann adaptation. I know that adaptation. Leonardo DiCaprio and Claire Danes. Cass and I talked about it so many times. We both watched it before. She's the one who said her and Noah's love was like Romeo and Juliet. She's the reason I risked a beating to show the rest of the people on the compound that what my stepdad was doing was wrong. I take a deep breath. I can answer this. These clips, those images, they explain love, hate, destiny. I don't even make sense in my own mind. The whispers in the room become louder. Professor Jackson writes something on the notebook she always keeps on her desk and takes a few steps closer to where I'm sitting. Okay, which one do you think is more powerful? The scene in the book or the way Baz Luhrmann manages to show their attraction on screen? I glance down. There's a gum wrapper on the floor. It's metallic. I'm not sure. My face feels hot. I can feel everyone's stare. Everyone stared the day Noah got kicked out. Everyone stared when I recited Shakespeare in the compound square, imploring Mom for help. Everyone stared when I pushed my brother Luke away from the fire. When I got marked before he did. I'll never forget the excruciating pain. I'll never forget my little brother's face as the hot iron touched his skin, burned him, gave him the scar that still haunts him sometimes. Because even if I pushed him away, it didn't change anything. Luke still got through the marking ceremony. Begging Abram to be lenient about Noah didn't change anything. Noah's still missing, maybe even dead. Dropping to my knees and crying for Mom to take our side didn't change anything. Mom stopped defending me long before the fire. I don't know. I feel like the room's closing in on me. I clench my hands, digging my nails into my palm, grounding myself. It doesn't work. She turns back to the class, but I still can't breathe normally. Take the worksheet I gave you on Monday and answer question 3. We'll be discussing it shortly. If you don't have the worksheet, there are a few left on the desk. Professor Jackson calmly walks up to me and leans forward so she can talk very quietly. Is everything okay? No. Yes. Are you sure? She frowns. No. Yes. My heart gallops. I can do this. I need to push the memories away. I can't let them dictate what I do today. Otherwise, he wins. My throat tightens. If Noah's dead, does it really matter anyway? Ms. Jackson clears her throat. Let's talk after class. She strolls back toward the middle of the room to talk to another group of students. I stand up because, of course, I forgot the worksheet on my bed. I take a step and my foot gets tangled in my bag. I feel myself fall, and Hunter's not here to save me this time around. I try to hold myself back, and I can't. It doesn't feel the same as when I jumped out of the window. There it felt like the ground was further down. Now it feels like the time the master threw me on the floor after Luke and Lila disappeared from the compound. Mom stood by him even then. She screamed at me too. She only tried to stop him once, when I stopped moving. "You're going to kill her," she yelled then. "Don't you dare kill her. She's still my daughter. You promised to save all of us." I barely opened my eyes. Everything had hurt. He slapped her so hard I thought her head would spin back. Her nose wouldn't stop bleeding. I crawled to where she was, putting myself in front of her then, because I thought that we were going to fight him together. I was wrong. When he hit me again, she closed her eyes and prayed. She prayed from the Colt's book, the book of truth, about the world awaiting for us and about obedience. Tears were falling down her cheek, mixing with her blood. To me, it meant she still cared, but was I just wishing she cared? If she really cared, then why did we stay? I struggled to get back up, holding myself to one of the tables. It slants, but luckily doesn't slant all the way. My heart feels like it's going to explode. My chest tightens. I need to get out. "I'm sorry," I mumble, and don't look back before getting out of the room. "Bathroom," I call out, as if the entire class was on a need-to-know basis. I close the door behind me as quietly as possible. I need some fresh air. Fresh air will help. I blink rapidly, but tears still fall down my cheeks. Why is school so hard? Why can't I simply fit in? Why can't I forget my past? I turn left toward the exit and scream when someone touches my shoulder.
"Are you okay?"
Hunter's deep voice has a soothing effect on my heart, but my mind still replays images of my past in a loop. I inhale deeply, hoping it will help me calm down, but again it doesn't. Not sure. I need fresh air. I don't know if I'm okay. I know Ms. Martinez wouldn't lie to me, but what if they just haven't found his body yet? I exhale slowly. And then there are my grades. And the fact I just embarrassed myself in front of the entire class. Again. I hurry out of the hallway, out of the building, but I can't get out of my own head. Hunter follows me outside, and I slump onto the bench that seems to have become my refuge. I inhale deeply and finally feel like I can breathe. The crisp air rushes into my lungs, and it relaxes me somewhat. Hunter sits next to me. My mind jumps from fear to comfort, from the memories of the compound to the memories of the days at the hospital, where he became my anchor. His hand on my face as he gently carried me to the stretcher after I jumped. The way he spoke to me in the ride to the hospital. His concern when he visited me. The way he managed to make me laugh when I opened my eyes and he was the first one I saw in my room. Our shoulders touch, and the nervous energy running through my body rushes to this one spot. The buzz is exhilarating. He always brings this mix of emotions within me. After my stepdad took away my teaching responsibilities, I begged for them back, and he told me that maybe if I behaved, he'd let me teach again. So for what feels like forever, I work hard to refrain myself, to stay poised, to not show anything, even around Hunter. It's like everything I've tried so hard to push far away bubbles at the surface, ready to explode.
"Can I do anything?"
he asks, and I simultaneously want to hug him and tell him he should run in the opposite direction. The baggage I bring with me isn't for him. Nope. I can't even manage to force myself to sound cheery. I lean back. The clouds in the sky tell a story I don't understand.
"This morning, something was bothering you when I ran into you."
I turn to him, raising an eyebrow. Why do you say that?
"Your frown."
He slightly touches the space between my eyebrows. It's quick, a feather-like touch, but it feels like electricity surged in my body.
"You always frown when you're worried."
Classes and... I turn back, staring ahead. You remember Noah?
Yep, of course.
His voice is steady, unlike my emotions. I've been looking for him. When I saw you, I was worried about classes, worried about him, and then after you left, I got an email. Someone on some forum said they found him dead in Maryland. But I contacted the detective here, Mrs. Martinez, and she said that wasn't true. But what if it is? My chest constricts. What if he's really dead? He leans forward.
Oh, Lacey.
His arm wraps around my shoulder tentatively, and when I don't move away, he pulls me a bit closer to him. I inhale his scent, hear his heart, calming myself with its rhythm.
Mrs. Martinez wouldn't lie to you. You know that. Noah's somewhere. You'll find him.
I nod against his neck and then pull away. Hey, Hunter! A girl with dark brown skin and a shirt promoting the upcoming play put on by the theater department, a junior, I think, stops in front of us. She has a friendly smile. She looks like she has her life together. You're back! There's a party tonight in your building. Are you going? Malik texted you. Hunter's smile isn't his teasing or laughing one. It's a bit more strained.
I'm not sure.
The girl tilts her head. She glances my way and her smile grows. Your friend's invited too, of course. You know those parties are just excuses to all get together before the semester gets too stressful. She extends her hand to me. I'm Nia. Hunter's been friends with my boyfriend Malik for a while now. I've seen you around. You're Lacey, right? She winks at Hunter. Hunter's been talking about you. She frowns and looks at her phone. I have to hurry. I need to talk to Alicia about rehearsal before class. Everything went okay this morning? Hunter nods and I feel like shit because I didn't even ask him. I'm sure I'll see you around. Nia struts away, talking on her phone. She seems nice.
She is.
I don't ask about the party. I'm not going. The parties have been floor and building hopping since the beginning of classes. The frat and sorority row have the big ones on the weekend. Hunter frowns, and I'm not sure if he's thinking about that night, the one he doesn't talk about much. We all have scars that haven't completely healed. They're part of us. Some are more visible than others, but even when we do our best to hide them, we still know exactly where they are and what they mean. How was your meeting? I break the silence, hoping for him that he can cross that worry off his long list. I heard rumors in our building, I admit. My roommate is friends with one of your friends, and she said something about academic probation and maybe your position in the fire station college bunk program being at risk. But she also heard something about dropping out of school and another about transferring to the East Coast, so I wasn't quite sure. And I did ask about you. I thought I'd see you, and I should have answered your text.
The first one is true. I'm not dropping out of school. Some guy told the dean I'd been cheating on my papers last year. I could register for classes, but they changed my A to an incomplete and were reviewing my case. I think it went well. I'm not getting an F. And they're not kicking me out. The guy they were in touch with is no longer answering his emails.
He runs his hand in his hair before turning to me.
Are you sure you're okay?
My heart sinks. This question again. Are you okay? Everyone always asks me this. He's texted me this question too, several times. His words are kind. He's kind. But the doubts still swirl, louder than the little voice telling me to take a chance, to be as real with him in person as I was per text, to tell him how he makes me feel. Is he only asking out of a sense of duty? I don't want him to worry about me. I want more. I want less. Having someone to worry about me is a foreign feeling. Mom didn't worry. She thought the book would save us all, that the master would protect us. Even when he beat her. Even when he beat me. Luke worried about me too, but it was my job to protect him. With Hunter, I feel his desire to save me comes from his past. He couldn't save that girl, whoever she was. He couldn't save his dad from himself. He's looking for redemption. We all are, in one way or another. His shoulder nudges mine. I spaced out in my own thoughts, and I feel the familiar flush rushing to my cheeks. I'll be fine. You guys! Mrs. Jackson's been asking where you are. You left your stuff in the room, and she said she wants to see both of you, like yesterday. Elena waves her arms in our direction, and with the way her voice carries, the entire courtyard knows Hunter and I are late, and that we may be in trouble. Chapter 7. Hunter.
Our steps are fucking in sync. Right foot, left foot. In sync. Raphael talked to me last week about the importance of visuals in a movie. That guy could talk about movies forever. I gotta admit, I tune him out sometimes, but I remember him saying that if the main characters seem to be in sync, it's another way to show the audience how they're clearly meant for each other. I'm not sure she realizes it, and I have no idea why I do. It's like I notice every detail around her. Her chin is up, her shoulders are back. I could believe her when she tells me she's okay if I didn't notice how often she checks behind us, how she curls her right hand into a fist and then relaxes it, again and again. That thing with Noah wears her down more than she says. She's been looking for him ever since she escaped the cult. She asked about him to everyone. She talked to the cops, she looked online. I helped her a few times. Nothing. The guy made his way to Maryland, and then someone said he might be in Maine. That's all she was able to find out, and even that wasn't confirmed. She posted his picture in forums, asking people to find him. One person said they saw him at a store in Vermont, another at a pizza place in Boothbay Harbor, but then nothing came from it. If he wanted to contact her, he would have done so. She told me once that it's the only reason she has social media. But she also looks like she's scared to hear from him, like she feels guilty for whatever happened to him. I know the feeling. I recognize it. If we ever find out who that girl is, the one who died in the pool during that frat party, I'm going to need to apologize to her family. I know it's not my fault. I didn't know she was in the pool. I didn't even know she was at that party. But whenever I face them, the guilt of not finding her earlier will slam back into my face. Sometimes I think Noah reinvented his life. Who would want to always live in the past? The guy may have found out his ex got married and is happy. He knows Lacey is okay. And he was barely 18 when he got kicked out. He had priors. The cult was seen as an outlier then. I remember the documentary Mom watched on it a few years ago. Just a bunch of people who decided society wasn't for them. It was all about reconnecting with one another without the corruption of society. Some said they were about free love for all. Others did talk about abuse, but there wasn't really any proof, and it seemed to have been limited to the group Lacey's stepdad ran. Noah reinventing his life does seem like the most obvious choice. Sometimes I wish I could have reinvented mine after everything that's happened, but most times I don't. Yup, it's shitty. Yup, it sucked majorly. But I'm here, doing what I love. Becoming a firefighter may be about saving people, but it helped save me. It gives me a purpose. I push the door open for Lacey and she brushes past me. And it's like my entire body felt that small touch. I'm walking in sync with a girl whose smile fills my chest with heat. And next I'm going to fucking recite poetry. I need to get a grip. I'm not here to imagine what it would feel like to hold her in my arms. The next class is already lined up by Ms. Jackson's room. Some are on their phones, others laugh. 2 of them are sitting on the floor, cramming before class. Ms. Jackson always calls on a few people at the beginning of class about the reading, questions you can only answer if you've read the material. If you can't answer, she moves on quickly. She doesn't push or ridicule you, but she'll talk to you after class to find out why you couldn't answer. I recognize a few faces and smile. The campus is small, and even though the administration was pissed at what happened, most students think I'm a legend. Between the party that turned deadly and Dad, people know who I am. Living off campus at the fire station has helped me a lot. And I became a pro at hiding the turmoil. Finding Jane Doe, jumping into the water, trying to resuscitate her. A part of me wants to live life even faster, to make sure I grab every single moment. Because who knows if there's a tomorrow. She didn't have one. Her life was cut short. Did she know? There were traces of drugs in her system. Alcohol, too. Her wrists were bruised. and I force myself to concentrate on the here and now. Lacey hesitates before entering the room, but then she clears her throat and marches in. Her bag's still on the floor. She grabs it and shoves a book and a few papers in it. Ms. Jackson is standing by her desk. She spins around.
I have another class in 5 minutes. I've asked them to wait. You have no idea how glad I am not to switch classrooms this semester. It makes everything easier, even though it seems I still run behind.
She smiles, and I know that type of smile. It's the one that's supposed to increase your confidence, to make you feel better. I use this smile with people who escaped when their houses were on fire, or when I'm trying to convince them to trust me.
Why don't you two sit?
She gestures at the table in the front and gets her chair so she can sit in front of us.
The reason why I've asked you both to see me after class is because I'd like Hunter to tutor you, Lacey. And Hunter, I'll take that in consideration on top of the paper you're going to write.
I feel Lacey tense beside me. On my side, I'm hesitating between grinning like I won enough money with my football fantasy league to repay everyone who lost money from Dad, and protesting, because I already feel myself caring for Lacey on a deep level. Too deep. I don't have my shit together, and she needs a friend, not a guy who needs cold showers after spending time with her. And she might hate me if I tell her what I've been hiding. Worse, she might hurt. My grin dims.
Do you think I can still pass the class?
Lacey's voice is hesitant and unsure. She said she'd been having issues, but I hadn't realized she was afraid of failing. I'd have come on campus just to tutor her before, without Miss Jackson making it a prerequisite to get my grade back.
You can.
Ms. Jackson stands up, grabbing a stack of papers and a pen from her desk.
When you took English composition at the community college, your professor was impressed with your writing. I am too, but you need help. You failed your first discussion paper.
She circles around the breakdown of the grade on the first page.
But you're always uploading the homework on time. It could be more detailed, and you also missed several of the conversations on Web Campus, but you can make that up. Your writing is good, but you need the tutoring to better construct the arguments. And as you might remember from the syllabus, you can do 1 extra presentation and paper which count as bonus points at the end of the semester. You can catch up.
She leans back, and her eyes find mine.
Hunter, I believe you. You've been my student for several semesters, and I've asked you several times if you had considered adding an English minor to your degree. But, you know, the school needs to be very strict.
She stops talking as if she's worried she's going to say too much. Probably some school rule about not sharing students' records and whatnot. Lacey knows about the plagiarism accusations. I shrug out of habit. It's not an I don't care shrug. It's more a nothing I can do about it shrug. I appreciate you finding a way to work with me. I know you didn't have to.
I didn't become a professor to find ways to prevent students from reaching their potential. You've been an asset to the English department. And I know you'll show all of us we were right to give you our trust.
She leans her head to the side.
And I actually have to give you another chance. We can't simply kick you out of school like this.
My eyes must show my surprise because she continues.
Again, we feel that maybe the records were manipulated or that someone created a fake profile. But even if we didn't, even if you weren't a straight-A student, our job and mission require us to give everyone a chance.
She doesn't break eye contact and gives me the kind of look that must work, especially with freshmen who don't yet know how helpful she is.
Don't make me regret this.
I nod, and I put everything I can into that nod. I won't.
What if I still don't get my grades up? Will that be held against him?
Lacey's lips are pursed like she's thinking, and thinking hard.
I'm not sure it's a good idea. I mean, what if this doesn't work? Isn't there another student you could pair him with?
I wince. But then she continues talking. Her words are soft and then loud. They rush out of her mouth.
Or am I the only one who needs that much help? I'm the only one, am I not? I don't want to be a bother. I don't want to get him in trouble. Clearly, I've got issues at school. Issues at school.
She doesn't want to be a bother. She's not. Definitely not. My hand automatically touches her, briefly, and I whisper, "Kate." She glances my way, and there's a small smile on her lips. Kate's a nurse at the hospital where Lacey stayed for a few days, and she always managed to make her feel better. She listened to her when Lacey was scared of staying at the hospital. Lacey's mom and stepdad had convinced her no one would ever understand them outside of the cult, that the world was dangerous, that people would hate them. Lacey wanted out, but only part of her believed herself. Kate showed Lacey so much compassion. She gave Lacey a notebook when she left the hospital and told her she was going to be a wonderful student and to never forget to reach for the stars. Mrs. Jackson stands up.
I need a report of the tutoring sessions from both of you, and if your grades don't improve despite those, Hunter won't be penalized.
She gathers her papers and glances at the clock above the whiteboard.
I'm 2 minutes late. My next class must be getting antsy. I will create a workspace on the course page for the both of you. Hunter, I'll add you, and your first assignment will be up tonight as well. The tutoring summary shall be posted once a week.
She gives Lacey another piece of paper.
We discussed this after you left class. A summary of the discussion is part of the homework. Since you weren't present, you need to do the second assignment on this paper.
She pulls her hair back up in a loose knot.
Lacey, I know you can do this. Now you also need to believe in yourself and give yourself the time to study.
She walks up to the door and gestures for her next class to come in the room. They're talking to one another about their assignment, the parties, the school's latest football win.
Hunter, I didn't know you were in this class.
My ex, Mila, struts my way. Her jeans are low on her hips and her but-first coffee shirt is tight. Her jacket or cardigan or whatever they're called is tied in a knot around her bag handle. Her lips are full, and several guys follow her every move. I understand. If I remember correctly, her ass looks awesome in those jeans. She wasn't outside when we entered the room, but she's pretty much a last-minute type of student. She's good, but she doesn't believe much in planning and is all about cramming. Her hand goes up and down my arm. We went to high school together, got together during spring break. We didn't plan on attending the same university. We got together well after our early acceptance letters, but it worked out that way. And she rushed to a sorority while I rushed for the fraternity. We'd been together for almost 6 months before I lost everything, including her. I pushed her away, but part of me wondered if maybe it had been too easy for her to decide that we were better as friends. Lacey rushes past me, mumbling something about seeing me later. I gotta go, Mila. She pouts but doesn't say anything else. She hit me up last year when we were both lonely and people were all talking about me again, because of my dad. We're made of memories from a time that seems so far away. And I may have met up with her once, but not since I became a rookie volunteer firefighter, and definitely not since meeting Lacey. Lacey, wait! She turns around and her eyes are wild, wide open, pupils dilated.
I'm not sure I can pass this class. I thought I could. But I've been late 3 times and I got a D on that first discussion paper. I'm going to fail. I thought I could do this, and then...
She glances behind her as if she's expecting someone, takes a deep breath and mutters,
Never mind.
You can do it, I assure her. You read books on the compound when you weren't supposed to. You fought for the kids to learn how to read, and they did. You saved your brother and sister. You can do this. She doesn't seem convinced, staring at her shoes. Time to change my approach. Remember when Kate gave me a book to read you at the hospital? You weren't as groggy anymore, and we had a long discussion about how the author managed to portray what it feels like to not have any right choices. I gently guide her toward the bench again, and we both sit down. We talked for hours about what it meant for the characters and what other books it reminded you of. We argued about it. She sighs, looks up and back down.
There wasn't any pressure, no format I had to follow, no big words I had no idea about. Sometimes I have to search the meaning of a word before even understanding the assignment. When I took those summer classes, I struggled. It was hard, but not like that.
She looks so defeated, and my heart sinks to my feet, but then I shake my head. We can do this. You can do this. She licks her lips as if she's parched for water, but the small gesture makes my gaze focus on her mouth. Wrong timing. Very wrong timing. Hormones, get your shit together. I take a deep breath and step back away from her vanilla scent. Lacey leans back. What am I going to do for you? Let me help you take your guard down. Let me show you you don't have to be afraid. Let me believe that whatever we have going on can be real. Even if you may never trust me again if you find out what I'm doing. She turns to me and her gaze meets mine. Hopeful. And there's no way in hell I'm going to disappoint her right in this moment. She looks away first. I'm not joking. I need to help you with something. You can't save me all the time. I'm not sure she realizes she's been saving me too. When she jumped from that window, my heart stopped. I didn't know her, but I needed her to live. She was my second rescue with the team. The first one got saved, but not thanks to me. I almost screwed it for the team, acting too much like I knew what I was doing, trying to be a hero. You're going to help me not get kicked out. I think that's a fair trade. She shakes her head. You know it's not. You're going to spend so much time helping me. Her voice steels. She doesn't sound as worried as she did, more resolute. And that's time you don't have. Between the hours you need to give at the firehouse, your own work, helping your mom and grandparents. There's something she could help me with, but it's a gamble. I need someone to help me organize the upcoming events for the firehouse. Because of the plagiarism accusation at school, I've been volunteered for a bunch of events. There's a fall carnival, followed by a barbecue and dance. And if I bring in someone new for the auxiliary, chief and the auxiliary president are going to be over the moon about me. Major brownie points. She squints as if she's trying to understand what I'm asking, so I continue. For the fall carnival, I'm supposed to help with kids' games, and I need someone to come with me at the barbecue and dance. I'm sure you can find someone to go with you. She frowns. Yeah, but I need someone who also helps me at the different stands, and someone I'd like to go with. I continue talking almost as fast as she does, because guilt is insinuating itself in my mind. If she does this with me, she'll be closer. If she says yes, we'd spend even more time together. Which means she's going to help me in ways she doesn't even know. Which means I'm going to have to live with the guilt that seems to find new ways to taunt me. Which means I'm going to have permanent blue balls. But if that's the way for her to feel like we're both helping one another, that it's not a one-way street, then permanent blue balls it is. I scan her reaction, waiting for her answer, unsure if I just had my best idea yet. Or my worst.
Chapter 8. Lacey. The fall carnival? I repeat finally. My voice is steady, unlike the rhythm of my heart that's bouncing all over the place. I can already picture us eating cotton candy and going on the Ferris wheel. This is what I thought life after the compound would be like. Hunter runs his hand through his hair. His hand's rough. I remember the feeling of it on my face. It feels like a century ago.
Yup, it's in 2 weeks.
Maybe I could. I'm thinking out loud. You said something about organizing? And people. He said something about people. I thought being in a crowd would be easy. Being one in a dozen could make it easier to blend in. But I was wrong. Again. His eyes are trained on me. He doesn't look at the few students hurrying to their classes.
I'll be with you,
he says at first, because even if we haven't seen each other in weeks, he knows me and my worries.
It's almost all organized. They need manpower and a few more ideas for the kids' activities. We had to change the location, and instead of doing it right next to the station, it's only a mile away by the Miller barn.
His thigh touches mine and warmth spreads to my face. Hunter's not pushing me. He's always been so careful around me, like I could break. Maybe he'd finally see me for more than just the girl he saved if we spent more time together. You said it's in 2 weeks?
Yup. We have a meeting this Friday at 7 at the fire station to finalize the details and discuss the kids' activities. You could come with me and meet everyone.
Meet everyone? I almost gulp. Could it be my chance to finally feel like I belong? or another opportunity to make more mistakes.
It's a small group. As I said, the auxiliary president will be there and then the 5 other people on the committee. And I'll be there.
I could get lost in his smile. His smile is warm and reaches his eyes. I'm sure his ex-girlfriend misses his smiles. I'd miss them.
If you have the time, it might look good on your resume, too. You were saying you needed more to apply to some on-campus jobs next semester.
He's right. I'm babysitting now a few times a month, but that's it. And I need to save money. The scholarship doesn't cover everything. And what if I lose it? Plus, part of me thinks about the calm the to-do list would bring me. Some of the things that always grounded me, while my stepdad took almost everything from me, included teaching the small kids how to read and write, any friends I had, and, when he was really pissed, the freedom to walk around the compound to make lists in my mind. The books I would read, the places I would see, the laughs I would have. I didn't dream of faraway places, even though seeing the Mont Saint-Michel was high on the list. I had watched a documentary about it when I was 7, and it stayed on my mind. It seemed like the place of the fairy tales I used to read at the school's library. But that was it. All of the other places were close by. The bench by our old mobile home where I'd carved my initials in. The old tree where Luke and I had a swing. Seeing the lake again where I learned how to swim with my brother and Melly. Melly, Tessa's sister. She, Tessa, Luke, and I spent a summer believing we could do everything. And when I saw her again years later at the compound, she had seemed so lost. In a way, I was luckier than her. She was kidnapped by the cult not long after that summer. She didn't know her family still loved her, was still looking for her. She didn't know how wrong and corrupt the cult was. I had seen it all. Mom forced us into the cult, but Luke and I had known. My heart hurts thinking about Melly. I want to live for her, live every moment for her. The ones she didn't have, and the ones we dreamed about when we were 13 before the cult, before our choices and lives were taken away from us.
Hey.
His hand briefly touches my shoulder. It's so brief, but my entire body jolts. It's not fear. I feel safe around him. It's awareness, a desire to lean into him.
You don't have to. Your choice.
He pauses, and I look up at him. The sun peeks through the clouds, and I squint to see his eyes.
Your choice, Lace. Always.
And I'm not sure if he's talking about the fall carnival or something else. Something more. His phone rings, and I quickly look away, pretty sure he'd notice all those feelings I wouldn't even begin to understand if he looked at me.
I have to take this,
he whispers, still giving me his full attention before turning around, moving so easily despite the fact that he's so strong. I remember the feeling of his arms holding me, of his encouraging words, his jokes, trying to make me smile, almost always succeeding. He's wearing a dark sweater, one that stretches on his broad shoulders, and a collared shirt underneath. He usually wears hoodies or sport jackets, but I guess today he was trying to be a bit more official for his meeting. Leaves fall from the oak tree by the benches. Everything seems so peaceful. It's hard to reconcile with the past, with my thoughts that run on their own to the darker side no matter how much I strive to be present. Be present in the moment. He's been nodding to whomever is on the phone, but then he takes a step away and sounds slightly annoyed.
I know. I told you that I'm doing my best.
A pause and a sigh.
I'll call you later. I can't talk right now.
I force myself to focus on the leaves. Different shapes, different colors. The smell in the air changes too. There's a smell to fall. It's always been my favorite. It's not about the different flavored coffee, even though since I left the compound, I've been enjoying them. It's more about possibilities and warmth.
I said I'll talk to you later,
he repeats, sounding more tired than annoyed now, and he hangs up before turning his full attention back to me. My phone buzzes and I glance at it. My brother texts me at random moments, usually funny dog videos, because he knows they make me laugh. It's almost 12. Aren't you going to be late to class? And then I want to swallow the words back. Why do I know his schedule, and why did I blabber about it? I asked Elena if she knew what classes he might be taking, and she did mention one of her friends in the same program and same year had an early afternoon class on Tuesdays, but it's not like I know for sure. His teasing grin tells me he knows exactly why I talk too fast, but I must be read because he doesn't push me on it. It's like he has this internal barometer for when to push me and when to simply stand back.
I'll be on time.
He scans the area around us.
Are you going to be okay?
And with that question, we're back to our old pattern. I stiffen, and I'm not sure he notices it. I'll be fine. I stand up and swing my bag on my shoulder like I have no care in the world. I'm going to go to the library, and then I have calculus at 2.
How about the volunteering at the daycare? Did you stop by like you wanted to?
My lips part and my eyes widen. He remembers. He remembers everything.
You did tell me at the hospital that you heard about the daycare program for employees and students on this campus and that you really wanted to join the early education program.
He pauses.
You said you needed more experience and their internship program would be great, but you first needed to put in a few volunteering hours.
Maybe he doesn't know all the time when not to push me. I feel like I'm not living up to my own expectations when I'm cornered. I correct my own thought when I feel cornered. My therapist used to tell me that sometimes I feel the way I do because of trauma I haven't dealt with yet. I take a deep, calming breath that doesn't calm me much. I will. I won't. I want to, but if I mess that up too, I'm not sure how to move forward. I've always wanted to be a teacher, but the last time I went to the daycare center, my skin clammed up. The master told me it was my fault if Lila didn't survive her escape. She did, but I didn't know it back then. He told me I should have known better. He told me I wasn't trustworthy. He told me I was weak. Hunter frowns. It's only a second, but I catch it.
I can go with you if you want.
I told you I'm fine. I snap and then sigh. I mean, I'll be okay. I will be. I need to go. I have to study for English and the assignments, but I also have other classes. Lots of classes. I'll think about the fundraiser and the barbecue. I mean, yes, for the barbecue. I'll do it. I'll go with you to the meeting tomorrow. For the fundraiser, I'll see with Tessa what she thinks about it. I hurry away before he can say another word. It might have been the perfect word, exactly what I needed to hear. But sometimes even what I need to hear isn't enough. I keep my head down as I make my way again through the small passage between the psych building and the School of Journalism. I've done it this morning. I can do it again. The main library is on the other side of the quad. My stomach rumbles. Maybe the dining hall isn't as crowded right now. The breakfast crowd should be mostly gone and the lunch crowd is more spread out. The small alley is a bit darker. The sun's hidden behind clouds again. There are steps behind me, but I don't give them power. They're steps. Just steps. Other students. You're the reason he's dead. The loud voice stops me. I spin around. I'm doing what the people in the horror movies do. Why am I not running off? My brain doesn't control my feet. A girl with clear blue eyes. Eyes I've seen before, but on someone else. She's tall but frail. You bitch. You killed him. You killed my brother. You seduced him and then you killed him. He never would have been kicked out if you didn't kiss him. They told me about you. I'm frozen. I can't move. Noah's sister. She lived with their dad in Maryland and they were supposed to build another branch of the circle on the eastern shore. The master thought he could build a bigger following by expanding to the East Coast. I'm not sure how he would have done after his last day on Earth disaster, but apparently people have said the only reason the tragedy and fire happened is because non-believers like me screwed everything up. Is he dead? How do you know he's dead? My heart hurts. My jaw clenches so hard the muscle by my ear twitches. He can't be dead. I got a message from someone named Haley. She said Noah was never coming back, that after he got kicked out, he was murdered. Her voice rises with each word. Tears fall down her cheek. Eve, I whisper, remembering her name. The police also said he's not the dead body that was found there. I promise. I can show you the message. I continue to step away from the alley. She hesitates. A few students stand a bit far from us but are watching us carefully. She leans to one side, then the other. People have seen him. I repeat more forcefully because it's also the hope I'm holding on to. If he's dead, I'm not sure how I'll deal with it. When her hand slams against my cheek, I still don't move. She slaps me again, harder. It burns, but my feet are still firmly planted on the ground. Why didn't you fight back? A journalist asked me that question not long after I left the hospital. I wanted no part in the publicity, but my uncle said it might help me financially. He was right. Someone created a send money account for the survivors, and the scholarship contacted me. She hits me again. There's a struggle in the crowd. Some people are cheering, but there's a scuffle. Everything is numb. My mind, my heart, my body. I can't move. I fought back, and then he hit me harder. I fought back, and my brother got hurt. I fought back, and Noah got kicked away. I fought back, and Cass still got married. I fought back, and Mom died. I never stopped fighting back. I don't think the journalist understood the passion, trust, and love my stepdad inspired. And fear. So much fear. Not all cults are the same, but fear was a major component for us. Fear and reverence. And we're not the only ones. Around the world, groups of people fall under the pretense of charismatic leaders. Some go to extremes. Some murder people.
What the hell is happening? Someone call 911.
Hunter holds Eve back. She doesn't protest. He pushes her away from me and she crumbles, holding herself to the ground. His strong arms find me. His hands cradle my face gently. I wince. I'll probably get a bruise. More and more people gather around us. Don't ask me if I'm okay, I whisper, my voice cracking. His lips touch my hair.
I'm not okay,
he whispers.
Seeing you like this.
His fingers trail down my arms as if he wants to make sure I'm not about to disappear.
Seeing you like this,
he repeats, and I turn to him. His jaw is set and his gaze burns with longing and worry.
I'm not okay.
I want to hug him, but now that the adrenaline rushes out of my body, I'm no longer steady on my feet and my breathing accelerates. A woman from campus security approaches us. Hunter doesn't leave my side. Eve struggles to stand up with the woman's help. I only notice now how thin Eve is. Her hair's greasy. She looks like Melly did. A fist of unease grips my chest. Are you still with them? I step forward. Are you still in Maryland with them? You need to leave. You need to go.
I wish I was still with them,
she tells me, tears still falling.
You destroyed everything I had. Maybe I could show them. Show them I can still be trusted.
She pauses and stares at me, her eyes still reminding me of her brother. But his eyes were full of life. Hers are full of despair and death.
When they kicked me out, I thought I'd try to find Noah. But Haley, she told me what happened.
She inhales deeply.
Noah is dead. He's dead and you killed him. When he got kicked out of the cult, he wanted to help you. He wanted to save you. He died trying to save you. Master Abram may be in jail, but he's still all-powerful. He got one of his most devoted servants to find him and kill him.
Hunter moves in front of me, protecting me again, but he can't protect me from her words. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters. If she's telling the truth and Master Abram managed to get Noah killed, he died because of me. I'm the reason he's dead. Chapter 9. Hunter.
Lacey's uncle is going to kill me. He's going to fucking murder me, and he'd be right to. I had one task. Make sure she's safe. And instead, she rushes away from me directly into danger. I text him again. She's fine. At the police station right now. She's okay. Do we need to go back on our deal? I can hire someone else. I sink into my chair, glancing at Lacey, who hasn't said much since we arrived at the police station. I know you need my help, he adds. It only works if you're actually really keeping an eye on her. I cut you some slack at the beginning of the school year because you were still texting and your friend kept you updated, but this is not going to work. I shove my phone in my laptop bag. A laptop bag Mom bought me, even though we're in so much debt she doesn't know if my grandparents will be able to keep their house. She is one of the reasons I said yes when Lacey's uncle approached me about keeping an eye on her. At the beginning, I told him I'd just do it because I would have done it anyways. But then he said he needed to be kept in the loop. He wanted to know her friends so he could run background checks on them. He wanted to know her schedule to make sure he knew where she was. I knew then that she wanted to be independent, and I convinced myself that it was just protection. He offered me money, and all I thought about was my grandma's garden, how devastated she'd be if she had to let it go. And then he offered me something I felt like I couldn't refuse. He'd help me find information about Jane Doe. He'd help me fight the false plagiarism accusations. So far, he only found that the guy who runs the site hasn't been heard of in several weeks, and his parents have reported him missing. And about Jane Doe? He said the police had really done their due diligence when it came to checking the different databases across the country, but they hadn't found anything. He did manage to get information from a drug dealer that she definitely wasn't a regular in the area. He said the problem with those types of cases is that the police may not have enough resources. However, he also promised me that I couldn't hope for anyone better on the job than the one who was currently working it. But without proof that she came from another state, the resources are limited. When Lacey and I were texting, he just wanted to know what she was doing online and if she had any threats she didn't report. And he wanted to know if she was feeling better. He insisted that I should step it up as soon as I was back at school and that even before I came back, I should have a friend keep an eye on her for me. Raphael did. And I feel like the biggest piece of shit.
You can go to class. I'll be fine.
Lacey's voice kicks me out of my pity party. We've been sitting at the police station closest to campus for what seems like forever, while Detective Barocci goes through some more paperwork and checks a few things on his computer. I've met him several times on the job. He's been serving the community forever. He's a very nice guy, straightforward. The room only has a small window and not much light coming through, and it's not as gray and dark as the office I went to after finding Jane Doe's body. I glance at the large metallic clock behind the desk. I'm definitely missing my afternoon class. I'm staying, I reply with a smile. I texted Branson and he's explaining it to our professor. It's all good.
Luke is on his way, and I'm fine,
Lacey insists. Do you really want me to go? And I hold my breath because yes, I did make a deal with her uncle, but if she didn't want me there right now, I'd go.
No,
she whispers.
I don't,
she adds a bit louder, and my hand finds hers. Our fingers interlink, and I give her hand what I hope is a reassuring squeeze. She stares at our hands, and for a split second, it's like the police station disappears, and I need to rein myself in. We're holding hands, that's it. I shouldn't think of the way her skin feels or how much I wish I could erase her worries and what happened and take her away from here. To the lake she talks about with a smile, or that place in France she said she had dreamed about visiting and feel her skin under my lips. I clear my throat and shift from one foot to the other. Your brother will be here soon, I say, to focus on something else. Luke sounded calm on the phone, but I picked up on his fear and anger because I have the same feelings rippling within my entire body. Lacey nods. She's been following what the policewoman told her to do, answered her questions, but her eyes have the same hollow look as the day she asked the police about Noah at the hospital. Do you want to press charges? Detective Barocci finally asks, sitting across from us and folding his hands on his chest.
I don't know.
Lacey shifts but continues to sit straight in her chair.
How is she doing? Why does she think Noah is dead? Is he really dead? What happened? Why didn't anyone tell me? I asked everyone. I've been wanting to know. And then Haley, this morning, I talked to Detective Martinez. Did you talk to her? She works... Where does she work again?
But she knows. I have her card. She closes her eyes for a few seconds, takes a deep breath, and then reopens her eyes. I'm sorry. I'm nervous. And when I'm nervous, I talk. I talk a lot. Detective Barochi frowns. Haley? That's the same name Eve told us about, but as we just explained to her, Noah's alive. What? Lacey's eyes widen and she grips my hand with so much strength I wince. What do you mean he's alive? Where? Have you seen him? Detective Barochi leans back. He is alive, he repeats, and before he can add anything else, Lacey jolts up, letting go of my hand. Why do you sound so sure? Detective Martinez this morning, she said she knew it wasn't his body they found in Maryland, but she didn't say for sure he's alive. She never says for sure. She'd have told me. She'd have called me. Lacey sits back down, glances my way, and then back at Detective Barochi like he grew another head. But this morning, Haley told me, and you didn't call. No one called me. Noah didn't call me. He'd have called me. I left my email everywhere. The terror I felt when I saw Eve hitting her resurfaces with a vengeance. What do you mean you left your email everywhere? On forums. There are forums dedicated to finding missing people. There are forums dedicated to helping cult survivors. There's a forum for everything. She shrugs like she's not putting herself in danger. Detective Barochi must agree with my assessment of the risks because he leans forward. Miss Simon, you need to be careful. Detective Martinez told us about the threats you've received. You have a restraining order against Charlotte's father. And she told me she has been in touch with the jail your stepfather is in, and he has threatened you in the past. She explained that since he's been on his best behavior for an appeal, he hasn't threatened anyone recently, but somebody could have taken him up on his need to seek revenge. His tone is serious, and my entire body stiffens. What if one of his followers is responsible? How many of them are there? Lacey flattens her hands on her knees. He's been promoting love and forgiveness for the past 3 months. Detective Martinez told me about those threats when he first got arrested, but at the time he threatened everyone. Now, she said, he's been very calm and a model prisoner. Some of his followers still hate me and my family, but... She glances down and back up. But there has been... It seems she's struggling to find the right words. I don't think it's him. I really think he's building his image back up, and that wouldn't go with the new character he's pretending to be. There has been other threats. Other messages. Not from Charlotte's father. She whispers. What do you mean? We both say at the same time. It's nothing. People online. And other things. She waves as if it's insignificant. People think I'm either a monster for having ruined Master Abram or a monster for not having him ruined earlier. She curls her hands and relaxes them again, and she raises her head, staring straight ahead at the detective. Where is he? You said Noah was alive. Where is he? Detective Martinez called you while you were on the way here, but with the commotion you probably didn't hear it. Noah said he's been sending you messages to tell you he's okay. He hasn't had any contact with his father and sister, though. I never got any of his messages. She frowns. Where is he? The detective makes a gesture to another guy who's been standing by the door. The door opens and a guy, not as tall as me, but a bit bulkier, enters. Noah, is it really you? Lacey's voice is full of hope and tears and surprise. The guy's eyes widen and he smiles one of the biggest fucking smiles I've ever seen. And I get it. Yup, I really get it. I'm pretty sure I only smile that way when I'm around her. And because I promised myself I would be a friend first and foremost, and that I'm not an animal, I don't growl when she jumps up and into his arms, sobbing.
Chapter 10. Lacey. He's taller and stronger than the last time we hugged. His hair is cut super short. He almost doesn't look the same. Maybe that's another reason why people didn't recognize him. He looks older. He smells like soap. He feels familiar. He's alive. You're really here, I keep on repeating in his neck. You're really here. I wrote to you. As soon as you created a social media account, I wrote to you twice, but then... His voice trails off. I needed to move on. When you didn't reply, I thought you were doing the same.
I'm not on social media. I didn't know you were posting things on forums until the police told me.
I never got anything, not a word. I thought you were dead, that I killed you. As I say the words out loud, I turn to search for Hunter's eyes. He's staring at us with a frown, but when his gaze meets mine, he smiles. His smile is tender, but it's not the smile I'm used to. Maybe he didn't realize I could have been responsible. Noah steps back and I almost stumble. Who told you that? Why would you even think that? I'm happy. It took me a while, but I'm happy. I promise. Getting kicked out was hard and I was lost. My father didn't want to hear from me. I made it all the way to Maryland, but he still didn't want to hear me. So I kept on driving. I found a job at a bed and breakfast in Maine, and I'm going back to school to get an associate's in culinary arts. I met someone. His hand touches mine. I'm happy. His words soothe me. All of this time I thought he might have gotten killed, that he didn't have anything to eat, that he was lost forever. Detective Barocci clears his throat. I wanted to give you a minute for yourselves. You clearly both needed it, but this might be bigger than expected. Messages simply don't disappear from computers. And this Haley contacted both you and Noah's sister. Hunter shifts in his seat. Do you think she was hacked? I frown. I still get messages, emails and others. Is your password secure? My face flames and I stare down at the floor. It's gray like the walls. It's clean. I think so. My gaze zeroes in on Hunter. The inspiration for my password is sitting on the chair with a frown on his face, like he's calculating how long it would take for him to jump in front of me to protect me from whomever could turn out to be a possible threat. Noah turns to the detective. I wrote to her twice. He glances my way. I found out Cass was doing okay, and I knew you were okay too. Hunter crosses his arms on his chest. And why am I noticing how strong his arms are? My mind is looking for a distraction, and those arms are clearly it. Hunter's frown deepens. Just because she got out too? Why didn't you go to the police before? You knew she was still behind in that place with those monsters, and you didn't help her. Hunter's voice is icy calm. Noah lifts one shoulder and he narrows his eyes, shaking his head like he's not quite sure he's hearing right. You think I didn't try? When I got kicked out of the compound, the master told me that if I ever said anything negative about them, Cass and Lacey would be punished. Noah touches my shoulder. I swear I still tried. When I got to Maryland, though, it was different. People in that group seemed happier. I tried to talk to a journalist, but then when she talked to other people, nothing was checking out. You guys had moved, and I didn't know where you were. There was that documentary about Abram a few years before, and it showed the group as being happy, wanting to stay away from society. But, except for tearing families apart, it wasn't known to be dangerous. And then, his shoulders slump. I got into some trouble. He inhales deeply. I wrote to Lacey once on her email and once on her Facebook. I didn't have her phone number, though. Just her email and her Facebook account. I didn't push. I thought she got those messages and didn't want to write back. He purses his lips. And I got it. I really did. Because I felt like I failed her. Like I failed again. And she was safe. I let out a breath. I never got them. You should get a notification on your phone. Hunter sounds frustrated. I didn't. It took me a few weeks to get used to having a smartphone, and I still wonder why people put so many pictures online. I'm not sure if they're looking for a connection or validation. I'm worried about the wrong people finding me while hoping Noah would have used it to reach out if he was okay or if he needed help. But I know how to use it and check my messages. I even downloaded the apps that shows me I have a message. My phone is in my bag at Hunter's feet. Hunter, can you please hand me my bag? He does and gives my fingers a quick touch with his. A sign of encouragement. I must look as frazzled as I feel. This makes no sense. My profile is private. You have to send me a message before friending me. I had to do that because I was getting some friend requests from some weird people. I turn my phone on and log into my Facebook account. I have no messages. Nothing.
Let me see something,
Hunter says. I slide the phone into his open palm, and after a few seconds, he glances up.
Your notifications are off. Did you turn them off?
Definitely not. A shiver crawls down my spine. Slowly. Do you think someone used my phone?
Do you use the same password as for your email?
Hunter and Detective Barocci ask at the same time. I stare at the floor. I'm probably going to have to tell someone my password is HunterDream01.
Lacey?
Detective Barocci insists in a gentle voice. Yes, it's the same one. Detective Barocci steps forward. We need to have someone check your phone. Maybe there's a bug. Hunter taps a few more times on the phone.
Do you mind if I go into your email settings?
Please. We all stare at him for a few seconds.
Someone put rules up and is forwarding any requests and messages to another email.
He pauses and his face turns paler. He looks at the detective.
The email's name is dielacydie@fake.net.
My heart creeps inch by inch to my stomach and then drops to my ankles, leaving an uneasy feeling in its wake. Who would do that? Do you think it's someone involved with the cult? Maybe Alyssa? She hated me. She said she thought I was responsible for the fire because Mom and Luke cornered the master. Or Charlotte's dad? I didn't know she was in the house. She was my age, and she died, just like Melly. I'm blabbering again. Hunter pulls a chair close to him and I plop down. I'm bad news, right? I mean, what if someone had hurt Noah just to prove a point? Or Lila. Oh my God, Lila. If they want to hurt me, they're going to hurt someone I love. I glance at Hunter. I need to drop out of school. I need to go. Somewhere. Anywhere. Alone. Detective Barocci clears his throat. Let's not make decisions too hastily. It might be an elaborate prank, but we're taking this very seriously. We'll look into your accounts and into the forums. And while you guys were talking, I was talking to my guys to get a location on Mr. Moore, Charlotte's dad, as you know. And as soon as we locate him, we'll bring him in. He leans forward on his forearms. But they said Noah was dead and he's clearly alive. They want to scare you or rattle you. No one has hurt you or anyone who's close to you. His eyes find mine. What if all they want is for you to not live your life? Do you think it's the same people who sent me the letters? Hunter tenses beside me and Noah cuts in.
Letters? What letters?
Ever since I arrived at school, I've been getting letters. I don't look at him, but I hear him curse. Some threatening, some not.
Did you tell Detective Martinez?
Detective Barocci asks me, and I hesitate.
Lacey, Hunter growls beside me. Please, tell me you told someone about those letters.
I sigh. I did. I did tell Detective Martinez about some of the letters. Not all. I continue before anyone can ask why. Sometimes I don't want all of that to be real, okay? Detective Martinez looked at the letters she investigated. Nothing came from it. I wanted to pretend nothing was wrong with me, that I didn't have any of those issues. My voice raises slightly and quivers. I wanted to be normal. Feel normal. I stare down at my shoes. Hunter shifts slightly closer to me but doesn't say a word. I want to hold his hand again. I want him to hold my hand. I need support and only wish I didn't have to ask for it. Because I don't know how. I clear my throat. Detective Martinez thinks it might be 2 people or more who've been sending me letters. There are certain differences, but she says she can't be sure. Detective Barocci stands back up. I'll talk to her again. And please, hand her the other ones you've received. You never know, a pattern could emerge. Something you didn't notice. He nods to the other officer who is still standing by the door. When it comes to Miss Romano, would you like to press charges? No, I reply at the same time as Hunter says,
Yes. Why not?
He sounds surprised.
She attacked you.
She slapped me 3 times. She was desperate. She thought Noah was dead. When I didn't know if Luke and Lila were dead or alive, I'd have done more than slapped the master.
You're not him, though.
Hunter rubs the back of his neck and breathes in deeply as if he's trying to convince himself not to push.
What if she's dangerous? What if she goes after you again?
She won't. The pain in her eyes was about Noah. It wasn't about me. She needed to blame someone, and it's much easier to blame me than to blame their parents. Noah takes a tentative step toward us. Are you sure? I'm sure. It's my decision. My choice. I turn back to Hunter. But he doesn't smile like I expect him to.
Could you have one officer around Lacey?
I don't want to bring the attention to me even more than I already have. The paparazzi followed me around at the beginning. I've talked to an investigative reporter for an in-depth story about the compound and Abram and what he really is, but that was different. I felt the reporter was helping bring the truth to everyone. Her story is still ongoing. She published 2 parts already and is working on a 3rd one focusing on the influence Abram exercises from jail. The paparazzi, on the other hand, wanted to feed me to the public. I get it. People love scary movies as long as it doesn't touch them too close. I'm a walking public service announcement about the dangers lurking in plain sight. But I can't be more the center of attention than I have been. An officer would be noticeable. In class? Everywhere?
The threats could be credible. We're going to be investigating the emails and your notifications, but it's clear someone hacked into your account. It could be Mr. Moore, or he could be unrelated to the cult.
His mouth becomes a thin line and he rubs his jaw.
We have a lead on Mr. Moore's location.
My heart slams against my ribs and Hunter leans forward.
You haven't found him yet?
I want to remind Hunter that this is actually all brand new, and the fact they have this much information already is progress compared to 5 minutes ago, but Detective Barocci answers before I can say anything.
His wife has said she hasn't seen him in a few days, but that's his pattern. Sometimes he goes off for a few days to clear his mind and then comes back, so we are not assuming anything at this stage.
But it could be him. If it's him, it almost feels safer. He's sad, he's desperate, but I still don't think he'd do anything to physically hurt me. He wants to scare me and derail my life, but I want to believe he doesn't really want me dead.
It could be anybody. We'll contact you as soon as we have more information. Please take my card. Call me anytime. Call 911 if you're in any danger. Can I see my sister?
Noah's voice is tentative.
Is she okay? She's fine. She doesn't believe you're still alive. We're going to get her out, and you'll be able to see her right after.
Noah's hand touches my shoulder. I'll be around for a few days, and then I'll see if I can get Eve to come back with me to Maryland. Is the cult really still active? Is your dad still in it? It was hard to find reliable information online. I mean, I know about the other group in Texas. I stopped talking, not sure how much he knows about Cass. He said he knew she was happy. Does he know she called her first son Noah?
The one that's now called Love Above All?
That one.
The one with Cass?
He nudges me.
I told you I found her. I wanted to make sure she was okay. That group seems to be safe. They're not breaking any laws, and their leader doesn't seem to be a glutton for power.
He pauses. The one in Maryland, though? It morphed into something different, but no less dangerous. My dad got out only recently, and only because he's been sick and worried about Eve, and they thought he was more a liability than anything else. Because of me, I guess. How about your mom?
We've seen each other.
She lives in Maine, too. She'd never stopped looking for us either. She's going to be so happy to know Eve is safe. Knowing his family might be reunited fills me with happiness for him. It won't be easy, though. Eve's going to need time. And help. Lots of help.
I know. I got help, too. 1 day at a time. Sometimes 1 hour at a time.
Promise me we'll talk. That you won't disappear on me. My hand grabs his wrist and I stare into his eyes.
I promise,
he replies.
I want to see you before I go back to Maine. Can I have a piece of paper?
I have one, in my bag. I shuffle through it, but Hunter hands him one before I do. His movement is brusque, and he looks at me as he gives it to him. Noah jots down his number.
You call me. I'm supposed to leave in 3 days. I can't stay away from work for much longer.
I will. We hug one more time. He's much stronger than the last time we hugged.
Be careful,
he murmurs into my hair before walking out of the room to see the sister who thought him dead. He's alive, I whisper. I didn't kill him. He's really alive. And for a moment, all I feel is relief.
Chapter 11. Hunter.
I'm sorry you missed your class.
Lacey's fingers toy with her hoodie, and I seem mesmerized by that small gesture.
You didn't have to come with me.
I wanted to come with you. I look up and wish I could take away the worries that seem to be piling up on her shoulders. The entrance of the police station buzzes with people, and I stay close to her. I open the door and let her go through first, but not before glancing outside to make sure it's safe, realizing as I do that we can never really know if a place is truly safe.
Thank you.
She sounds exhausted. You're welcome. I nudge her slightly. And I don't have to be at the station until 7 tonight, so we can even get something to eat at one of the food trucks. I point to the food trucks near the parking spots on the other side of the road. And then I'll drive you back to your dorm. Luke will meet you there, right? I force myself to sound calm and wipe my clammy hands on my jeans. When I heard her scream, I panicked. I rushed to her with images of Jane Doe flashing in my mind. Blue lips, blue skin, bruises on her neck. I stop cold, shaking my head, and Lacey bumps into me. Sorry, I mutter. She tilts her head and watches me. She watches me the way I used to watch her in the beginning at the hospital, waiting for any signs she might be cracking. Can she see how worried I am? How I constantly wonder how I can protect her. Screw her uncle and our deal. I just want her safe. Someone broke into her email, changed her settings. Someone's been watching her every move online. I glance around and my body tenses. Is that person watching her? Watching us right now?
I don't want to talk about it. Not right now.
She squares her shoulders.
Please.
Okay. We still watch each other. The air crackles between us. The sirens of the ambulance in the distance break the moment.
Is it hard not to be there all the time when you hear those sirens?
It takes me a few seconds to answer. Yep, when you don't know why they're being called for, when you wonder if maybe they need you there. I rub the back of my neck. I'm not on call. I have to be at the station to go with the crew. And even if I'm on the schedule, I'm still not a professional. But those men and women, they're my family too. Her lips turn up.
I'm glad you have them.
Her stomach growls pretty loudly and a blush creeps up her neck. She giggles.
I guess I am really hungry.
We walk to the parking lot, checking out the different food trucks. The station has them on Mondays on the field, and their kebab one is amazing. Or their BBQ with a twist. I force my voice to sound upbeat. After all, we're here right now. Together. Our arms brush and her fingers touch mine. She smiles, and it's not one of her smiles that illuminates her entire face. This one is more of an I can do this smile, like she feels the tension rolling off my body.
Are you sure you have time?
She asks again. I'm sure, and I need to eat. I slap my stomach.
If you say the kebab is good, I'd love to try it. Never had one.
You won't regret it. We get in line in front of the bright orange truck that boasts the best Donner outside of Germany.
You're frowning,
she tells me. My dad told me he had kebab in Germany, in Berlin. He loved it. That came out of nowhere. I usually bury memories of fathers so deep they would need a crane to dig them out. She doesn't reply, but her hand reaches out for mine and she squeezes it lightly. But as fast as this memory came, I stuff it back where it belongs.
I still can't believe Noah is well and that he's here,
she says, and there's almost a wonder in her voice. I'm happy for you. And I mean that. I don't know how she would have taken it if something happened to the guy. And he does seem decent, even though I wish she did press charges against his sister.
It's strange to see him out of the compound. He's changed. He's taller and stronger, but there's something more broken about him than when we were stuck with the group.
Part of me wants to flex my biceps, but I resist the urge. What do you mean? And this time I can feel myself frown. If you're worried about him, or if you think he might be dangerous, you should tell the cops. We can go back right now. Her eyes widen.
No, that's not what I meant. Noah would never hurt me.
He did say he got in trouble. I mutter, not convinced. People always say shit. My dad promised to always take care of us, and look how that turned out.
Whatever trouble he got in, he'd never do anything to me. Maybe he's just worried about his sister. I don't know. There's something. I thought it was about Cass, but he seemed happy for her.
She thinks out loud. She did that at the hospital, too. We order our food and stand by one of the high tables. She bites into her doner and moans, and my balls tighten at the sound. I'm mesmerized by the look of pure bliss on her face. I'd love to find other ways for her to have that look. Her eyes flutter open, and the smile she gives me is one I've seen before. It's a half smile, almost like she's thinking the same way I am. She flushes, and I'd give everything to whisk her away from all this mess and find ways to forget everything but her skin on mine, my lips trailing down her body.
When you look at me like this, your jaw tenses.
She leans forward, and it's like there's no one around us anymore. But a gust of wind sends some boxes around, including on our table, and she leans back. We both help pick up the few boxes scattered around before finishing our food. Are you okay? I want to take the words back as soon as I notice the shadow overtaking her eyes.
I'm fine.
She hurries back to the parking lot.
I could call Elena and see if she can pick me up.
I'm going to drive you back. I have to see my Fire and Emergency Services Administration professor. She nods without saying a word, and then her face lights up.
Noah!
She waves her right arm. Noah is standing outside the police station, his sister next to him, her head down. Noah tells her something before gently steering her in our direction. I refrain from telling Lacey that this is a bad idea, but I do stay half a step ahead of her, just in case. We all stand in front of one another for what feels like an eternity before Eve clears her throat.
I'm sorry.
She stares at Lacey, and there's a flash of anger soon replaced by confusion.
I believed Haley when she said Noah was dead. I believed her when she said you were responsible. It seemed easier that way than blame our parents. I get it,
Lacey replies quickly, but the words don't stumble out.
If something had happened to Noah, I would have felt responsible. He did get kicked out because of me. Because of Abram wanting to teach me a lesson.
Noah shakes his head, but Eve and Lacey don't seem to notice him. Noah's eyes meet mine, and there's fury and sadness in there.
Would you stop?
He practically roars, and his hand briefly touches Lacey's shoulder.
Both of you, would you stop? Why are you saying you feel responsible? I'm the one who broke the rules. But those rules were meant to be broken. Your stepdad is a murderous asshole, Lacey. You didn't do anything. And Eve, how old were you when Mom and Dad forced us into the cult? I mean, come on.
Lacey opens her mouth, closes it, opens it again, and then a smile spreads on her face.
He is a murderous asshole,
she yells before dissolving into a fit of giggles. Noah soon joins her while Eve and I simply stare at them. Lacey glances up at me, taking a deep breath.
Noah used to call Abram Master Ass or sometimes Master Asshole. I never dared to say it, even behind his back. I did a lot of things I wasn't supposed to, but not that. Especially before Noah got kicked out. Noah used to dare me to whisper it during services. And look at you now. You're yelling it to the world.
Noah nudges her, no longer laughing.
I thought about writing to him. I did too, but then I wasn't quite sure what I was supposed to say. It felt like I was giving him more power.
She bites her lip.
I may not be responsible for what he did, but I still feel like I could have done more. I did tell you not to play that stupid game, though.
She laughs again, and it doesn't sound like a nervous laugh anymore. I can't stop staring at her, loving the sound of her laugh.
Spin the bottle, really? Of all the things to get kicked out for?
Noah laughs with her, and I can't imagine what it means for them to be able to laugh about their past like that. But then his face and his tone turn more somber. I am sorry, though. I should have tried harder. I was in a bad place, but I should have come back. I knew he was hitting you. I knew what was going on there. Lacey's body freezes, and I wish I could protect her from the memories that must be resurfacing in her mind right now. But I can't. So instead, my hand finds hers, and my fingers slowly trace a circle on her palm, soothing her, trying to ground her into the present. I've never realized how intimate it is to hold someone's hand until I held hers. Eve turns to her, and Lacey lets go of my hand after squeezing it. She wraps her arms around her stomach like she's shielding herself, waiting for another blow.
I heard stories about the compound in Texas. Rumors about your stepdad. Some said you and your mom were the ones who made him worse than he was. Others said that he was slowly losing control.
Her voice shakes a little.
I shouldn't have done what I did. And I know I need help. I know finding Noah won't resolve everything.
She wrings her hands.
I have many issues.
There are associations, I tell Eve, and Lacey turns to me with a look I can't quite decipher, a mix of pride and questions. Associations and programs you can join.
You want to help?
Lacey whispers, taking hold of my hand again, sending a tornado of emotions through me with that simple touch. I shrug because she sounds almost in awe, and it's like a punch in the stomach. If she knew about the deal I made with her uncle, she wouldn't understand. She'd feel betrayed. She'd let go of my hand and wouldn't hold it ever again. I'd never feel her skin again and hear her laugh. The tornado of emotions that had been storming through me since her hand touched mine turns into a hurricane. Ever since I found Jane Doe's body in the pool, I need to find ways to help. But maybe this time I went too far. What's wrong? I ask Lacey as we walk back to her dorm room. Elena, her roommate, is there, and Luke is only 15 minutes away. As soon as he could leave work, he did. She shakes her head. She hasn't been speaking much since we left Noah and Eve. They're staying in a motel overnight, and since Eve is allowed to leave the state, they're heading back to Maryland sooner than planned. It's fucking clear Eve needs help, and Noah got a phone call that their dad is at the hospital. He's been having health issues, and he wants to make sure he sees Noah before surgery. Eve opened up a bit about her troubles, and every time she spoke, I couldn't help but wonder if Jane Doe had a similar path. Eve did some drugs, managed to get out after several failed rehabs. She was almost giving up on herself, holding herself responsible for what happened to Noah, too. I'll call you later. She nods again. I gently touch her shoulder. What's wrong? I ask again, and then realize how fucking stupid of a question that is. I mean, now would be the time for my legendary way with words to make a comeback. She tilts her head up, and it's almost like she's assessing me, and I don't feel like I'm passing whatever test she's giving me.
I'll talk to you later. And we'll see each other to study soon, and then on Friday for the carnival preparation?
I almost want to tell her that we can forget about it. I kind of wish I could put a bubble around her to make sure she's safe. She frowns as if she could read my thoughts and didn't appreciate them one bit. There's fury in her eyes, like she finally had enough.
I already told you like 5 times I was okay. I'm not going to break. Yes, I seem to suck at this college thing and it blows. I'm not going to lie, I wasn't prepared for that. I really thought I'd manage.
She takes a deep breath. She looks away for a second, but then looks up at me again. There's still fury there, but there's something else. An emotion I recognize because I've felt it before. I felt it and I didn't know what to do with it. A mix of guilt and fear. Sometimes it's hard to explain, and sometimes it's too fucking painful. I raise my hands up in surrender, but it seems that me asking that same question over and over again has set something off in her. A fire that I wouldn't know how to stop. A fire I'm not sure I want to stop, because seeing her like that, not only standing up for herself but also letting these emotions out, does something to me. And it's not only my body that's reacting to her passion. It's a place inside my chest that fills with so much respect and tenderness that I want to listen to her, wrap my arms around her, and also push her against the wall and let my hands roam all over her body.
You know what else sucks?
Her voice is calmer, but has that slicing edge that would cut deep.
I didn't realize it. I didn't even realize that someone was manipulating my social media, my email. How stupid can I be?
I open my mouth, but she pokes my chest with her finger.
Don't you dare tell me that it could happen to anyone. I'm pretty sure if I had a so-called normal life before, I'd have noticed if something was wrong with my social media and email. And you know what else?
She doesn't wait for an answer.
If I'd really wanted to find Noah, I should have been able to. I should have known.
Her voice is laced with sadness and self-incrimination. I run my hand through my hair. The girl in front of me has so much strength inside of her, and I'm not sure she realizes it. How do I make her understand? How do I make her see that she could power an entire country with her strength? I step closer to her, but then a couple of girls enter the hallway chatting about their class, chatting about an internship one of them wants to apply to. Lacey's eyes follow them, and there's longing there. Her damn longing to belong. She doesn't see that the way she's forging herself is as valid as any other way. We're so close now, and when her lips part to exhale, I'm mesmerized by them, but I don't want to make her feel like she has to do anything. Her hand finds my chest again, but this time she simply lays her hand there, spreading warmth throughout my entire body. She leans her head back.
Don't you see?
What? My voice is rougher. She might be on the edge of despair, but I feel on the edge of falling into a precipice, and instead of being scared shitless, I just want to jump into it.
I don't know anything. I thought I would figure everything out. And he was right. My stepfather was right.
She whispers, and I rest my forehead against hers. The hand she has resting on my chest slowly trails down and then back up before she pulls me even closer. Our bodies are flushed against one another.
But I'm not going to break. I thought I would. So many times. And maybe I did. And I don't know.
You thought he might be dead. You thought you might be responsible for his death. Why would you have known? How could you have known? I try to make her understand. None of this is her fault. She's been trying so hard to deal with the cards she's been dealt in such a fucking gracious way. She moves her head slightly, and she's almost tucked against me.
Still, there are times I have no idea what I'm doing.
She pauses, and I could lose myself in the way her eyes search for mine, as if she feels the same connection I feel.
I thought if I found Noah...
Her voice trails off.
I thought if he was okay...
She leans back and shakes her head slightly as if she's scolding herself for believing whatever she's about to tell me.
I believed that seeing him safe and happy would resolve everything. Just like I believed that going to college was going to show the world, or rather show me, that my stepfather was wrong. But you know what? It doesn't seem to work that way. His words still haunt me, and even if I'm relieved to see Noah, to know he's fine, to know he doesn't hate me, I still wonder about the others. It doesn't bring Charlotte and Melly back to life. It doesn't erase all those years.
She looks exhausted. Someone clears their throat.
Your brother's been calling you, Lace.
Elena stands by the door with a concerned expression on her face. Lacey has a humorless laugh.
Probably left my phone on silent. I really should just give up on the whole let's have a phone thing. I was so excited when we went to the store to get one with my uncle. The whole world at my fingertips. Apparently the world is coming in uninvited, and I still can't keep track of what I'm supposed to.
Her voice is bitter again, but she forces one of those lacy smiles. Those ones tug at my heart. It's the kind of smile that wants to say, I'm fine, everything is fine, nothing to see here. And I crave to see her real smile. I'll see you later, okay? I'm also going to text her, but it's probably not the thing to tell her right now.
Okay.
I bend to kiss her on the cheek, and she shifts slightly. My lips almost touch hers, and I notice the way she looks at me is full of need, and her smile has turned into the one that makes me want to take a cold shower. She turns to Elena, who bombards her with questions about what happened. I wait until the door to their room closes before heading outside to call her uncle. I need to tell him I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not telling him anything without Lacey knowing. He told me that I needed to be there for her, but that it was important I kept a certain emotional distance. His words. And it's already too late for that.
Chapter 12. Lacey. I know it's probably not what you want to hear. Elena leans against our closed door with the same look she has when she figures out some chemical reaction that might save the world someday. Or destroy it. But most probably save it. That's what she tells me. What? I sound tired. So tired. I want to forget this all happened. Either Elena senses my mood or she's simply very good at distracting me, because she points at the door and winks. What I just witnessed outside was scorching firefighter hotness. She giggles and plops herself on her bed, pulling me next to her. The way you look at each other is hot. I mean, I could use other words, but hot really works. She lifts a shoulder. He's looking at you like he wants to offer you the world, but he's conflicted because you're his world. So how does he offer you to you? Her giggles turn into a full-blown Elena laugh, and I can't help but smile. The tension I've felt throughout the day slowly slips out, and if I wasn't laughing with her, I'd be crying. And I don't want to end up in a puddle of tears right now because I'm not sure I could pull myself back together before my brother arrives. I sigh. He's going to be helping me with my Shakespeare class. You guys are movie material. The firefighter who saves your life becomes your tutor and then will either rock your world in bed or I still feel the smile on my lips as I raise an eyebrow. Well, he could be a serial killer. I took that movie class freshman year, and I'm telling you, he's either the hero or the villain. No in between. And in that scenario, I'm always the one needing help. I shake my head, fighting with the annoyance rippling through me. You're kidding me, right? Elena's eyes widen like she can't believe what I'm saying. You are the heroine of your story, and you're one of the strongest people I've ever met. Accepting help doesn't make you weak, and you're saving him too. He's got issues. We all do. It doesn't feel that way most of the time. Let me tell you, when I found out you were going to be my roommate this semester, I was almost speechless. Well, it lasted 2 minutes, and then I had a lot of words, but you looked upset when we first met. No, I have what we call a PRBF. What? A permanent resting bitch face. She laughs again before schooling her face back into her signature frown. Do I have one too? My fingers touch my cheeks. You have a sometimes resting bitch face. Like when someone asks you if you're doing okay. She gestures to my side of the room. I know it wasn't easy moving on campus, and it wasn't easy for me either. When Skylar decided to move out, it sucked. And I'm sorry if you felt like you were intruding, but honestly, I was kind of in awe and also pissed at the situation, and it took me a little bit to reconcile the image I've read all about, and me. My tone is hollow. You. Don't get me wrong, you've got issues too. Like staying up all night on those forums, not listening when people are telling you how much they care, not knowing how to let loose sometimes, being on guard a lot. And the books on your bed do tend to spill over everywhere. She points to the pile of books that is on her side. But I lucked out this year with you as my roommate because you're funny and sweet and kind, and you don't mind me rattling on about protons and silica. And I've told you before that you accept me for who I am. Not everybody does. My throat tightens at her words. Maybe I need to give myself more credit. Some see me as a success story, even though I feel like a failure most of the time. Thank you, I croak, for everything. I know I wasn't always the easiest roommate at the beginning, and I'm awkward. I sometimes don't know what to say, and I say too much or too little, or at least I think I do. I honestly don't know anyone who doesn't feel that way from time to time, or hasn't felt that way. She pauses. Even me. Do you have any idea how awkward it gets when I start talking about chemical reactions at certain parties? She shakes her head. But anyways, talking about chemical reactions, you and Hunter definitely have chemistry. It's physical. Like your dopamine and his are getting out of control. And I think it's also emotional. You connect. I hesitate for a split second. I do really like him. But I'm a mess. And I don't want him to just feel pity for me or feel obligated to do anything. He's got that hero complex. You mean because of that girl who died at his frat party freshman year? I think so. And his dad. He feels like he could have done something. I call bullshit, but I get it. I still can't believe no one found out who she was. Someone has to be missing her. At the hospital, Hunter mentioned that maybe she was considered a runaway in another state, but not in danger, so maybe her DNA is not in the system. There's a knock at the door. Lacey? I wince at the worry in my brother's tone. Elena squeezes my shoulder. You'd have the same tone if it was the other way around. Thanks again for staying with me and everything. Are you kidding me? I really wanted to find a reason to get out of this class today. I kind of wish your brother couldn't make it here. She opens the door as she speaks, and Luke gives her this smile that reminds me so much of our mom. It always takes my breath away. He's had a hard time with it.
I could have driven a bit slower. You should have just told me you needed me to arrive late.
Elena grabs her bag and narrows her eyes slightly at Luke. No speeding.
Definitely not,
Luke replies. His friend Dimitri was in a car accident a few years ago. They weren't close then, but they are now, and he knows the dangers of speeding and of drinking and driving. I know, though, that he probably went slightly over the speed limit coming here. As soon as we're by ourselves, Luke pulls me into a tight hug.
I can't believe this is happening.
He releases me after a few minutes, but his eyes are still trained on my face, as if he's making sure I'm still here.
You can't do this all alone. We're not at that compound anymore.
His voice is full of disgust.
You saved me and Lila, but even back then, I should have made sure you were able to come with us.
It wasn't possible at the time, and you know it. We're here now. With Luke, I find my big sister voice again. I need to reassure him, even though he looks like he wants to reassure me. If it's anyone from the cult, the police will find who it is quickly. They also believe it could be Charlotte's dad. They haven't been able to locate him. Have you heard anything about him recently?
I haven't.
How's school? How's Tessa?
Don't change topics.
He rubs his neck, but the way he does it is different than Hunter. Hunter almost loosens what I imagine to be tight muscles when he does it. That and his other tell when he's anxious or stressed is running his hand through his hair. Luke's is rubbing his neck twice. It's either that or going to hit a punching bag, but it's not like he can go to the gym right this second. I'm not. There's nothing else to say about this. Noah is alive. My social media account got hacked. It's not Eve based on what the police could tell. They're investigating, and I have a direct line to the detective, and they're going to have more rounds on campus. You and Hunter seem to make sure I'm never alone. I'm not reckless. I'm not going to do anything that will put me in danger. Luke sighs loudly, and it reminds me of when he was our little sister Lila's age and he really wanted to go outside while there was a storm raging. You can't keep me in a safe. I've been stuck inside my own head for so long, and I'm trying. I really am trying to adapt, but I can't do that if you're always worried about me.
Because if I worry about you, you'll be even more worried about me,
he finishes. That's something he said so many times, especially at the hospital. He was still beating himself up for everything that's happened, and he was so scared for me, so scared for Tessa. You didn't answer. How is Tess? How's her foundation? Has she found more donors? I know she said she really wanted it to become national since so many groups are not just in one state, and she could help victims and their families that way. He raises an eyebrow, and for a second, I smile. Because that move, it's not your traditional eyebrow raise. It's one we all seem to have, including Lila, who's not even 9 yet.
You're changing the topic again.
He flexes his hand, probably not even realizing he's doing it. And the slight annoyance I felt for having my little brother trying to tell me how to live is replaced by a wave of tenderness. When my stepdad told me that Luke and Lila had died, at first I didn't believe him. But then, as weeks turned into months and no one came to help me, to get me out, I thought that maybe they didn't make it. And I blamed myself for that, too. The therapist I'd seen right after everything had told me that I needed to give myself the same compassion that I would give a stranger.
But yes, Tessa's doing very well. She's super busy. A family has donated a lot of money and she's planning a fundraiser for next year.
That's good. How is school? I lean back against the wall as he sits on the chair in front of my small desk.
School is okay. I'm doing better. I'm studying and catching up.
His stomach grumbles and I laugh. He's always hungry. Our uncle told me last time he's considering a Costco membership just to feed Luke. I have some flex money I haven't used yet, and we do have that burrito place you love. I already ate, but I'll go with you and you can tell me all about what's been happening in Gabbert City.
Fine, you got me with food. But please be careful, okay? If you even think you see one finger of Charlotte's dad, you'll call the police?
Of course I will. And I will, even though I struggle knowing that Noah is alive. Realizing that maybe Charlotte's dad is responsible for all those letters and the hacking of my phone makes the end more palpable. I know what he looks like. I'm going to be careful. If it's him and they find him, maybe then I'll be able to move forward. It gives me a sliver of hope that the end of the nightmares is close. Chapter 13. Hunter.
I'm almost out of the building when I run into Branson and Raphael.
Dude, is everything okay? The entire campus is talking about what happened.
Raphael's voice carries through the hallway and people turn our way. When they see me, their eyes widen a bit more. Of course. What other mess did I create in their minds? A girl Raphael dated last year waves at him. He tips his head but doesn't engage like he normally would. Branson gets his card out and nods toward their suite, which is just a few steps away. If you don't want everyone to know every single detail of what happened since the cops showed up, you might want to bring that conversation inside. I check my phone. I don't have time. I have to make a call and then talk to Professor Geppert. Did I miss anything important in our business class? I ask Branson. We take some of the same business courses. He's in international business like I had been, and some of our classes intersect. Not anything super important. I'll send you my notes. Branson stops in front of their door. You need anything else? I shake my head. Nah, I'm good. I'll see you guys later. I stride outside and head toward Lot 2, where I parked. I can't talk to Lacey's uncle in the quad. With my luck, she'd pass by right at the same time. I slide into my old beat-up truck. Some of the tissue in the back seat has holes, but it still works. It was my grandpa's. He gave it to me when I became a volunteer firefighter. He and Grandma are only using one car now. My phone beeps with a message. Thanks again for keeping an eye on my niece. He's going to be pissed, but my reasoning and my excuses sound hollow now that I've seen Lacey again. I would have done it anyways. That's what I told myself at the hospital when he talked to me after I left her room, and he practically begged me to let him know she was okay. He took me to the side, explained he knew who I was, and then said, "If you do that, I'll help you out. I know you need some money for your grandparents' house. Just think of it as a gift. $5,000 now, just for staying in touch with her. She trusts you. She doesn't trust anyone else." I was going to say no. I would have found a way to get that money. And I'll help you find out who Jane Doe is. That girl who drowned. I bet she haunts your nightmares. I get it. I really do. And I didn't know then how much she would mean to me. It's not an excuse, but maybe that's why I accepted. Plus, we didn't know then that she'd get into this school. As we grew even closer at the hospital and talking via text, I told myself that all I was doing was updating her uncle on her, because he was worried. And I'd be worried too. Shit, I'm worried now. But it's not right. It doesn't feel right. And not only because clearly I sucked at protecting her on campus, but because it's not what she'd want. And I need to come clean. I need to tell her. But first, I need to tell her uncle. You can't just stop. We had an agreement. Did you even listen to what I told you? I'm not going anywhere. I'll be there for her. I just won't report to you. I'll give you your money back And what? His laugh is hard. You couldn't even protect her today. Why am I fighting this? Just like you couldn't save Jane Doe. The man can punch with words. There's silence for a few seconds, and then he clears his throat. If you tell her about our agreement, she might hate you. His voice is calmer, but still has an edge to it. She might be hurt. She will be hurt. But if I don't tell her, she might never find out. She might hate me too. He sounds resigned. I need to tell her. And as for the money, keep the goddamn money, kid. I just want her safe. I want them to be safe. I get it. And it seems the roles are reversed. He's no longer enraged. He's simply tired. And I understand. I really do. He clears his throat. I'll keep an ear and an eye out for information on Jane Doe, or that kid from the website. I'm sure I'm going to hear from Lacey very soon. He hangs up before I can add another word. I sink into my seat, check my messages, and automatically smile when I see the one Lacey sent me.
You mean Shakespeare tomorrow afternoon?
5 works?
Sure, I'll be at the library. I'll save you a seat.
My hands clam up, but I still reply. See you tomorrow. I shove my phone in my back pocket and grab my laptop bag before jumping out of my truck. I need to see my business professor before going to the fire station. I need to focus on the next step. And I need to find the words so that she doesn't get hurt by what I've done. But deep inside, I've come to realize that it's a lost battle. She will be hurt.
Chapter 14. Lacey. You found him? I shouldn't sound so surprised, but yet I am. Where was he? He was in Dallas. He's denying any involvement, and we can't tie him up to the forums or your phone. But he knows we're watching him more carefully, and we are. He pauses. And Detective Martinez talked to Abram and to the woman who's been visiting him. She had spread the message that no harm should come to anyone who used to belong to the compound. We checked it all up, and it's true. I still don't trust him, but it seems he wasn't directly responsible for that. It could be someone who thinks he's helping him, but Charlotte's dad wasn't very forthcoming, and he's still very angry. A phone rings in the background. Again, just know we are working on it. I'll keep you updated. Thank you, I reply, and even though it hasn't been solved, I still feel calmer, not as jittery. Charlotte's father hasn't gotten close to me in months. Maybe he's moving on too. He's lost so much. I shoot a quick text to my family to update them and one to Hunter, and then I step back inside the library. Still no room. I was so proud for sending that text to Hunter, but when the time to meet crept closer and closer, the butterflies transformed their happy dance into a very anxious symphony. Apparently the entire student-verse is studying hard this week, and we're not even in the midterm season. I arrived an hour before our meeting time, and there's still no spot to study, except in the quiet area, and we do need to talk, so that's not going to work. I stroll to the student commons and peek behind the bookstore. I almost jump up. Do you want to meet me behind the bookstore? I found a small table by the bay window that's empty. I open my books and log into the class website. I managed to answer 2 of the discussion questions, even though I'm checking my phone every few minutes to see if he answered, telling myself that I might not hear the notification because it's not as quiet as it is in the library.
I'll see you there.
And there goes any sliver of concentration I may have had. I get lost in the view from the bay window. You can almost see the entire quad all the way to the administration building on one side and the main library on the other. The library building is an old red brick, and there's the mascot of our school in front of it. Some students leave candy or pizza by it to give them luck for their exams. A group of girls all wearing Superwoman shirts are playing frisbee on the quad. Elena said it was ultimate frisbee. Others are sitting on benches with books in their laps. A guy is strolling while checking his phone and laughing. My guess is he's not getting death threats. I sigh and glance at my phone on the table, eyeing it like it has become a ticking bomb instead of a way to communicate. Getting back my messages on social media did have a pretty bad effect on my morale. I had known that people could spew whatever they had on their mind without any filters. But gosh, this was taking it to the next level. I don't think they'd say half of the things I got to someone if they were standing in front of them and watching their reaction. Actually, even without watching their reaction. I can't imagine that grandma of 4 who had Lover of God on her profile standing in front of me and yelling in my face, "You're a bitch and a mistake. There's a special fire waiting for you. You're going to scream like your whore of a mother." No, really. I don't think she would. And she's not the only one. A guy who seems to be in his mid-20s wrote to let me know that I'm a murderer who probably, his words, fucked my stepdad anyways. Another one described how they would make sure I suffer while they cut me open. Cutting me open isn't apparently enough suffering. There has been some kind and hopeful messages too, and those are the ones I want to hold on to. But I still delete my profile. I can keep in touch with everyone I know via text messages or group chat. What I can't bring myself to delete, though, is my profile in the forums. So many people still have questions about Abram and what he presented as his teachings. So many people are still looking for loved ones. So many people want to understand how one man can influence so many others. And then I hear his laugh, and my mind cross wires and my stomach flips in the most delicious way. He's looking straight at me as he talks to another guy, gesturing to my table before taking long, purposeful strides toward me. He's wearing his "I'm a volunteer firefighter, what's your superpower" shirt. At the hospital, he told me his grandparents got it for him for his last birthday. It's snug around his shoulders, and his arms and his jeans are the perfect amount of tight without being too tight. I never noticed jeans on other guys. Maybe because most were wearing linen pants at the compound. No matter the reason, I can't stop staring at his thighs now. But then he runs his hand in his hair, and I know he's slightly anxious too. I narrow my eyes. Why is he anxious? And because I can't help myself, I start mumbling. If you need to be somewhere else, we could meet later. Or I could try to do something on my side again, and you could look it over, or maybe you were on duty today? Is that something you had to do? Or is it something you could be doing? I read about the on-campus firefighter program. Why aren't you doing that instead of the bunk in the city volunteer station? I have a lot of questions. He smiles and pulls the chair next to me, leaning closer.
You do have a lot of questions,
he drawls, and his voice becomes huskier.
I'll answer anything you want me to. I'll do everything you want me to, especially if you look at me this way.
What way? I manage to breathe out. Our eyes lock.
This way. The same way I look at you. Like I can't get enough. Like I want to.
He takes a deep breath without finishing his sentence and slightly pulls away, muttering something about public places. Really, Hunter? I giggle and his smile widens.
I definitely want to meet now. And later. Now and later. Whenever, really. I'm not in the on-campus firefighter program because of what happened.
He frowns for only a split second before taking a deep breath.
But I'm happy there in the volunteer station. It's a great opportunity, and the guys I work with are amazing. It's tough to be away from campus sometimes, but I can always crash at Branson and Raphael's. They were my fraternity brothers, and they've been there for me through it all.
He pauses and rubs that spot on his shoulder again.
There's also something I need to tell you.
And there's a seriousness in his tone that lets me know he means it, but also that it means a lot for him to say that. Warmth unfolds in my chest, and my heart thunders. What do you need to tell me? I rummage through my bag to find the books for the class, needing to busy my hands with something. Did you read all that material before? I continue, trying to calm myself because in my mind, what he has to tell me can either break my heart or be simply wonderful. Maybe he wants to tell me he can't stop thinking about me. Maybe he wants to tell me he's falling for me. Maybe I am starring in my own romance novel. He clears his throat, glances around, and leans forward. Like he's my own personal magnet, I lean forward as well. His eyes are too serious, and his jaw is clenched. That's not good. I brace myself.
Your uncle and I.
My uncle? Why are you talking about my uncle? I interrupt him. He winces.
At the hospital, he asked me to keep an eye on you in exchange for money, and for helping me investigate Jane Doe and what was going on at school. I would have done it anyway. I wanted to see you and spend time with you. He saw that at the hospital, and that's why he asked me.
I lean back. My heart clenches, and I try to swallow past the lump that just declared residence in my throat. I was an obligation. Just an obligation. Of course. What was I thinking? What was I daydreaming about again? I'm not going to cry. I am not going to cry. I blink rapidly. He's still talking, still looking like he wants to convince me of something, but there's an emptiness inside of me. Another piece of the hope I held on to so tightly shatters. I'm such an idiot.
Lacey?
Fine, okay, whatever. I want to get up and leave, but I'm worried my legs won't carry me. I'm worried about making yet another scene.
You have to listen to me. I stopped. I called him and said I was not going to do it anymore. I was going to tell you. I can't continue.
Of course not. Apparently, even for money, spending time with me is just too much of a chore.
I want to spend time with you, but for me, just for me, without your uncle or anything coming between us.
His words don't seem to register, and I'm not sure I believe him anyway. Maybe another strategy to watch me, to save me. I'm not one of your 911 calls, and I certainly don't need babysitting. My tone is biting, even though there's this emptiness inside. He sighs.
I'm not babysitting you.
You can't save me. I'm not Jane Doe. I can't replace her in your eyes as the person you can save. It wasn't your fault. I'm not sure he heard the last words because his jaw that I thought was clenched before is about to break, and his eyes narrow. I'm not sure how we got into this, how I went from butterflies to this feeling of dread.
This is not what I'm doing.
I shrug. I'm not sure. All I know is I don't know what I'm doing here. And I don't. Maybe I should just drop out. Maybe I should just go live with my uncle and forget everything. He'll clearly be less worried, and I wouldn't feel this way. Like, in a way, I'm still on that compound, waiting for Abram to find another way to crush my dreams.
I'm sorry, Lace. You have to believe me. I'm so sorry. I needed the money. My grandparents' house.
Wait, you weren't there the first 2 weeks. I would have seen you. You said you weren't there. How did this even work? It's a remote position? He glances away and his foot starts tapping. What?
I asked Raphael to check in on you.
You asked someone I've met once, I think, to check on me? So more people were into this? Elena, maybe too? I almost choke on the words.
No.
He stops tapping and his gaze locks with mine.
I swear, I didn't think. I didn't realize what it would mean. And then when I saw you again yesterday, I realized I couldn't do it. Not without you knowing. I know you. I know you like I've never known anybody. Those weeks at the hospital, and the texting afterwards. I like you, Lacey. I really like you.
Raphael and Branson clear their throats. I didn't hear them or see them walking our way. They stare at us. Branson's very blue eyes dance between me and Hunter while Raphael lifts an eyebrow. Hey, guys, he says, but it sounds like a question. I don't know if they heard, and I don't want to know. I want to get out of here. Or I simply want the earth to open and swallow me whole. He asked Raphael to look after me. When Elena introduced me to Raphael and Branson, I thought how nice they both seemed, and I thought how I might fit right in. But nope, Raphael looked after me, like a child needing help. Someone was watching my movements. I stand up. I have to go.
Lace,
Hunter says, but my look must convey how much I need him to be quiet right now because he only adds,
I'll call you, and I'll see you tomorrow and on Friday at the firehouse.
I don't answer. I don't nod. And for once, I manage a somewhat graceful exit, even if it feels I left pieces of my heart behind. Chapter 15. Hunter.
You told her? Branson sounds even more surprised than he looks. When they first arrived at our table, I saw the way Branson had smiled, as if he knew I was a goner and he found that pretty hilarious. And with the way they jumped on the seats after Lacey left, they seemed surprised by her sudden departure. Yup, I did. I didn't have a choice. Not if I wanted. I slammed my fist on the table. I'm such a fucking idiot.
I'm sorry, man.
Branson leans back.
But come on, you're Hunter Harrington. You don't quit. You never do. You always find a way to bounce back. You'll find a way there, too.
He sounds so convinced. I'm not. I'm not convinced at all. Raphael frowns. He's seen me fuck up more than anybody else. We've been friends for years, decades. We're the type of friends who went to camps together. Our parents were friends, even if my dad used to make fun of his parents for being careful in the way they handled their money, and even, I hate remembering that, even when my dad was responsible for his grandparents losing a good chunk of their money, he didn't blame me for it. Yes, he punched me, Once. But he apologized for it right after. He had just seen his grandma cry. And I'd have done the same if I'd seen my grandma shed tears over an asshole we had trusted. Especially if I hadn't known if he was in the know. We argued sometimes, but we always had each other's backs.
You really told her everything?
What do you mean? I bite out. I'm tired. Tired of explaining myself. Tired of being tethered to my past. And to a past that I had nothing to do with. I am not my father. I wouldn't fuck up everything because I thought having one more car was going to solve the emptiness inside of me. I'm going to save people. I'm going to go to the fire. Literally.
It's just that...
He sighs loudly and shakes his head.
Don't look at me like that. Is she aware of everything?
Yes, I told her everything. And then, because I guess there's still a bit of asshole in me, maybe there's a bit of assholery in everyone, especially with the people closest to you, I say to him, it's not like you're one to talk. I don't see you going back home and fighting for the one you left behind. Raphael doesn't answer at first. His eyes don't widen and he doesn't make a move my way. He waits me out, because he knows what's going to come next. I'm sorry, I mutter, because I am. It was a cheap shot, but right away he had to go and remind me that I haven't told the whole truth to Lacey, and so he's right to question if I did now. My dad lied to so many people. If only he had told the truth. If only he had the balls to realize his mistakes earlier. I fucked up, I say louder. And Raphael nods.
True, but everyone fucks up.
Brinson crosses his arms on his chest.
The way I see it, whatever you did, Lacey will understand. What did you do, anyways?
I got paid by her uncle to watch over her, while she made it clear to me how excited she was to finally be independent and not feel like anyone had to take care of her so she could live her life. Branson shrugs. You have to grovel. Sing her a song or something, man. Raphael's laughter booms and several people stop walking and turn to us.
You've never heard Hunter sing. She'd run the other way and he'd empty the entire state of Texas if he starts singing.
Well, he has to find a way. Maybe I can ask my mom if she developed an app yet on the best way to win back someone you screwed over. He clearly meant it as a joke. He's trying to clear the air. That's usually what he does. Even though we've only known him for 2 years, and even though he was majorly pissed when the fraternity closed, he's always been the nice and funny guy. His parents came to visit when he moved back in after the summer, and they're much more serious than he is. I don't think I saw them smile once during the few days they spent in town. His dad is a big-shot lawyer, while his mom is constantly creating apps.
Or you can do some other romantic shit, Branson adds. You're studying Romeo and Juliet, after all.
Yup, but honestly, Romeo almost seems obsessed with Juliet. I'm not sure that's where I should get my inspiration. Plus, they both die at the end, you know. I sound hopeless.
He wasn't obsessed, he was in love,
Branson insists. But whatever it is, you need to do something. I think what I need to do is give her time. I'll explain everything to her. Hell, maybe I'll write her a letter or something. But then she needs to be the one to decide. It's her choice. When I started reporting to her uncle, I did it without her knowledge. And yes, my intentions were good, but they were also selfish. Raphael leans forward and whispers dramatically,
You're growing up, dude. You're growing up.
Whatever.
You might want to do it sooner than later,
he replies seriously before flashing his signature smile, the one that earned him the nickname of Campus Casanova, at one of the girls waving at him from their floor. I'm tempted to tell him again that I'm not the only one who's got problems. But I know better.
Chapter 16. Lacey. I dash away from the commons, away from the quad, away from the crowd, until I reach one of the emptier commuter parking lots by the administration building. Some students who have evening classes are hurrying the other way. I find a small courtyard that seems empty but is still close enough that I can see people around so that I feel safe, and I call my brother. My brother doesn't even take the time to say hi. Did you know? I hate my voice for not being as steady as it should be.
What are you talking about?
Luke asks, sounding genuinely confused. Did you know about Hunter? I press him, gripping my phone so tight my hand starts to cramp.
What did he do? Do you need me to come over? I can be there within an hour. Less if I hurry.
There's anger and determination in the way he talks, and a little bit of my own frustration slips away. He didn't know. I pace around. Is he there?
Who? What are you talking about? Do you need me to come over?
I inhale deeply. I'm fine. The lie comes easily but doesn't sound convincing. You don't need to come. I wish I could see him, but it's not his fight. Our dear uncle, is he there?
He's in his office.
I'm okay. Don't worry. I'm just angry with him.
Uncle John!
Luke calls him, and I need to hold on to my anger, because if I don't, there would only be despair and feelings I don't want to deal with.
He's there.
There's a muffled sound, and then...
I'm not putting her on speaker, Luke.
A pause.
He told you.
I stop pacing, and the tears that I have been holding back break free. I let myself fall on one of the benches facing the administration building. Why? Why did you do that? I wanted to do this alone. I wanted Hunter to want me for me, not for a displaced need to keep me safe. My foot taps the ground. Why didn't you just ask me to give you regular updates? Why him? My uncle clears his throat.
Because I was scared shitless.
My eyes widen. He's not one to usually show his feelings.
You have no idea what it's like to know I didn't do more to help you and your sister and brother. To help my own sister. She's dead because I didn't find a way to help her. If she didn't always seek to be accepted and understood...
You're not responsible for her decisions. Stop! I almost yell, but I choke up. But you're responsible for asking Hunter to watch me, to keep an eye on me. My voice breaks. Why did you ask him? He's not a professional. He's not a private detective. If you wanted to keep an eye on me, why him? I need to know. I need to understand. He sighs, and there's a moment of silence broken only by Luke pestering my uncle with his own questions. Uncle John?
Because I wasn't worried as much about your safety as I was about you, how you were feeling, if you were going to seek help if you needed it. I didn't wait to ask him until after Charlotte's dad became an issue. I asked him way before. I asked him after seeing you two together in your hospital room.
He sighs.
You were talking, and you weren't just saying how well you were doing. You were opening up, and you weren't opening up to anyone else. Not to the doctors or your brother or to me, but to him, and I needed to know he'd be there for you.
My chest clenches, and I glance up at the sky. Clouds take the shape of what looks like a broken heart. How fitting.
But Lacey Hart,
he called me that once during our summer with him. He's usually not the type to talk that way, but I had gotten stung by a bee and I was trying not to cry because I didn't want Mom to find a reason to bring us home. It was such a wonderful summer.
He would have done it without me asking. I just wanted to make sure. I wanted to be reassured. But he would have done it. This guy, he's there for you. With or without me giving him money or trying to get information for him.
But now I'll never be sure, I insist.
Come on, Lacey, you can be sure. He didn't text you as often as he did because of me. I couldn't really find anything on Jane Doe, and he still continued. Why would he have told you? Why would he have come clean if it's not because he wants to be sure you're on the same page? Don't repeat the mistakes of others.
I want to scream, but my rage is dimming. I don't know. I don't know anything. I'm not sure of anything. And if you want to know how I'm doing, you can ask.
How are you doing?
Shitty, because my uncle paid someone to keep an eye on me. Someone I thought liked me for me, I retort back. And my uncle inhales sharply.
Fair, but besides that.
And for a few minutes, I let myself talk about school, and what happened yesterday, and how nothing makes sense. You need to let me make my own decisions, I tell my uncle after he reminds me that I need to be careful and that he's been in touch with the police station here.
And you need to know that you're not alone. You're not alone anymore. I made a lot of mistakes. I know I'm not perfect."
Luke laughs in the background, but Uncle John continues.
"But you're my family, and I'll do anything to keep you safe."
He clears his throat.
"And Hunter is not a bad guy. And the fact that he told you about our little arrangement only 3 days after actually spending time with you should tell you how much you mean to him."
"That's one way of looking at it," I reply, but I'm not sure anymore. I feel drained. "I'll talk to you guys later." And I hang up. And even if it doesn't solve anything, or it doesn't stop the hurt from feeling betrayed, it helps somehow. It helps me feel less alone. Chapter 17. Hunter.
What feels like forever later, I park in my usual spot, and before I head inside the fire hall, I pull out my phone. "I left you a letter with Elena. I'm sorry. I really am. Whenever you're ready to talk, if you want to, I'm here. And for the classes, we can do everything online. I can set up a Dropbox and we can do video chat without the video. But if you don't want to, I'll talk to Mrs. Jackson. And don't worry about the carnival." I had been looking forward to spending more time with her. She doesn't answer. I wait a few minutes, but maybe she doesn't have her phone. Most probably, she doesn't want to answer. And then it pings and my entire fucking body tenses and relaxes at the same time.
Romeo and Juliet didn't really know each other.
"Okay." I type back because I'm not sure where she's going with it. The evening settles on the neighborhood in the distance. The sky is a mix of orange and pink, and all I'm thinking is that I wish she'd be close to me. She loves sunsets and sunrises. She said anything that makes it feel like another day is possible, while still being present in that one moment between darkness and light.
Do you think they would have worked in the long run? If they didn't have this tragic ending? How would their lives have gone on?
I don't know.
They were wrapped up in the stars in their eyes, and the way they made each other feel, and their attraction.
I can almost picture her blushing, the faint blush that seems to take residence when we have that sort of back and forth, or when we talk about kissing. I wonder how much of your story you bring whenever you read a play or watch a movie. How much of your own experiences shape the way you look at it. My phone rings and I lean back in my seat, my shoulders so tense I would need a bulldozer to loosen them up. "Hey."
"Hey, I read your letter."
"Okay."
"I'm still mad. Mad at you and my uncle. And mad at myself."
I tap my fingers on the steering wheel. "I told you that I would do it differently if I could."
"I know how much your grandparents' house meant for you and how difficult it was for you to ask for help. And my uncle is right. You only reported on my well-being, never on what I was doing or saying. And you stopped almost as soon as we actually saw each other again. I'm just not quite sure about anything."
She takes a deep breath.
"I wasn't sure before, and I'm even less sure now."
"Okay."
"I worked on one of the assignments, and I'll send you the presentation preparation worksheet tomorrow. And I'll come on Friday night to the meeting with the auxiliary. But until then, maybe we should just wave at each other if we see each other, but that's it. I need some space."
"Okay," I say again, because that's much better than what I was hoping for. Much better than cutting all ties. I really am sorry.
"I know."
"If you need anything, let me know, though. If you see Charlotte's dad..."
"I'll call the police."
She doesn't sound annoyed, just tired and sad, and I wish I could reach through the phone and hold her hand or find a way to make that sadness go away. I wince, because I'm the one who made her sad.
"And Hunter?"
"Yup." I grip the phone.
"Be careful, too."
She hangs up and I sigh loudly, slamming the steering wheel with my hand. All I wanted was to protect her, to make sure she was safe. And now I can't picture tomorrow without seeing her smile, hearing her talk, holding her hand. I can't picture tomorrow without feeling like shit, because I'm part of the reason she feels so sad. The fire hall smells like the fries and chili that were served during the charity bingo 2 days ago. "Hey!" A couple of the newest volunteers wave at me from the large table in the corner. I nod their way, unable to shake the feeling that until the police can find out exactly how someone hacked into her account, Lacey isn't entirely safe. But at the same time, there's nothing I can do, and I need to concentrate on work. I need these hours. I need to prove myself. I need to get off probation. The officer's quarters door is open, and the lieutenant is on a chair reading a book. He raises an eyebrow as he notices me hovering. You know the rules. His voice is kind. I was talking to JJ. He tilts his chin toward the other room. Someone snores loudly, the tell that JJ is still recovering from his all-nighter. He's one of the professional firefighters who works 3 days straight and then goes home to his wife. He joined the crew a few months ago. Sometimes the station is quiet. A call here and there, a gas leak, animals on the streets. This time they were the first on the scene at a shooting. JJ didn't want to talk about it in the morning. I did overhear him on the phone with his wife. The lieutenant told me once how important it is for families to be on board with that type of life. The lieutenant and his wife divorced 2 years ago. It wasn't easy for him then. I'm glad you made it on time. Lieutenant Paul checks the clock before standing up. He crosses his arms over his chest and walks out of the officer's quarters and into his office. I need the hours, and I was on the schedule. Lieutenant Paul looks me up and down. You know that I had to vouch for you after what happened with your papers at school. It took some convincing, especially after you missed a bunch of hours in classes with what happened to your dad a 1.5 years ago. I appreciate that. I stand tall. My voice doesn't drop. I don't look away and I don't frown. I joined the volunteers almost 2 full years ago, after Jane Doe and after Dad got arrested for his scheme. It was a way for me to have a place to stay and to be able to apply to scholarships. 2 years ago, I may have been combative. I may have not known what to say, so I would have acted up. Lieutenant, Chief, this place, they have definitely been helping me in more ways than one. Part of our agreement was that you would help with the fall carnival, as we're expanding it to include more activities for the kids, and that you would help with recruiting for the auxiliary. I nod. A friend of mine will be joining us to help, and she might volunteer for the auxiliary. Good. Jasmine will be happy. You know she not only runs the auxiliary, but we all call her the unofficial chief around here. I heard that. Chief Stan enters, and his stern voice doesn't really match his smile. And I totally agree. I told Jasmine many times she could run this place if she wanted to, but she insists she's better on a construction site than on a fire truck. You're coming to the auxiliary meeting on Friday night, right? Yes, sir. And Lacey Simon, who will be helping me, will be there as well. He claps my back. That's good. You're recruiting for the auxiliary. We need more young people to join. Maybe she's interested in the fire program, too. Thinking about how she told me per text over the summer that she checks every fire alarm before going to sleep, I'm not sure that it would be her speed. But before I can answer, a siren rings, and everyone goes into motion. And for the night, I don't have any time to think.
Chapter 18. Lacey. 2 days later, I'm less angry and more uncertain about everything. He gave me the space I asked for, only answering emails about class. And for the past 20 minutes, I've been pacing in my room, wondering how I'm going to get to the station and get in while not knowing anyone except him, and not make a perfect fool out of myself. It's why I haven't gone and applied for the intern position at the campus daycare yet. I check my reflection in the mirror again. My hair is loose on my shoulder, and thanks to foundation, I look like I'm well rested, even though I only slept a few hours last night. My hair smells like my vanilla shampoo. If there wasn't a turmoil of emotion within me, I could almost pretend like everything is fine. Noah made it safe to Maryland, but the police still aren't sure who hacked my email. They said my password, which I ended up giving them, may not have been secure enough. I changed it. It's now ! More confused than ever 3! At least it's easy to remember. Haley, or HMD now, hasn't been seen in any forums. She hasn't logged in since that day she lied to me about Noah being dead. Hunter texted me earlier and said he could pick me up, but I'm taking my car. My little gray Honda that my uncle helped me pick and that Luke's friend Dimitri repaired for me at a cost. Don't forget to breathe, Elena says with a smile. She and Brielle are laying on Elena's bed, watching a show about science. I hear bits and pieces, but it's like a foreign language to me. Brielle turns to me. She's been very kind to me since the beginning of school, and she definitely makes Elena happy. I find it cool that you're going to help at the fire station. Just with the kids. And I mean, it kind of only started because I need help in English, and... Hunter! Elena giggles, and Brielle shoves her arm in her ribs. I know Hunter. We were in the same prep high school. He was nice. I mean, don't get me wrong, he was kind of entitled, but not a jerk. And trust me, there were some real jerks at that school. You have your phone with you, right? Elena asks with a frown, and I do my best not to sigh and stomp my foot in response. I do. Yes, I do. And before you ask, yes, it's charged. Elena shrugs. I know you're not happy I asked, but I'd ask even if you didn't have that whole I lived in a cult past and oh, someone hacked my email present. She pauses. It's just safer. And I've listened to enough crime podcasts to know that it's best to be prepared. I nod. Okay. Well, I am, but I'm going to be late if I don't hurry up. Have fun tonight. I sling my bag on my shoulder, and as soon as I'm in the hallway, I take another deep breath and mutter to myself, I can do this. I can totally do this. Lacey Simon, you're strong. You've survived so much more than this meeting. You can do this. Lacey? Branson, Hunter's friend, must have heard me talking, but he's kind enough not to say anything. Hi. You're going to the auxiliary meeting, right? I raise an eyebrow. Yeah. He pulls out a book. I'm so glad you haven't left yet. I was trying to catch you before you headed out. Why? And I must sound defensive because he takes a step back and cocks his head, like he's assessing me. Hunter left a book in our suite last night and he's going to need it for homework. He hands me a pretty heavy economics book. You'd think all professors would use the online version, but nope, not ours. The version of the book we're supposed to be using isn't complete online, so we have to use the actual hardcover. He pauses. You don't mind bringing it to him, right? I'll do it. Thanks. Branson walks back toward the stairs, but then, as if he thought about something else, he turns around. Hunter really is sorry for everything. He wouldn't have done it if he thought that was going to hurt you, and once he realized it would, he stopped. He raises his hands up as if to prevent any protest from my side. He'd probably tell me to mind my own business, but we've been friends since we were both freshmen and, not to sound like we're back in elementary school, but he really likes you. He chuckles. And he admitted he was wrong, which, if you know Hunter, is a big deal. I can't help but smile at his statement. I'll give him the book, I add. See you around. He smiles as if he knew how warmth spread in my entire body when he said that Hunter liked me. That's how he finished the letter he wrote to me. And just so you know, no pressure or anything. I really, really like you. You. And not just the idea of you. And not only because I want to keep you safe. But you. Your smile and your laugh. Your kindness and how you're always trying to find the best in people. The way you think. The way you walk. The way I feel around you. I'm not sure if it's the amount of Shakespeare he read, but he definitely knows his way around words. It takes me less than 20 minutes to get to the station, and I still have a few minutes to spare. I pull up next to Hunter's truck. Let's do this, Lace. Let's do this. Being worried or anxious about new situations has always been part of me. Sometimes it feels like I'm beating myself up for being who I am, instead of learning how to best be me. Not avoiding situations, not limiting myself, finding ways to deal with the anxiety instead of trying to completely ignore it. At first on the compound, it felt like a summer camp, but still, the very first evening we drove there, I didn't want to leave the car. I wanted to go back to Uncle John and see Mellie and Tessa. I didn't want to meet new people. Noah approached the car then. His hair wasn't as long as what it was when he got kicked out of the compound. He had a ball with him, and he told me he needed more people to play a game of soccer. He helped to make me feel welcome. I text him. Do you remember when I first got on the compound? You told me that day that your sister stayed east, and that one day you'd be with her again. You should tell her you've been thinking about her since the very beginning. Your parents made the decisions. You didn't have a choice. How's your dad? he replies almost right away. He's out of surgery, and things with Eva are still tense, but I'll show your message. I think during those years, we all had to pretend that one day we'd get out and everything would be perfect. And it's not that easy, is it? No? Did they find Charlotte's dad? They have, but they couldn't hold him on anything. They called me yesterday to let me know they're still looking. You be careful, but you don't forget to live either. Okay. I sigh and force myself to open my door, step out, and march toward the station. I can do this. I can live my life. Chapter 19. Hunter.
When she comes in, she's wringing her hands, and I'm not even sure she notices it. She's wearing jeans, a blue t-shirt, and what I think is a cardigan. And I can't help but watch her. And Jasmine must notice because she nudges me. You might want to stop staring and start talking. She laughs, and the other people around the table join her because Jasmine is one of the kindest people I know, but she's also as loud as Chief. She stands up and walks over to Lacey.
Hi, I'm Jasmine. I'm the Lady Auxiliary President. We're more than ladies, as you can see, and we're very happy Hunter recruited you to join us.
Lacey's face flushes.
Thank you for having me. I told Hunter I'd be here. I want to help if I can. I'm about to apply for a volunteering position at the college daycare center, and I'm used to taking care of children.
She inhales deeply.
So, I think I can help. I brought game ideas, and Hunter, I have your book.
She glances down and her flesh turns redder.
I'm sorry, I talk a lot when I'm nervous,
she mutters, and I'm tempted to tell everyone how wonderful she is and then to whisk her away so she can sit next to me. But I hold myself back. Jasmine gently squeezes her hand.
I talk a lot, even when I'm not nervous. I work in construction, and back when I started, I felt like I had to talk a lot just to be heard half of the time.
She points to the empty chair next to me, and I straighten.
You can sit there. We'll discuss the carnival, and then we'll see what everyone can do.
Lacey pulls the chair next to me, and as always, the hint of vanilla accompanies her, and I'm definitely a goner. She puts the book that Branson told me he would give her on the table, and she leans toward me.
I think I'm going to like it here.
And our arms brush. She doesn't pull away, and while I thought organizing the carnival would just be one more task and nothing more, I enjoy every single second and could stay in this meeting forever and a day. It's way past the usual end of the meeting time when we get out of the station. Lacey is hugging Jasmine and talking with JJ, Chief Stan, Martha, Rachel, and Dan. They're all laughing, and Jasmine gives me a look, raises a finger, and strolls my way, away from the small crowd.
She's a keeper.
Jasmine leans forward with a wink. She's not mine to keep. I shrug.
I don't think you're an idiot, but sometimes you're pretty obtuse. I don't know what you did. I don't want to know. All I know is that you guys couldn't stop glancing at each other during the entire meeting, and I've never seen you so relaxed and happy. Just saying.
She turns back around and Lacey clears her throat. I sigh, and Lacey's lips pull into a small smile, but a smile nonetheless.
She does talk pretty loudly.
She laughs.
It was nice seeing you today.
We head out to our cars. The air warmed up again the past couple of days. Instead of getting into our cars, though, we both lean against them. I've missed you these past couple of days.
I've missed you too.
She pauses.
Why didn't you tell me about your issues at school when we were texting all the time? We talked about everything. Or so I thought.
I scratched the corner of my eye. I'm not sure. Probably because I didn't want you to think less of me. You already knew about my dad, about Jane Doe. I mean, how much coincidence can there be?
You thought I wouldn't believe you?
I sigh. Maybe. I wanted you to see me in the best possible light. She glances up at the parking lights, and I nudge her, laughter in my voice. You know what I mean.
So it's not because this...
She gestures between us.
This was a job for you? For my uncle?
No. It was never like that. I was desperate for money, yes, and I didn't think it through. As I wrote in the letter, when I saw you, When we talked face to face, I realized right away that I couldn't continue. It made it all seem so much more real. I run my hand through my hair, and when her hand tentatively reaches up, I lean into it. And yep, this must be how my grandma's cat feels when he purrs and stretches when she pets him. I could just stay here.
Do you want to go on a date with me?
She blurts out. Anytime. I answer as quickly as I can. She drops her hand but steps closer and our bodies almost touch. And I wish we were even closer. I need her. I want her.
The week after the carnival, there's an outdoor movie festival playing in Friendship Town, and I've never been to an outdoor movie festival, and I'd like to go with you.
She rises on her toes and drops a kiss at the corner of my lips, and my entire body warms. Lacey, our breath mingles. You have no idea how much I want to kiss you right now.
I think I do.
And our lips finally touch. I'm not sure who leaned forward first, but I know that when I finally wrap my arms around her, bringing her closer, the taste of her fuels me with even more desire, and I almost growl when we pull apart.
After the carnival, a real date.
It seems to mean so much to her that I'd do really anything. A real date. I grin. But I mean, we may need a few more kisses until then, 'cause that's a long time. She laughs, and if I wasn't melting before, I am now, seeing how relaxed and sexy she is. That shirt of hers isn't low, but it shows her curves, and I wish we weren't in the fire station parking lot right now. I drop another kiss to her lips. I'm working almost all day tomorrow. I only have an evening class. But Friday?
Friday, I'm going to see Lila's soccer game. You can come with me if you want.
I think I might be able to make it. Her lips trail down my neck, and I close my eyes.
No more secrets, though.
No more secrets.
Chapter 20. Lacey. On the road back to campus, I sing out loud to songs I don't even know. Elena would crack up if she could hear me. I feel like my past isn't anchoring me to the ground anymore. I feel like my future is indeed open. I feel like I can finally live my present. The police will find whoever hacked my emails. And that's when a shiver sprints down my entire body. Whenever it feels like you moved on, I'll be there. This was one of the first messages I got. I was still in the hospital then. I shake my head and continue singing, but the anchors I thought were gone are heavier than ever. Everything's fine. Everything's okay. But my hands grip the steering wheel, and my heart skips a beat. I check my rearview mirror, but all I can see are Hunter's flashlights. I turn up the music, and then I feel it. Something sharp and cold against my neck. I scream and veer to the left, barely avoiding another car. They honk very loudly. I straighten back. And this time in the rearview mirror, I see him. His gray hair and his piercing blue eyes full of hate. And then he smiles. His smile scares me more than any words he could say at this moment. But then he leans forward, whispering my name, and his breath on my neck sends my heart into a panic overdrive. Tonight is the night you die. Chapter 21. Hunter. When her car keeps swerving from one side to another, I frantically call her, but nothing. Sweat runs down my back. She's not picking up. Nothing. I squint. There's another person in her car. I squint. It looks like a man. My heart pounds. I call 911. We're on County Road 2043 on our way to Pasadena University, so we should turn onto Route 5 soon, but I think I see someone in the car with her. I slam my hand on the steering wheel. I should have checked her car. I should have been more careful. I should have made sure she was safe. The operator's voice is calm. Calmer than mine. The police and ambulance will be right there. With everything so quiet in the past week, we both thought maybe it all stopped when the police started investigating. We were wrong, and the only thought keeping me going is that I need to get to her. The sirens of the police are in the distance.
It won't take them long. We need an ambulance, too, I tell the operator.
The ambulance is only a few minutes away.
Of course, my team. They're coming. They're the closest one.
The police had been alerted about a possible suspicious activity. That's why they are already here,
she explains in an attempt to soothe my worries. Her car swerves again, but this time it spins and spins and spins. I hold my breath. She crosses the shoulder into a ditch. I get onto the shoulder and slam on the brakes. Her car tumbles but doesn't turn over. The police arrive at the same time. Then an ambulance and 2 policemen jump out of the next car that shows up, followed by Detective Barocci.
"Stay back!"
He screams at me, but I'm already making my way to her car. I survey the surrounding. It smells like gas and burned rubber, and I need to get her out. JJ and Chief Stan are by my side faster than I can count to 3. "Let us do our job!" Chief Stan pushes me out of the way, and he fumbles with the driver's door, which cracks open. He pulls her out, and he gives me an encouraging nod. "She's breathing." I take a step forward, but not crowding them so they can help her.
"I'm okay,"
she croaks, and some of the tension slips away. I rush to her, and Chief lets me help her up. She winces. "Your ribs. You may have bruised a rib." I gently touch her face. "And you might get a bump there." JJ carries an older man into his arms. He's still alive, but I force myself to not even glimpse in his direction, or I might go and wrap my hands around his neck. He wanted to hurt her. He wanted to kill her. Rage consumes me. Rage and fear. "You're really okay?"
"I am."
Her voice isn't weak. Rose, the EMT on side, checks her blood pressure. I glance at Rose, and I must still look panicked, because Rose nods.
"She's fine."
And then she adds,
"We'll take you to the hospital for an x-ray, but all your vitals are okay."
She pauses.
"Detective Barocci wants to talk to you."
Detective Barocci steps forward, and the rage simmering way too close to the surface finds an outlet. "You said you were keeping an eye on him. What happened? Were you waiting for her to die so you might actually have something that sticks? Was that your plan all along? If yes, then congrats. She almost died." I'm not shouting, but every muscle in my body recoils with tension, and my voice has a new edge to it. Lacey reaches out and puts her hand on my arm.
"I am okay. Really, I am."
I need to get a hold of myself. My fingers find hers, and I'm not sure if I'm reassuring her or if she's soothing me, but we both take a deep breath at the same time. Detective Barocci crosses his arms over his chest.
"We were watching him, and we're always in touch with his wife. She's the one who alerted us that he seemed angrier than she had seen him in a while. We got a call about a suspicious car right by the fire station, so we were looking for him."
He looks at me.
"He's been talking. He said he had hired a guy to get into Lacey's account, apparently the same guy who lied to your school about plagiarism. It's all linked, and it was all about revenge."
I frown. Why is he saying it now? He wouldn't admit to it before.
"Because now he's going to get charged with attempted murder, and we may have something else on him. The guy who accused you of using his website to plagiarize died of an overdose, but it smells fishy, and with the lies he told before, we're going to have to dig deeper."
His words don't compute. How do you even know about the website? And what's going on at my school? Why is that even relevant to Lacey?
"We think they might be linked, and Lacey's uncle has been calling us. He's the one who insisted that it seemed like a lot of coincidences. Mr. Moore may have wanted you out of the picture, out of school, so he could have easier access to Lacey."
"And that guy is dead?"
"He is. He's been struggling with addiction for several years."
He pauses and looks at Mr. Moore, who's sitting in another ambulance.
"I have a feeling Mr. Moore is going to talk now, but we still have a lot of work ahead of us to make sure everything is okay."
I glance at Lacey, who has tears in her eyes, and my heart clenches. I reach out to her. "Are you in pain?" She shakes her head.
"No, but it seems all your problems came from me. Your problems with the school."
I grin and feel so much lighter than I have in months. My problems with school started before I even knew you. This is a bump in the road, and I got to be paired with you for tutoring, so I'm not complaining. It's all going to get sorted out. I bend down and stare in her eyes, hoping she can see the truth in mine. You're safe now, and you have no idea how much more important it is to me than anything else. Detective Barocci clears his throat.
I'll see you both to take your deposition, but for now you should go to the hospital, Lacey.
He shakes my hand.
Take good care of each other.
Warmth unfolds in my chest. We will. And I can't wait for what's ahead.
Chapter 22. Lacey. The past couple of days have been a blur. My ribs are fine. I didn't break anything. And the bruises are slowly fading away. People still stand on their toes around me. The entire campus heard what happened, and their stares are different than what they used to be. Less pity, less curious, but they're still staring. I check behind me. I don't think I'll ever stop checking behind my shoulder, but I do feel less tense, or I did, before I stepped foot on the carnival grounds. There are people everywhere, standing, laughing, playing, everywhere. I struggle to take a deep breath. The smell of pulled pork and brisket is mixed with the smell of cotton candy. I'd be hungry if my stomach wasn't creating new knots impossible to untie. The field is totally transformed with the booths and the Ferris wheel and the games. I lift my chin and my gaze scans the area, ignoring the ripple of anxiety turning into a hurricane in my veins. Jasmine waves my way. Here you are. Hunter asked me to keep an eye out for you. Where is he? My voice shakes only slightly, but I spoke too lightly. She didn't hear me. I force myself to clear my throat. Where is he? He said he'd be here. Maybe he left me a voicemail and I didn't get it. Is he running late? I want to pinch myself. It's either I can't talk or my nerves do all the talking for me, but Jasmine doesn't seem to find my questions weird. Her smile is kind as she points in the distance to the right. He did try to call you, but your phone went straight to voicemail. Reception isn't always great here. He had to replace JJ at the dunking station. There's a line to put him in the water. She chuckles. Mac called out, so JJ is actually back at the station on duty. She leans toward me and pats my back gently. I'll bring you over there, and then you'll be at the kids' pumpkin station. Not the corn maze? I bite the inside of my cheek, not wanting to be relieved too soon. Nope. Chief Stan's oldest daughter and her husband are on duty there. Jasmine waves at a woman who walks by. Hi, I'm Erica, Chief Stan's daughter. She smiles and she has the same dimple as her father and her dark brown skin is flawless. Reporting for duty, Jasmine, she teases and I giggle. Yes, there are way too many people for my taste. Yes, the music is loud. Yes, I'm still trying to untie the knots in my stomach. But I can do this. One step at a time. One moment at a time. Your husband is already there, Jasmine says with laughter in her voice. I know your dad was probably talking your ear off and asking about his grandkids. You know how he is. Erica jogs to the maze. Jasmine and I make our way through the crowd. The fishing stand has a lot of customers, and the kids' area is pretty full, too. But the biggest line is really in front of the dunking station. Come on, you have to try harder. I guess football players can't aim. Dimitri, one of my brother's friends, who usually goes by Dimmy, gets another ball and it hits right on target. Hunter's seat slips and he drops into the water. He laughs as he climbs back up. His shirt clings to his torso and his shoulders, and my heart thumps in my ears. He can't stop staring either. Tessa nudges my shoulder. Not far from her, Luke and Lila and Aaron's little brother are heading our way with a caramel apple. I don't know what you mean, I croak, and she laughs, winking at me. What are you guys doing here? I feel more relaxed, more at ease, and breathe a sigh of relief. Jasmine turns to me. I need to go check on the sound system for later. You start at the pumpkin station in 10 minutes. Nice meeting you, Tessa says, and then she leans a bit closer. We're about the same height. Her red hair is down, catching the sun, and her smile is warm when she continues, "Luke wanted to come. I know you didn't ask, but he thought it might be nice for your first event if we were all here. Plus, Lila and Aaron's brother were super excited to go to the corn maze and decorate pumpkins." My heart swells when my brother gets closer and shifts his feet from one side to another, like when he was little and he was worried he did something wrong. Always worried about doing or saying the wrong thing. Always worried about upsetting our stepdad du jour. I wrap my arms around him. "Thanks for being here," I whisper in his ear. He hugs me back.
"Anytime, anywhere, always,"
he replies, and my throat burns. I feel the tears coming, but I'm holding them back. That's what I told him before I helped them escape. Lila jumps around us. "I saw pumpkins! And Hunter is here." I feel him before she even says it. I feel him approaching.
"Dimitri really got me. After him, 2 more managed to put me in the water."
There's laughter in his voice and warmth pools in my stomach. He shakes his head and droplets of water run down my back and I shiver. I turn around to face him and lick my lips. My mouth is dry. There's some water on his jaw and I'm tempted to run my finger over it. He has a towel around his wet clothes, which doesn't do much to cover the way his shirt still clings to his muscles. "Hello, firefighter. There's a fire inside of me." I giggle at my own thoughts. Hunter raises an eyebrow and my heart skips a beat. Please tell me I didn't say that out loud. Hunter's lips turn into that full grin that makes my heart skip another beat.
"You didn't, but now I really want to know what you thought you said."
Erin and her brother join our little group. She leans in toward Dimmy and kisses his cheek. He takes her hand in his and brings her hand to his lips. Luke and Tessa are laughing with Lila. We're surrounded by couples, and I notice every move they make, every little detail. They make it look so easy, but how do you cross the line? Do you jump over it, or does it happen naturally? "Nothing. I didn't say anything. Aren't you going to get a cold?" And I sound like what I imagined my grandmother sounded like. I mean, you need to change, right? Hunter doesn't stop looking at me. His hand is cold from the water as he gently touches my neck.
"You always get red there when you're nervous."
I'm not nervous. It's just, how do you know? I whisper, and in this moment, there's only me and him. No one else. How do you trust someone else like that? How do you move on? How can you be sure? Hunter sucks in a breath as if he's surprised I'm opening up like this. He's not the only one.
"I'm not sure you can ever know, but..." "Okay, Hunter, you need to get ready. The pumpkin station is opening in 5 minutes.
Chief Stan calls out, and I step back. But Hunter's hand finds mine. Our fingers interlace for only a few seconds. And for those few seconds, it's like my heart forgets to be scared. Chapter 23. Hunter.
How did I not know kids could be so overwhelming? Cute, but man, they're everywhere. I haven't been able to really be alone with Lacey again since we held hands for what was only probably a few seconds. And I can't think about the way she's been looking at me. Like she wants me. Really wants me. I glance at her. She's laughing with Lila and 3 other little kids who are learning how to empty a pumpkin. Her laughter is carefree and full of joy. It's loud and happy. Her brown hair moves with the wind. She's wearing cowboy boots over her jeans and a simple shirt that says Book Club with a ghost underneath. A little girl with curls and dark brown skin pulls on my now dry shirt.
How do you make sure the pumpkin doesn't catch fire? I don't want to hurt it.
I crouch down to be at her level and then just sit on the floor next to her. She'd been looking at different smaller pumpkins. Her mother's looking at us from the table by the entrance of the carving pumpkin station, holding another child who seems to have fallen asleep despite the noise. I wave at her and she smiles my way, a tired but happy smile. Well, first, you don't have to use a candle inside the pumpkin. But if you do, you need to make sure the pumpkin is away from things that can burn easily.
Like what?
As I explain to her the safety measures she can take, she nods along. Her mom approaches, still holding a little boy in her arms.
"Your father's over there."
She points at the cotton candy stand.
"I'm Nola."
The little girl shakes my hand.
"Thanks for explaining. I'm going to tell Daddy I'm going to be a firefighter when I grow up."
She rushes away with her mom following her, still holding the small pumpkin in her arms.
"You're patient."
Lacey's hands are full of pumpkin's guts. There's a twinkle in her eye as she approaches me. "You wouldn't." She swings her arms my way and then laughs at my face.
"Of course not. I'm pretty sure you're out of clean clothes."
She drops the guts in the big trash can behind us.
"I can't believe we've already been here for 2 hours."
"Are your brother and his friend staying for the dance?"
"Nope. Erin has to bring her brother back home. Demi and she are going to the movies. Lila's parents are picking her up here in a few minutes, and then Luke and Tessa are both working tonight."
"Are you staying for the dance?" Technically, she could go home. And yes, we talked about the dance when I started tutoring her, but we're in a different place now. Our volunteering stops in less than 30 minutes. I figured she'd be staying, but I don't want to assume. I want every single decision to be hers, not mine. No pressure, just hers. She glances down and her neck shows that spot of redness she has when she's flustered. Maybe not because of nervousness. Maybe because she, like me, wants this. Then she looks up and her gaze grabs mine. If I wasn't hot before, I'd be now.
"I'll stay."
The music is loud, and while some families have gone home, more people have arrived to enjoy the rides, the band, and the barbecue. Lacey's gaze keeps on darting to the exits. She shifts from her right leg to her left. We just ate some pretty amazing brisket, discussing the day, but now she's closed up. How about we go for a walk? The weather is warmer tonight than it's been the past few days. There's a trail behind the barn, and you can see the canyon in the distance. She gives another look to the crowd, and then her chin dips as if she's disappointed in herself.
"Let's go."
Once outside, she takes a deep breath. More people get into the barn, and she marches further out of the way of the entrance.
"I really wanted to enjoy tonight."
She glances up, but I know there's no answer in the stars or the sky. How many times did I try to find one after the party, after Dad died, after everything?
It's like something still holds me back. I'm not sure how to break from it. Charlotte's dad is in jail. The guy who tried to trick you is gone. But still, I can't totally relax.
I pause, thinking about my next words. Before your family joined, did you like crowds? She frowns and tilts her head.
I haven't really thought about it that way. When we were in the compound, I didn't mind because it didn't feel like they were strangers. After all, we were one big, happy family.
She kicks a bit of dirt with her foot.
I've never liked having too many people around me. One day we were in Austin and there was a demonstration, and I remember feeling like I was suffocating. I was 5, maybe.
Maybe you've never liked crowds. Her smile is tentative.
True, but before I never thought about checking for exits or been afraid to be trapped anywhere.
My hand finds hers and I squeeze it reassuringly, but then she's the one interlacing her fingers with mine.
As my therapist says, it's one step at a time. I can still enjoy this moment, even if I'm disappointed I still struggle. One doesn't prevent the other.
She tilts her head.
Where do you want to go?
There's a path that goes behind the barn to the sides of the fields. It leads to a small pond.
Have you ever been?
She asks after glancing at me, and my gut tells me she wants to know if I've been there with other girls. I sometimes go during a break at work. It's peaceful.
Okay.
And then her smile turns into a teasing smile, the kind of smiles I want to feel under my lips, the kind that is full of possible promises.
You know, if you'd have been there with someone else, it'd be okay. I know you've had a life.
She blushes.
Mine has been a bit different.
We stroll behind the barn, past the fence, and take the path to the pond. The moonlight lights the way pretty clearly. Her hand is still in mine, and I feel as tall as my giant shadow. What did you think when you first got on the compound? My voice is low. She doesn't stiffen, but I still add, If you don't want to talk about it, I get it.
No, it's fine. When Mom met Abram, I knew he was trouble. The way he always got mad, but also the way he talked about the book, and how he'd been gathering people who wanted to be saved. I was barely a teenager. I tried to talk to Mom, but it didn't work.
She inhales deeply and leans a bit on me as we continue walking.
Maybe if I had done research then, maybe if I could have reached out to someone for help. A few months back, I read an article in Psychology Today about dangerous cult leaders, and they described Abram to a T.
She pauses and raises a finger.
Demands blind, unquestioned obedience? Check. Anyone who criticizes or questions him is called an enemy? Check.
She glances down.
And those are just 2 of the many traits out of the list they printed. And he has all of them. He used to have sex with a different woman almost every week.
She must feel me stiffen because she adds,
Not with me. He threatened.
Her voice cracks but doesn't break.
He threatened, but never tried. In my mind, I tell myself it's because he knew that my mom wouldn't let that happen. But he did humiliate every single one of us. He exploited our weaknesses and rewarded people when he felt they were behaving the proper way. He was charismatic, probably still is, and lifted you up with the book of love before destroying you with it. But then it was already too late. You had already done too much. You were already too far gone to go back.
She clears her throat. And I don't say anything. I let her talk.
The compound looked different than the trailer park we lived in. At first, it looked better. We could run, we could play, and there were other kids there. But after a day, he told us the rules. Some people really adapted and followed him. He didn't show them how much he was hurting us. Not at first.
She shivers as if lost in her memories, and I wish I could take the pain away from her.
The branding was excruciating, but knowing Mom was putting us through it without blinking, it was a different kind of pain.
She clears her throat again.
Have you ever wondered if you matter? If your life matters? With Mom, I felt like she always struggled between her man of the moment and us. That she needed someone else to matter, but that her kids weren't enough.
When it came out my dad schemed all of those people out of their retirement money, I got mad. I asked him why he did it. I rubbed the back of my neck with my left hand. I told you at the hospital, and I still haven't made sense of it. At first he said he did it for us, that he wanted to make sure we had the life we deserved. I called bullshit on him. We had plenty of money before. He wanted more. Always more. But I think I got to realize that for him it's not that he didn't care what it would mean for us if he got caught, or what it would mean for the people he screwed. He never thought he would fail. I don't even think it registered he could fail. It's my turn to clear my throat. We walk in silence for a few moments. The music from the party is faint. The cotton candy and barbecue smells still waft in the air, but it's mixed with fall and hay. I know I can fail. I'm always so worried about failing. Part of me wants to prove I'm different. How noble is that, to become a firefighter just to prove I can be better? I can't believe I voiced those thoughts. She doesn't answer at first, and my hand clams up.
You're still going out there saving people. And I don't think it's the only reason.
She doesn't sound like she's judging me. You think it's about Jane Doe? My voice is rougher. I couldn't save her, no matter how much I tried. Her fingers caress my palm, soothing me and lighting another fire inside of me, one that's not made of fear and despair, but of hunger and desire.
I think it's about you being a hero at heart. You want to help people. You want to save people. You're a good man, Hunter Harrington.
The pond lies on our side and the stars reflect on the water, but she has my entire attention. Her words soothe the wound I didn't know was still festering in my heart. My hand reaches up to her face. She doesn't flinch, but instead leans into my palm. You have no idea how much I've been wanting to kiss you again since our date. How much I want to kiss you right now. Her eyes widen slightly, but then her lips turn into the same teasing smile as earlier. She takes both of my hands in hers and pulls me forward. She gets on her toes and her lips brush mine, lightly. My left hand brings her closer to me, lying on the small of her back. Her vanilla scent is everywhere. We stare at each other but don't speak. I hesitate for a second, and she tucks her fingers under my shirt. My skin burns at her touch. When our lips meet again, I grunt. She flattens her hands on my chest and I tease her, nibbling on her lower lip. She slightly opens her mouth and our tongues find one another like they've been wondering what has taken us so long. She melts into me and I hold her tight. My hands roam down her back, cup her ass, bringing her even closer. Not close enough. When she pulls away, it's like I miss my air. Our foreheads touch. We both breathe hard. Wow, I whisper, and she laughs that deep, carefree laugh I love. But then my heart stops. Do you smell that? What? She frowns and we both turn at the same time. There's smoke in the near distance. And flames. The barn is on fire.
Chapter 24. Lacey. I freeze. I can't move. I can't talk. The flames lick the building. People run away, screaming. The warmth, the smoke, the memories that always brew right below the surface shoot back up in my mind, and I don't think I can walk. Hunter must detect the desperation in my eyes because he wraps his arm around me.
You need to stay here.
You need to go, I croak, because he needs to. He'll never forgive himself if he doesn't.
I need to stay with you.
His heart beats fast and he sounds conflicted. No, you need to go. Now. I push him slightly, looking up at him, trying to make him understand that I mean every word. Go, I urge him as his gaze darts frantically from me to the fire in the distance. Go, I'll be right here. Nothing's going to happen to me. I'm fine. He nods without a word. His lips find mine again for a short kiss, as if he's afraid it might be the last time he kisses me, and my stomach squeezes at the thought. Every single time he rushes to the fire, he could die. He could die. I breathe in deeply, forcing myself to relax my hands and my muscles. So not the moment to freak out. Shivers sprint down my spine and I glance around at the darkness. I breathe in and out. Breathe in and out. No one is in the shadows to grab me. Charlotte's dad is in jail. Abram is in jail. I'm safe. HMD was a product of Mr. Moore's revenge plot. I am safe. Screams mixed with shouts break through the barrier of my mind, and I jolt. They might need help. I might be able to help. I force myself to run down the path. There's a noise in the trees beside me, as if someone else is running along with me. I don't stop. My heart thumps louder and louder. I don't look back. Something touches me. A hand touches my arm. I scream and tumble down. My heart jumps out of sync. Please, I whimper. I turn around. Nothing. No shadow. Another rumble in the trees. I scramble to stand back up, wincing at the pain shooting down my ankle, but I move forward. And when I turn toward the barn, my breathing stops. The fire is high and warm. It crackles loudly. The smoke is everywhere now, like that night. Screams. People screaming and crying. The sounds of the fire trucks? They're right next door. They're already starting to extinguish it, but it seems to fight right against them. My eyes search for Hunter, but I don't see him. Jasmine rushes past me. What can I do? I ask her. What can I do? Can you get everybody to move toward the dunking station? We still have bottles of water there. People need to move out of the way and stay hydrated. I'm getting the list of people who signed up for the raffle during the dance to try to do a roll call. She's out of breath. I don't know if I can do this, but I have to. Everyone? My voice isn't loud enough. I grab one of the cones we used for the corn maze. Everyone, this way. Some people turn my way. Let's get you to safety. To the dunking station. There are bottles of water, and you'll be far enough away from the barn. The couples who were dancing just an hour ago seem confused and dazed. Let's go! I repeat. Adrenaline rushes through my veins. Hunter's still nowhere to be seen. My throat is so dry I have issues swallowing. I help people along, and as I do, I move closer to the barn. My heart continues to beat faster and faster. The ground shifts around me. Have you seen Hunter? Jasmine's look turns the adrenaline into ice. He's inside. Chapter 25. Hunter.
The fire is loud. I don't think people realize how loud a fire can be. Few people are still inside, scrambling to find a way out, fighting for their lives. I see them, but the fire threatens to swallow them whole. Someone grabs my ankle and I don't jolt. I don't panic. The man whose daughter wants to become a firefighter is stuck under a beam. My daughter, she was getting some apple juice, he cries out. I told my wife I'd take care of her. I need to get her.
Papa!
Nola's voice is still clear. That's a good sign. Chief Stan rushes past me with JJ. They attempt to move the beam. We'll take care of him. You go get his daughter. I make my way through the smoke, breathing into my mask. I've got my gear on before getting back into the barn.
Papa!
She screams again. I see her. The fear in her eyes, the tears streaming down her face. There's no time to freeze. No time to think. No time to overanalyze. Every second counts. I rush to get to her. She's close to the second exit, but she can't see it with the smoke, and she's trying to get to her dad. I grab her. He's going to come out. And in my heart, I pray I'm not lying, ignoring the fact that I never pray. He told me to get you and to wait for him outside. She struggles in my arms. I don't know if I'd believe me either. She coughs, and this is my cue to stop trying to convince her. I sprint out of the barn. The guys who stay back swarm the place, ready to put their lives on the line. I give Nola to her mom, who's screaming her name on the sidelines.
Where is he?
The tears in her voice match the ones running down her face. She wipes them away with her hand, maybe so her daughter doesn't realize how scared she is. He's going to come out. I'll make sure of it. The fire growls, and it has this eerie sound, the one I always associate with it getting bigger and louder. JJ and Chief Stan are still inside. I call out. Paul and I exchange the type of look you never want to exchange. If we don't get them out in the next 2 minutes, the structure will collapse on them. Barns burn quickly. The water's already helping, but the smoke could get them. The loose beams could crush them. We both rush back inside. The smoke is thicker. I don't see them. I can't hear them. My chest squeezes from the lack of oxygen and the urgency. Paul's one step ahead of me. He gestures to the other side. Chief Stan and JJ got the man out. Paul helps pull them out. Chief Stan and JJ hurry out, but JJ isn't as fast. He's carrying someone else in his arms. There's a loud crash. The barn's collapsing. The structure breaks down in front of us, on top of us. A beam drops. Another one. JJ! I scream his name and push forward to grab him and the person he's carrying to safety. But it's too late.
Chapter 26. Lacey. The fire loses some of its ravaging power. Hunter! I call, but he's nowhere to be seen. Lieutenant Chuck and one of the guys I don't know are close to the scene. They just made it out. I run toward them, but Rose, the medic, stops me. You can't come any closer. The barn is about to collapse. Hunter! My voice breaks. He's going to be fine. That's his job. He's going to be okay. She loosens her grip around my waist, and I kick forward, almost falling down in the process. And then there's a rumbling. The barn collapses in front of us. Where is he? Has anyone seen him? Lieutenant Chuck barks orders from the side. He looks ashen and not steady on his feet, but still commanding.
You two, where are Chief Stan, Hunter, JJ, and Paul? Last location.
On the exit side of the barn, there were still people inside, a few. Someone stuck and a little girl, and we got a report of a woman who was disoriented. My heart stops. My eyes strain to make out the silhouettes by the side of what used to be the barn. He has to be okay. He has to be okay, I repeat, tears clouding my view. Chuck shouts more instructions. We got them, someone calls out. I breathe in.
They're in bad shape.
I can't breathe out. Directions and orders are given. I'm not sure who speaks. I'm not sure what's happening.
Get him to the hospital, now! Anybody else? We can't see anyone else, but we'll keep looking. Stay safe,
Chuck reminds them, and I glance around, desperately looking for Hunter. Can I go? I want to be with him. I whisper, and I'm not sure Chuck can hear me. The ambulances are here, waiting, and his hand gently touches my shoulder in the chaos.
Go with him. It's not going to be easy for him, but he needs to know you're there.
The ambulance is already gone by the time I make it through the crowd. My car is in the parking lot, and as I sprint down the path leading to it, tears roll down my face. My throat tightens, and fear spreads into my veins. The emergency room is full of people, of nurses running around. It smells like disinfectant and a particular smell. A hospital smell, I guess, because it reminds me of when I spent so much time there. There's beeping and a large desk in the center of the place. I was directed to the second area. On the board, Hunter's name is followed by a number, 4. A nurse with hazel eyes and a tired smile sees me looking. What does the number mean? I ask, my heart in my throat. It's the priority number. Your boyfriend's number 4. I blush and she giggles, a weird yet welcoming noise in the busy hallway, a ray of sunshine in the darkness. I remember you. I used to work on the 3rd floor. Every nurse used to talk about him staying with you almost every night, sometimes coming in the middle of the night, still wearing his firefighter uniform. A keeper for sure. She tilts her head. 4 means he's not on the high priority list. And then a shadow covers her smile. I'm sorry about his coworker. So tragic. He saved that woman, but he couldn't make it out in time. They did such a heroic job. I inhale sharply. Which coworker? What is she talking about? Does Hunter know? I want to be there before he finds out, to be there for him. And not only because he's been there for me. He's in the 3rd room on the right, she adds, and then hurries to another room. There are a lot of people, but I keep my eyes on Hunter's room. I pass an older gentleman who's telling his kids to go home. Another person seems to be alone, watching the commotion around him. The doctor will be right with you, another nurse tells him, and he nods. Others can't walk. So many lives are going to end up taking different paths than the ones they thought they were on. I stop in front of Hunter's room. The sliding door is half open. The sink to the right has another sign asking visitors to disinfect their hands and another bottle. I do as asked. The TV is on mute, but the news is playing. The local news is talking about the fire. Has he turned down the volume? In my memory, the bed is large, but he's taking up all of it. He has a sling holding his left arm, cuts on his cheek and lips, new burns on his shoulders and biceps. He's attached to an EKG with an IV in his right arm. His eyes are closed, but I know he's awake. His breathing changed. I sit down on the chair next to the tube in his EKG. I'm here, I whisper, and I try very hard to push away the images of the barn collapsing when the thought of his possible death crossed my mind. I struggle to inhale properly, like there's a hand squeezing my chest. He still doesn't open his eyes.
JJ didn't make it.
His voice is raspy. I'm so sorry. My words seem hollow. When we buried Mom, only a few people offered us their condolences. Luke kept on saying the ones who didn't mustn't have known her. But can't you also be sorry for the life people lived and not only for their death? JJ had a full life ahead of him, and he was a hero. And he was Hunter's friend. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I repeat. How can you put sorrow and pain into words?
I didn't see that other woman he was carrying. I only thought about the dad and his little girl.
I don't say a word. He's not crying, and he clenches his jaw like that's the only control he has right now. And I get that. I really do.
They saved his dad, but then JJ didn't listen to Chief, and he went to grab that woman. He saved her too, but as he propelled her into my arms, he stayed behind. A split second, and it was too late. I couldn't grab him. I couldn't get him. I should have known. I should have been there.
He pauses and his eyes meet mine, and my chest clenches. He may have been able to control his tears, but he can't control the despair in his eyes.
I should have known.
You couldn't have known.
I should have known.
The intensity in his voice cuts through me. It's not your fault. I beg him to understand, but I already know he's not going to hear me. Not now. But those are words I think he still needs to hear. It's really not your fault. My throat is dry.
Do they know what started the fire? On TV, they said it started in 2 different locations.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
He winces as he slides himself slightly back up.
I need to get out of here.
He pauses and his gaze turns sweeter, more concerned.
How are you?
I'm fine. I helped Jasmine.
I told you to stay back!
He roars, but I don't move.
I told you to stay back.
He repeats, more to himself. They needed help, and then when I was looking for you, and I couldn't find you? My voice breaks, and I hate it for breaking. I should be strong for him now like he was for me.
I'm going to be okay.
He frowns.
I need to see JJ's parents. His wife.
He shakes his head.
His wife is going to be heartbroken. She'd asked me to take care of him, and I failed.
What happened isn't your fault. He closes his eyes again, but his frown is still there.
I need to be alone.
I don't mind staying. I'm not sure what to do.
Can you please leave?
He asks, and when he reopens his eyes, he has the same intense look he did a few minutes ago.
And Lacey, maybe it's best that we only see one another for English. You're not in danger anymore, and it's best if we keep our distance. And I don't really want to go to that outdoor movie festival. You know, it's one thing to be casual, but it's another to go on dates and see each other too often.
That doesn't make any sense, I whisper. We were talking and, we were kissing. You said...
I like you, but as I said, you're not in danger anymore, and I don't really want to make this...
He gestures between the two of us.
Something it's not. I think I led you on a little, and it's not fair to you.
I thought my heart was shatter-free, that it had seen and lived through everything. I was wrong. Okay. I fight the tears. I won't cry in front of him. He's mad and angry at himself and the world, but it still feels like knives are digging scars in my heart. I stand back up. I lean forward to kiss his cheek, but he turns away.
Please, don't.
I stand back up and rush out of the room, leaving a part of me behind. Chapter 27. Hunter.
It took everything I had in me to turn away. If I took one look at her panic-stricken face, I'd have begged for her to stay, to climb into that tiny bed with me and to hold me tight, despite the pain and the cuts and the broken arm. If I can't even protect my brothers, how would I protect her? If I can't even protect my brothers, how am I worthy of her? If I can't even protect my brothers, what's the point of all of this? Everything's blurry. I want to scream, but I don't. Instead, I swallow back the tears. When my father died, I didn't cry. I was mad and I was sad. Seeing Mom and my grandparents having a hard time was a punch in the gut. But I didn't cry one single tear. When I found Jane Doe, I didn't cry. But right now it feels like the Niagara Falls are pooling behind my eyelids. I lean back and turn up the volume of the TV.
Tragedy strikes fundraiser. The volunteer firefighters of Somerset County were having their annual October fundraiser at the Somerset Barn when the fire they fight every day claimed one of their own.
JJ's picture fills the screen, and then they show one of him and his wife, Abby. I look away before forcing myself to stare at their smiling faces. My chest tightens so much it hurts to take a breath. He'd been talking about how he wanted to take her to California to go wine tasting. He said she'd been dreaming about it ever since watching some movie, and he wanted to surprise her. But he's never going to do that. He's never going to go home. My throat burns. Like my dad, I bring tragedy to people around me. Like the girl in the water, I couldn't save him. There's a knock on my door. I told you to go away, Lacey. I force my voice to sound like I mean every word. Chief Stan enters the room. You told that young lady to go away? He asks and sits on the side of my bed. His shoulders are slumped and his eyes are haunted. You weren't even on duty, Hunter. I was with him. I still don't say a word. Chief continues, undeterred. Did I ever tell you about my brother? Everyone knows Chief's brother died in a fire, the first time they ended up on the same job. They were in 2 different companies, but there had been a very dry summer and fires were spreading in several counties. He was there when his brother died. I nod. I didn't ask you if you knew about it. His voice is kind but thoughtful. I asked you if I ever told you about him. I shake my head. He was younger than me. 4, almost 5 years younger. And he followed in my footsteps. Mom used to say I could do no wrong in his eyes. But when he died, he chokes on his words. I couldn't forgive myself. I held myself responsible, even though it was not my fault. Just like it's not your fault. My eyes dart at the machine beeping next to me, at the secure trash cans, at the signs on the wall. Chief touches my arm gently. You never know when your time is going to be. And we're all going to be grieving him. We're all going to be wondering what we could have done differently. He pauses. As you know, we all write what we would like to happen in a tragic case such as this one, and JJ wanted you to be a pallbearer. We will find ways to honor him, and one way to honor him is to live. Grief will always catch you when you least expect it, and everyone will process through it differently. But we're a family, and we need to be there for Abby. I clear my throat, without dislodging the lump that will probably stay there forever. How did you stay on as a firefighter? How did you manage to still live the way you do? Because this is still all I can think about doing. It's another way for me to honor them. I continue to fight, and I continue to save. I continue for all of those who can't, but everyone is different. We have resources to deal with the loss, and I urge you to use those resources. He slowly stands up. And another thing I urge you to do is not isolate yourself. Families can help you or break you. Some can't deal with what we do. Others are the only reason we can continue. I have a feeling Lacey is the latter. Don't push her away when you need her most. Nurse Luciana enters with a smile.
Chief, it's nice to see you. Our patient will be able to leave the hospital in a few hours.
I'll bring him back to the station, Chief answers before turning to me. Unless there's somewhere else you need to be. I hesitate. I'd like to go back to the station. And I do. I'm feeling lost. And I need to be with my brothers.
Chapter 28. Lacey. The last time I attended a funeral was years ago for my grandmother. Mom had gotten drunk before, and she was mumbling how she was never going to be good enough for her, and that she had always been right. Luke was trying to keep her upright. Our uncle was giving her the death glare. I couldn't even attend my own mother's funeral because I was still at the hospital. I pull on my black dress, even though it's already down to my mid-calves. The cemetery is full with people. He's getting buried in a different area than my mother. It rained overnight and the soil is damp. My shoe gets stuck and I pull on it, almost tiptoeing to the gathering. My heart hammers. The smell of flowers isn't overwhelming, but almost calming. Hunter didn't ask me to come. He hasn't talked to me for days. He went to classes. I saw him on campus. He talked to people, and maybe they can't tell, but I can. I can tell he's barely hanging by a thread. He gave me feedback on an assignment by email. Everything very succinct, very professional, very dry. 2 fire trucks stand on each side, and JJ's picture with his uniform is framed next to his final resting place. Hunter was a pallbearer. He's standing close to Abby's family right now, and he turns once to look through the crowd. And I think he sees me. It's in the way one of his brows raises, but then he glances away as quickly. His jaw is set. And then he moves forward.
Abby has asked me to read before the final bell.
He clears his throat.
Rest now, my fallen brother.
His voice breaks and he clears his throat, his eyes seeking mine. You can do this, I mouth, and he stares straight ahead again.
Lay soft your suffering back. Rest well and forever. Your memory shall not lack. Rest your tired hands. Wipe clean your weary brow. Rest with Saint Florian, your spirit now endowed. Rest here your breaking heart. We know you gave your all. Rest easy, you've done your part. You've answered your last call. Rest knowing that in God we sought. O Lord, watch over another who just fell. Rest assured your troubled thought as we ring the final bell.
He finishes without stopping. His eyes find mine and he holds on during the final bell until JJ's casket is lowered into the ground. He's swept into the crowd. I stroll down the path to the other side, to my mother's grave, and the pain I usually feel standing there is tenfold thinking about the pain Hunter's currently going through. There's another small bouquet of daisies, and I gather them, bringing them closer, inhaling their sweet scent. There are no threatening letters, nothing but those daisies, but I still check around, an uneasy feeling gripping my stomach. I carefully lay the daisies back onto her grave, and without a word, I wrap my arms around myself. After a few minutes, I make my way back onto the parking lot to my small car. I hear footsteps, and for some odd reason, I know it's him. I turn around and he strides purposefully toward me. There's no hesitation in the way he pulls me into a hug. His muscles are taut, his arms strong. His chest is hard against mine. And even though he's much stronger than I am, I feel like I'm giving him strength. His lips touch the top of my head.
Thank you,
he whispers. And then he leaves. Chapter 29. Hunter.
I've been going through the motions since JJ died. I've been going to classes, keeping up my grades, eating, and even laughing from time to time. But everything seems further away, seems slower. Lacey's safe, and a big part of me believes she's safer without me. That's why I pushed her away, knowing she walked back toward the fire after seeing how frozen she looked on that path. I can't imagine what she put herself through. I can't imagine how I would have been able to go on if anything had happened to her. Losing JJ was devastating. It's a loss I still feel deep inside of me, and I'm not sure it's ever going to go away. I carry those I lost with me.
Are you sure you're eating enough?
Mom and Grandma both ask me at the same time. We're video chatting while I'm parked, and I may be stalling. I'm eating enough. How's Grandpa doing? How's the house? And the flowers?
Ever since I got a job, we can really pay the bills.
Mom frowns like she did when she thought I had hidden broccoli under my chair.
You really need to stop worrying about all of us.
Grandma's laughter booms.
Your mom should listen to herself more often. We're doing fine, and Grandpa's playing bridge with his friends.
And you know the flowers. As your mom says, all they needed was a little bit of love. She narrows her eyes, and I almost smile seeing how much Mom is starting to look like her mother. Just like you, Hunter. Just like you. I shift in my seat. If there's anything more uncomfortable than talking about love with Mom, it's talking about love with my grandma. I have to go. I'll call you ladies later. And I hang up. The parking lot isn't full, and the college doesn't look as crowded as usual. Probably a game going on. It's my first night not at the station. Going back on calls has been cathartic, but also so hard. It's the first time I'm going to sleep on campus since the funeral. And the funeral was almost a month ago. Chief said I needed to take some time away from the station. You need to be around other people, he said when he asked me to meet him in his office this morning. You can't live here. You can't stay here every single moment you don't have class. It isn't healthy. It sounded like an order, so I didn't argue. He didn't mention Lacey, but he didn't need to. The way he looked at me was pretty clear. Lacey and I have exchanged emails about our English assignment. We exchanged a few texts. I thanked her for being there at the funeral. Without her presence, I think I would have faltered, but she gave me strength. Some families are torn apart by our job. Others keep us together. It felt that she helped with keeping me glued together. And we didn't even speak. I marched toward the dorm. She told me she was studying tonight. She's only a flight of stairs away. I rubbed the knot on my right shoulder. Maybe I should go and see her. Maybe I should see how she's doing. Maybe I should. I don't have an idea what I should do. It's not super late, but the signs in the hallway remind me that the game happening tonight is a pretty important one. It's a championship game. We might be in the NCAA 3, but it's still football, which means it's the place to be, and it would seem almost the entire student community is attending because there's almost no one there. Branson gave me his key so that I could crash on the couch.
Hunter?
I turn around at the sad voice. Abby's waiting for me. She's wearing black pants and a black shirt. She's looking even paler than the last time I saw her 3 days ago. She was picking up his belongings at the station. She had wanted to come and see us, she said. JJ and she had met on a dating app, and they got married only a few months after. He used to laugh that he'd never thought he'd use a dating app at his age, but he was so glad he did. And now what?
You haven't called me back.
Her eyes are still red from lack of sleep, or too much crying.
I called you 2 days ago, and you haven't called me back.
I'm sorry. And I am. I am sorry. I just don't know what to say.
Is there somewhere we can talk? Chief told me you'd be here tonight, she asks, glancing around.
I nod and gesture for her to follow me. There are 2 sitting areas on this floor. One a bit off to the side that's further from the vending machines and isn't used as much. We both sit. She leans forward, her elbows on her knees.
How are you feeling?
This is surreal. She's the one asking me how I'm doing. I'm doing. How about you?
Like crap. I'm not doing well. But as JJ told me so many times, please be sad, but please move on. I'm still in the sad phase.
She shakes her head.
He'd be making a bad joke right now if he were here, and then he would yell at you.
At me? I lean back, her words punching me in the stomach. For letting him down, I whisper.
No.
Her voice becomes stronger, and she stares at me, her unflinching pain mixed with strength.
For not remembering you promised each other to keep on living.
How do you know? And then I want to swallow my fucking words back. JJ and Abby always seemed open with one another. I remember him telling me, when you find someone who can make you laugh and make you feel like you can take over the world and would support you each step of the way, all while calling you on your bullshit when you need to be called on it, then marry him or her.
Because he had the same talk with me.
She smiles a sad smile.
He gave me statistics, showed me that Pizza delivery people are more likely to die while delivering pizza because people don't know how to drive. He told me that most of the times, his job really wasn't that dangerous.
She reminisces without looking at me.
I told him he was still more heroic than anyone I knew, and he said it's all about the dedication, that you could have a hero waiting in everyone, that he also loved the rush.
She glances up at me, and her eyes are brimmed with unshed tears.
I knew what I was getting myself into when I said yes to marrying him. He asked me if I knew that maybe one day he wouldn't be able to come home. I asked him to promise me he would always try his best to come back.
She pauses, and when she bores her eyes into mine, it's like she's trying to hammer her message home.
You can be sad and mad. You can even blame yourself, even though that makes no sense. But you have to know, I don't blame you, and he wouldn't blame you either.
She stands back up and wipes more tears.
He wrote letters, in case something like that happened. I remember asking him why he would do that when he kept on telling me no one knows how many days they have on Earth, and he did this wink I used to tease him about, and...
Her voice breaks. I'm tempted to move forward to give her a hug, but she raises her hand.
No, if you hug me right now, I'm going to fall apart. I know I can fall apart, but I want to fall apart on my terms. I don't control a lot right now. Let me control this.
She inhales deeply.
He said he was writing it for himself as much as for me. He added one for you.
She pulls it out of her purse and shoves it into my hands.
You need to honor him by living. Please.
She lifts her chin and stands up, squaring her shoulders, but takes a deep breath before walking out. She doesn't turn around, and as she exits, her shoulders dip. I don't move for what seems like forever, but was probably only a few minutes. And I touch the letter, and that fucking lump comes back uninvited to my throat. And then I see her, Lacey. She's standing there with her bag of laundry, a question mark on her face, and hope in her eyes. I can't say anything right now. I can't talk without losing it. So like a jerk, all I mutter is, "Hey." That's all I can manage. I shove the letter into my back pocket and march into Branson and Raphael's room without saying a word to her. I need a fucking drink. But drinking doesn't help. Nothing helps. And in the room, I feel caged in. I feel restless. I stretch my legs and stride back out, hoping against all hope that maybe Lacey's still there waiting for me. I didn't think I'd run into her. Part of me hoped I would. When she said my name, I thought about standing up, dropping on my knees and sobbing. I haven't cried since the funeral, since I shed those tears in her arms. But I couldn't. The letter burns in my back pocket. I think about waiting to read the letter, for a better time. But is there ever a better time? I carefully unfold it. "Hey, fuckface. Don't let Chief know I called you fuckface again. He'd be pissed. He'd probably agree with me, but he'd be pissed nonetheless." My throat tightens and I punch the pillow next to me. Okay, I do need privacy for this. I don't feel like losing it in the hallway. I march back inside Branson and Raphael's room and slide to the floor. "Hey, fuckface. Hunter the Great. It's going to be a short one. If you read this, I'm either drunk out of my ass and decided to show it to you, or I'm 6 feet under. Shit. And if I am 6 feet under, you're probably blaming yourself. Hero Hunter. Probably think you should have saved me. Maybe you weren't even on shift, or maybe I got hit by a drunk driver while jogging, or maybe my heart stopped for no reason. No matter why you're reading this, you probably think it's your fault. We've only known each other for a few months, and yet, fuckface Hero Hunter, I know that about you. You're not the reason I'm dead. Now, go live your life, fuckface. Because I can't live mine anymore, and I wish I could. Don't mess up your chances. And if you mess them up, then grab another one. Because the only finality is the one I'm in if you're reading this. And do me a favor. Can you check in on Abby from time to time? She's my love, my one. After a while, tell her to try finding love again. Remind her that she can have more than one great love. I'm not throwing myself flowers. I mean, I know I'm fucking awesome. But tell her, man, it'd be easier coming from you, too. If it comes from you and not only my family and hers, I want her to live, too. Okay, fuckface hero hunter. Be your own hero for once, will you? Man, I'm deep. Oh man, I just realized what I wrote. Not trying to be morbid, I promise. I found joy in every single day. Don't take any for granted. See ya, fuckface hero hunter. I close my eyes. Fuckface. My throat burns. One of his many nicknames for me. He started after me, but he was a professional and I was a volunteer, and I was 20 years younger than him. He reminded me at every turn that he was older, and it had to mean he was wiser than me. Clearly he was. I stumble back up. Lacey looked so tired and so sad. And I've been a dick. She had her load of laundry with her. I'm not quite sure what I'm going to tell her. But I need to see her. I need to find a way to make this right. For JJ. For Lacey. And, really, for me.
Chapter 30. Lacey. Almost a month. It's been almost a month since that moment I asked Hunter on a date, since everything unraveled, since Noah came back and JJ died. Even though Charlotte's dad hasn't been let out on bail, I still check every corner and still watch out for any shadows in the light whenever I'm alone. Elena is out with her girlfriend tonight. She asked me if I wanted to come with them, but even though they're both very sweet, I really don't feel like being the third wheel. Luke called me earlier, telling me about his work and Uncle John and anything he could think about. He's been trying to distract me. Tessa reached out, asking me if I wanted to participate in the fundraiser her association organizes. She created that association after everything that happened. The Melly Foundation. I told her I'd think about it. I sigh, glancing around my bed. Papers are scattered around. I gather them into a pile and sit them on my desk. I plop myself down and grab a book, but the words dance in front of my eyes. If only I could turn back time. If only there was something I could do. I swing my legs and stand back up. I can't sit here all evening feeling sorry for myself. Tomorrow I'm working at the daycare for a few hours. Volunteering has been keeping me busy. Applying wasn't easy, and I thought the interview had gone horribly wrong since I couldn't stop babbling about what I did on the compound, how I entertained the kids, how I taught them. When I left, all I wanted was to call Hunter, but I didn't. I had an email an hour later on my campus email letting me know I could join the team on a volunteer basis for a few hours a week. They usually give flex money for meals to their volunteers, but since I got a full ride, they gave me a gift certificate to the bookstore. Hence the new sweatpants with the Let's Go Bison on the side that I'm wearing with my favorite bookish shirt, Shipley's Farm. Right now, my pile of books here and on my e-reader is a mix of romance and Regency romance. I need those endings full of love and happiness. But I also have homework. I sigh and pluck the Romeo and Juliet book from my bookshelf above my bed. Too bad they didn't get their happy ending. Next week, I have my English presentation. Hunter did help me a lot in getting it done. He's been helping me to keep on track. My chest tightens. When I get a glimpse of him on campus, he may look to anyone else as if he's feeling better, as if he's back to normal. But he's not. There's a sadness in the way he carries himself. And I hate that for him. I understand it, but I hate it. My laundry basket is overflowing, and it's time to be productive. I could reread some of the online material and some excerpts from Romeo and Juliet while doing my laundry. I fumble to find my phone buried under the covers and open the laundry app our university uses. But it freezes, and I have no clue how to unfreeze it. And I'm not calling Elena for help. I turn off my phone, restart it, but the battery's too low and it shuts off. I spent too much time on the forums again and forgot to charge my phone. It's pretty late, and with the football game tonight, I'm pretty sure there's not a crowd doing laundry at the moment. I put my laptop and my chargers in my backpack and grab my dirty laundry bag, too. At least my insomnia will be more productive tonight. I turn off the light and tiptoe into the hallway with the comfy pink slippers Tessa got me as part of a Have Fun in College package, back when I thought everything was going to be fun and easy. I take the stairs. The entire building smells like pizza and beer. Some must have pre-partied here. I walk past Hunter's friend's room and then I freeze. My heart slams against my ribs. I don't know if I want to run to him or run away from him. Hunter? My voice is too calm for the emotions hurling inside of me. He's slumped in one of the chairs, a paper in his hands, but he's not reading it. Instead, he shoves it in his pants and slowly unfurls like I imagine those wild animals doing before pouncing on their prey. I narrow my eyes. I'm not afraid of him, but there's an anger mixed with pain that I'm not sure how I can help him with.
Hey.
That's his only word as he slips inside his friend's room and I'm left standing here like an idiot. I ignore the hurt twisting my stomach and continue into the laundry room. As expected, there's no one there. I press my card against the card recognition spot and wait for the door to click behind me before leaning against it. I shove my clothes into the washer and fall onto the benches. I close my eyes, inhale deeply, but the tension I felt when seeing Hunter doesn't dissipate. I'm a bag full of emotions I don't quite understand. Worry and anger, pain and tenderness. I want to reach out to him again. I want to be there for him. But I'm scared of getting rejected, and I'm scared of not being enough. Instead of cramming like I should, I leave Shakespeare in my bag and instead pull out my e-reader. It's time to get lost in a world of Regency romance. Tessa Dare usually would bring me into another world, and after a while, her magic works, and I'm deep into a romance for the ages. I feel every emotion with the heroine. When she gets her heart broken, mine tears along with her. But I know she's going to end up happy, and part of me still hopes I will too, even though at this stage it's me dreaming the impossible again. There's a tap on the door. I jump out of my skin, and then crawl back in, letting some hope filter in. He's standing in front of me, shifting from one foot to another, looking at me like he's not sure what to say. I thought you did your laundry at the station. So those are the words I managed to utter. Congrats, Lacey. Way to get right into the topic.
Abby was here tonight, he mutters. She gave me a letter.
His hand is on the door. She did? I'm not sure what else to say.
She did, and I'm sorry I pushed you away. It's just, sometimes it felt like it was safer for you if you weren't around.
Safer? For me? I enunciate each word very slowly. Anger's winning. You thought it was safer for me?
If I couldn't protect JJ.
And when he breaks down and sobs, my heart shatters for him. I'm here to hold him. My arms wrap around him and we stay like this for a minute, me whispering how sorry I am, how I'm here for him, how it all sucks. Because it does. JJ's dead, and that fundamentally sucks. It's awful, and it doesn't feel fair. He lets me comfort him, holding on to me tight, before he clears his throat and straightens back up, closing himself off again. It blows, and it's so sad, I tell him again. But why are you holding yourself to a higher standard than Chief Stan? Do you think he's responsible for JJ's death? He stands there and avoids my eyes. JJ was on duty and you weren't, I remind him. You were assigned to the party, not to the station. And you saved people too that night. That little girl, she wouldn't be alive without you. That woman JJ saved from the fire, she's also alive because you were there. He rubs the back of his neck and I'm tempted to grab his hand and make him listen because I'm not sure he's registering the words I'm telling him.
I can't put you in danger too,
he mutters. And that's when I lose whatever shred of control I had. And then you made the decision for me. I thought you were processing, and I thought you needed time alone. But you were, again, just worried about me. You were taking the decision away from me like you did with my uncle. My voice rises and his eyes widen. Good, I finally got his attention. You said you understood, but you're telling me that you may have needed me, but for my own good, I air quote the words, you decided that you needed to give me space. Do you know what it's like to have someone make all your decisions? I told myself I wouldn't let that happen again. No matter what happened, I will find ways to stay me. Some days I'm not even sure who I am. And my voice, inflated with anger, cracks, showing that my anger only masks my sadness.
You're beautiful.
He stares at me with so much agony I'm not sure what he means.
You walk into a room and I can't stop looking for your smile. You're close to me and I fucking yearn for your touch. I want to make you laugh. I want to make you moan so loudly you blush like you always do. I want to kiss every fucking inch of you and then do it again, slower. I want to talk to you and I want to be a better man, thanks to you.
It's not thanks to me. That's all I managed to say. His words touch a part of me I didn't know existed. I crave him. You are kind. You are so sexy. You're funny and charming. And yes, you're stubborn and sometimes it gets you in trouble. But you always mean it when you're sorry. And you always strive to do better. I've seen you. I've seen you with your colleagues and with your mother and grandparents and with Professor Jackson and with your friends. You're not perfect, but I'm not either. I'm just afraid. I'm worried that you see me as this. His hand softly cups my cheek. He smells familiar and he feels so right.
This gorgeous, fucking intelligent and strong and sexy woman?
I could swoon right here and there, like the heroines of my novels if I wasn't still so confused. I'm worried you see me as breakable. I managed to let the words out without my voice cracking. I know I am. Everyone is. We all break a little bit sometimes, but we put ourselves back together and we move on. Sometimes it's easy and sometimes it's hard to get out of bed. You're helping me move forward, but you're not the only reason I am moving forward. And I thought I could help you do the same. He pulls me closer to him and I can feel his heartbeat. Or maybe it's mine. It's fast and steady and yet scared.
I can't be the reason you move forward. And you can't be the reason I move forward.
His mouth is in my hair and his words punch me right in that place in my chest that's so full of tenderness for him. He steps back.
And I shouldn't have come.
He runs his hand through his hair, the muscles of his back stretching his shirt. I can almost see the tension gathering in his neck and his shoulders. He turns around.
I'm a mess.
I'm a mess too. We're not having a competition. And we're not. My misery doesn't negate his. His misery doesn't overshadow mine. Not right now. Not like this. We can always find the balance we need, but not if we keep on tiptoeing around each other.
It's not what I mean. I need to go.
He's running away, using my textbook. I know the signs. The eyes that look anywhere but my face. The body already turning to the side. The clearing of the throat. I've done that in the past. I've done that with him. He feels guilty. I know that feeling oh too well. And for once, for this one time in my life, I want to be the one in charge. I want to make the decisions. I don't want the choice to be taken away from me. Because I know he wants me. All the songs that talk about the fire of a kiss, they've made sense to me since the first time we kissed, since I felt his lips on mine. We can be crushed to dust by the guilt we feel, or we can find a way to use it somehow. We're not responsible for whoever set that fire. I don't regret it. I don't regret our time together. You may think it was all a mistake, and I can't change your mind. Honestly, I don't want to change your mind if that's what you think. I want you to want me. I need you to need me. I attempt to smile, and I have no idea if it works. My heart beats in my throat when he turns around and pins me against the wall, kissing me with so much passion that every doubt I had about him wanting me or needing me rushes out of my mind. His lips don't ease up as they trail down my neck, finding that spot that makes me moan.
I don't regret a thing.
His voice is close to a growl.
You have no idea how much I want you.
I let out a giggle. I can feel it. He's pressed all against me and my body melts, wanting to feel him inside of me. He gently raises my arms above my head.
If you touch me, I'm going to explode. It was never about me not wanting you, about me not needing you.
I don't want to know what it's all about. I want a moment with him, a moment where all we think about is the way our bodies feel, but my mind and my heart don't seem to agree, and I can't shut them up. Until his fingers trail down my side and slip under my Shipley's Farm shirt, until his mouth finds the spot that makes me moan louder, until our bodies melt into one another, but yet still not close enough. You have no idea how much I want you. I throw his words back at him with a smile. He breathes heavily and pulls slightly away.
You asked me on a date not too long ago.
I lick my lips and he groans, kissing me again, and then whispering in my ear, his warm breath tickling my collarbone, sending delicious shivers down my spine.
I'd really like to go on that date. I think there has to be another outdoor movie we can go to. Or anything. Anything you want.
And when I nod, his smile widens and he wraps his arms around me and we both breathe in at the same time. Calm and anticipation invade my veins. And for the first time in a month, it feels like I can finally relax. And then we settle on the bench, still wrapped up in each other. I close my eyes and before dozing off, I see shooting stars in my dreams. And I make a wish. Chapter 31. Hunter.
Friday doesn't come fast enough. We study and we talk almost every single day, but I've been busy at the station and making sure I don't fall behind on any of my classes. Even if my probation was lifted and my incomplete was changed back into an A, my scholarship still depends on my grades. And I'm looking at different grad schools. If I want to get into one the next year, applications are due pretty soon. Between the letters of recommendation and studying for the GRE, I'm not sure if I want to take a year off after my graduation to, 1, save money somehow. Unless I get a full ride, getting a master's is going to put me in debt. And 2, decide which way I want to go. Some days I'm fairly certain I want to get a master's in EMS. Other times I feel like I'm right where I want to be, at least for now. Branson's chilling in our common area, playing his PS4. Have you decided if you want to go to grad school? I ask him, almost making him crash his Formula 1 car.
I'm not sure yet. My parents have been trying to convince me to get into pre-law. My dad majored in computer science before going into law, and he said international business would make it even easier for me. I could try to get into pre-law, but I think I'd need to want it more. I was thinking about doing an MBA.
Would your dad know? It's going to sound strange, but my buddy in IT couldn't help me. I rub the back of my neck and plop myself down next to him. He's racing on the Hockenheim ring. I've got the record on this race. Would he know how someone can hack an email address? Charlotte's dad admitted to asking that plagiarism guy for help, but the police did tell us they're searching for proof. And if someone has done it once, maybe someone could do it again. Lacey and I talked about Abram the other day and how she's still worried about him trying to get revenge on her somehow, blaming her for his fall.
You want to hack someone's email?
He pauses the game and turns to me, a smile on his face.
I can imagine how that conversation would go. Hey, Mom and Dad, got a minute and want to hack someone?
He laughs so hard he almost has tears coming out of his eyes.
Who would we be hacking?
Ha ha, very funny. No one. But it's still about Lacey's email. His smile disappears into a frown.
Wait, what? I thought this all cleared up. Are you saying someone hacked into her email again?
Not now, but I'm worried someone will do it again. Or maybe one of Abram's followers. I don't know if Charlotte's dad worked with him. I shake my head as I think out loud. The police said they were looking into all options, but Detective Barocci isn't entirely convinced by that one since Mr. Moore hates Abram. But maybe Abram will try to get his revenge one way or another. I don't believe his bullshit, how he wants to bring love to everyone. I crack my knuckles in frustration. I haven't done that in forever, and it doesn't relax me.
Aw, man, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you still worried like that. It's like she can't catch a break. I can check with my dad, but please tell me the police are on it too. They have people specializing in those things. My dad is pretty old school. He got his money from when the internet started, it seems. He's not big on hacking. I asked him before. I needed help finding a friend, and he reminded me he's a lawyer who hasn't done anything with computers in years, and Mom wasn't much more helpful.
He sighs.
But I'll ask.
He pauses.
What do you want to know?
The police are on it. I want to help somehow. I Googled ways to find out if someone was logging in instead of her. I mean, the apps can tell us when it's another IP address. But can someone pretend to be her IP?
Mom and Pops usually call me on weekends, but I'll give him a call tomorrow morning. He's receiving some sort of award tonight based on our family group chat.
Thanks so much. I nod back to the game. You're not going to beat my score. I mastered Hockenheim.
I will. You want to play for a bit? We could race at Monaco.
I shake my head. I'm going out tonight. He nods.
About time, man. I mean, if you didn't ask Lacey out, Raphael and I were going to ask her for you.
He bumps my shoulder. And once more, I'm so grateful for Raphael and Branson. When everything went to shit, they were there for me. And they still are. I'm almost ready to get out the door to pick Lacey up. But then I turn around, remembering the little something I got her.
I've never seen you that nervous before.
Branson tilts his head in my room from our common room and pulls his phone out of his pocket.
Maybe I should record it. Hunter Harrington is nervous about a date.
Oh, shut up. I manage to croak a laugh, but I don't even believe it. This seems big. I wipe my hands on my jeans. I've never had clammy hands before. I mean, maybe when I was 13 and going on my very first date. It was Madison. I had a crush on her all summer, and we went for ice cream. My mom drove us to town, and then it was just us. But this was 7 years ago. I'm a junior at the university, and I don't have braces anymore.
I'm just saying. You went out with Mila for a few months, and she never got you so riled up.
Don't you have a date? I mean, I saw you almost beat my score. I'm sure you want to go celebrate. I change the topic. A shadow crosses his face.
Nope. The last girl I saw really did a number on me. Not over her.
Have I ever met her? I frown, searching my memory. We've known each other since freshman year. He wanted to join the fraternity too, but then said it was too expensive. His dad has a good job, but he's had to take some loans to pay the dorms. He partied with us, though. He used to be pretty wild. Much wilder than me. He said he had tried several different kinds of drugs, but that he's been clean.
I don't think so. It was back in prep school, when I didn't have the privilege of knowing you and Raph.
He shrugs. Almost 3 years, then. I've seen you with Amira and Kaylin since, though. I tease him. He opens his mouth, but then his shoulders relax and he laughs.
True enough. Just no one has tamed the T-Man,
he roars. You sound like Raphael.
I heard my name?
He's on the phone and eating an apple. Always doing so many things at once. He hangs up and plops down on my bed.
If you're talking about the wonderful ladies' man, the one people will talk about for generations, then yes, this is me.
He stretches.
I follow few rules, but those are the rules I will share with you, gentlemen. The sex is like tea rule, and always make sure they come first.
He shrugs.
Basically, I'm a diamond.
Branson turns to me like I'm supposed to help him decipher Raphael.
The sex is like tea rule?
It's a video we watched when we were in high school, I reply. Raphael leans back.
Didn't you see that video, B?
And he pretends to drink from a small cup of tea.
Maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes. But in the time it took you to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk, they are now unconscious. Don't make them drink the tea. They say yes, then sure, but unconscious people don't want tea,
he explains with a British accent. His voice then turns more serious.
Joking aside, if you haven't seen the video, it's a good one. As Hunter said, we watched it in high school. It was senior year. My neighbor's sister got assaulted at homecoming. They moved not long after.
He clenches his fists and shakes his head.
It doesn't cost us anything to make sure they really want tea.
Then he winks and shakes his head as if he's trying not to get sucked into that time.
Plus, when she really wants it, it's so hot.
He stands back.
Anyways, gentlemen, the O-Master needs to go. But dude,
He points to me.
you look nervous. Do you really like her?
Yup.
Then just be yourself with her.
He pauses.
I sound like the Hallmark movies my sister loves to watch, but it's true.
He gives us a little bow and marches out. Another night, another party. I'm not sure how he manages to keep his GPA up. Branson gives me one of those "you got this" slaps on the back. I have to meet my biology group at the library. Have fun. And I guess I'm also going to Google that video now. He leaves me alone with my thoughts, and a gift I hope Lacey is going to like. My heart's going on a jog. I inhale deeply. There's a knock at my door. Coming. I really don't have time. I don't want to be late. I open the door. Lacey? She's gorgeous. She's always gorgeous. And she has that vanilla smell I want to bottle up and carry with me. Everywhere. I was coming up. I try to sound cool. Why is it so hard to sound unfazed right now? Maybe she wants to cancel. If you want to do it later, or, change your mind, totally okay. Her lips form a small smile. Her teasing smile. The one that shows a dimple. I'm a fucking goner. You're babbling. She gets on her toes and her lips touch my cheek. It's soft and sweet and sexy. A kiss on the cheek has me harder than rock. Like me. Am I making you nervous, Hunter Harrington? I'm nervous and can't wait to spend this evening with you, Lacey Simon. I love how relaxed she seems to be. She looked nervous, too, when I first opened the door. Her shoulders were set and her lips were pursed, like she wasn't sure. About what, I don't know. But now she's almost giggling. I almost got her to giggle. And this is a sound I want to hear again and again. I've got something for you. I turn around. She raises an eyebrow. I wanted to get you flowers, but then I thought you might like this more.
Chapter 32. Lacey. I almost turn around before knocking on the door, but I've been ready for almost an hour and my nerves have been exponentially frazzled. I've changed 3 times. I redid my hair 4 times, up or down, maybe a half ponytail. I added a bit more perfume behind my ears. Elena groaned that vanilla scent always reminds her of a bakery and that she must have gained 10 pounds since I moved in. We laughed, but the jitters didn't go away. I asked Elena twice if she thought I should reschedule, and when she left for a study group, I called Tessa. She's the one who calmed me down enough to not send a text to Hunter asking him to simply forget this entire date idea. I can't believe this was my idea. A not-so-tiny part of me feels like going on a date should be this movie-like experience. Another part thinks it's probably overrated and I need to realize this is real life. I shut down those thoughts. No matter what this evening turns out to be, it's going to be ours. And just for that, it's going to be special. But I was so anxious that sitting in my room was more panic-inducing than anything else. And I couldn't wait any longer. I hurried down the stairs and went straight to his room, and knocked at the door. Now that I'm standing in front of the door, though, waiting for him to answer, I'm tempted to run back upstairs.
Coming.
His voice is muffled, but it still gives the butterflies camping in my stomach a nudge to bat their wings even faster. He opens the door and my mouth dries up. If all this date gives me is Hunter in a button-down dark shirt highlighting his wide shoulders and strong arms, it will be enough.
Lacey?
He calls my name almost as if he's unsure it's me. I haven't changed. It's not like those movies I loved before The Compound where the main actress takes off her glasses and everyone thinks she's hot. My hair is down, and I'm wearing a dress with boots. A dress with pockets, which makes me feel sexy. But maybe I'm overdressed. What if I'm overdressed? It's okay. You're happy with the way you look. That's the most important part. My little inside pep talk soothes my nerves, especially when I notice how rattled Hunter seems to be. He's rarely rattled. He shifts from one side to another and doesn't seem to know where to put his hands. He puts one on the door frame, then lower, still looking at me.
I was coming up.
His gaze trails down my body, then slowly back up, focusing on my lips.
If you want to do it later, or, change your mind, totally okay.
I tilt my head, staring at him. He's nervous. He's as nervous as I am, and my stomach turns as gooey as the lava cake I love. My lips form a smile, and for a second, I feel like the butterflies dancing in my stomach gave me their wings, because I slowly stand up on my toes and kiss his cheek. His stubble tickles me, and his familiar cologne gives me another heat wave. You're babbling. Like me. Am I making you nervous, Hunter Harrington? He leans toward me as if he's about to tell me a secret. His breath is like a caress to my neck. His scent envelops me, and I want to stay right here, right there.
I'm nervous and can't wait to spend this evening with you, Lacey Simon.
I'm almost giggling. How do I feel so relaxed and keyed up at the same time?
I've got something for you.
He spins around, and I raise an eyebrow.
I wanted to get you flowers, but then I thought you might like this more.
He hands me a paper bag from my favorite bakery in town. The one I told him reminded me of the flying cupcake in Gavert City, where I live with my brother and uncle after being rescued from the compound. I open it and can't repress a squeal. You got me banana bread! And pumpkin scones! I inhale deeply. They smell delicious. It's been forever since I've had pumpkin scones with glaze on top. Before the compound, years before, one of my mom's friends always gave us pumpkin scones before Halloween. She was so nice, helping us with our homework when Mom was away or drunk. She made us feel at home when we didn't have a real home. When she moved back to California, she gave me the recipe, but Mom threw it away one day, saying we didn't have time to make scones. I wrap my arms around him. Thank you. Thank you so much.
You said you sometimes can't make it to the coffee shop cart on the quad or to the dining hall before your English class. I asked Elena, and she said you have a small fridge freezer in your room, so you could keep half and freeze the other half, or freeze the scones, or freeze the bread, or.
His shoulders relax and he laughs.
I promise I'll get back to talking at a normal speed sometime this evening.
His drawl is back with a vengeance.
Are you ready to go?
I am if you are. He opens the door for me and our arms brush, and my heart skips a beat. Or 2, or 3. I'm not sure anymore.
Maybe we can drop the bread and scones off to your room.
Sounds good. We stroll back up the stairs to my room without a word. I'm not sure of what to say. A few minutes ago, I was the one teasing him, but now my entire body feels exactly how close we are, and my throat is too dry to say anything. What happened to my ability to not have a filter when I'm nervous? Gone. I open my room and my hand flies to my mouth. Oh my God! He rushes in front of me as if to shield me from anything, but it's too late. Our room has been turned upside down. I hurry inside. My computer. I need my computer. All my papers and research is on there. I haven't moved it. I try to step by him, but he holds me back.
We don't know if whoever did this is still inside.
In the closet? My joke falls flat, and my voice has this scared pitch I have been burying for so long. Hey, lovebirds. Elena strolls inside and doesn't stop at the mess of clothes and papers. I frown. It's all on her side, not on mine. What happened? I turn to her. She's usually way more careful about putting everything back in its place. My organizer is the only place where I'm really organized. My room? Not as much as it could be. Study group finished early and I couldn't find my favorite blue shirt. I raise an eyebrow and Hunter relaxes beside me. Your blue shirt? I have this shirt I always wear for special occasions. Anyway, tonight is a blue shirt kind of night. I couldn't find it, but then remembered I may have left it in my car after going home for the weekend. And I did. She pulls out a blue blouse with flowers. This shirt is special. And tomorrow, I'm meeting Brielle's parents. They're coming for the weekend. And yep, it's a blue shirt type of day. She shakes her head. You look like you've seen a ghost. Do we have a ghost? And then she purses her lips, and her gaze jumps from me to Hunter, and her smile slowly stretches. Did you want the space? If you want the room, I can go anywhere else. And I don't think I could be any more flushed if I wanted to. He gave me banana bread and pumpkin scones, so I wanted to bring them back here, in the fridge, before we go out. We're going to eat, and then we may go to the park. They're having a local band playing tonight, and there's a festival of lights. They still have Halloween decorations out until Thanksgiving, but they're not too scary. They said it was okay for children under 8, too. It's supposed to be nice. I inhale deeply, almost out of breath. Elena's smile doesn't dim. You kids have fun. Her finger juts Hunter's shoulder. And you take good care of her, okay? Hunter doesn't make a joke when he answers, while I want to go and hide under my covers.
Of course.
I shove the cake into the fridge and the scones into the freezer before taking Hunter's hand in mine and hurrying out of the room before Elena starts asking us more questions. Hunter chuckles, and then my chest warms. Our fingers are interlocked. He's caressing my palm with his thumb. It feels surreal and yet so natural. I'm living. I'm living in this moment.
I got a reservation at El Pilar,
he tells me.
I remember at the hospital you said you loved enchiladas.
And you brought me some. He was taking care of me then, making sure I was feeling well. Now he still makes sure I'm happy. I do love enchiladas, and banana bread, and pumpkin scones. You never told me. What's your favorite food?
My grandma's butternut squash recipe. She used to make it roasted and filled with ground beef and carrots and onions.
We turn into the parking lot by the resident hall.
The food was delicious, but then it also reminds me of when my entire family was together.
He guides me toward his truck and opens the passenger seat for me. I slide in and am not sure what to do with my hands. We were holding hands only a few seconds ago. Do we still hold hands as he drives, or does he need both hands? He turns on the radio, but keeps the volume low. He maneuvers out of the parking lot and takes the loop exiting the university. We pass the football field. My left hand is close to his right. I took his hand last time. Maybe I can do it again. But he beats me to it. Our fingers interlock again. There's a sign for a highway and he points to it. His jaw is tense.
That's the exit I'd take to go see my dad in jail. It was such a long time ago, but it seems like it was just yesterday. I saw him at the jail before he posted bail.
His voice is sad and his hand tightens against mine.
When I arrived at the visit, he seemed angry. Not at what he'd done, but that he got caught. I think...
He pauses as he stops at the red light. The city is only 10 minutes away from campus, and El Pilar is not far from the park. I let him gather his thoughts. No pressure.
I think I was even more disappointed with his reaction. Sometimes I feel like I could have forgiven him if he'd asked for forgiveness. He said he was sorry, but the anger about being caught seemed to be stronger. That made me mad. I basically told him off and left.
Was that the last time?
Oh, no. No. The last time I talked to him was the day before his car accident. He had wanted me to come home. He said he wanted to talk to me. And I decided to stay on campus.
He sighs. His jaw relaxes only slightly.
Mom was alone when she got the phone call, and then she called me. I had had a few drinks, so I couldn't drive. I only made it home the next day. I'm still hoping if I'd gone home, he would have told me he regretted hurting all those people, that he was trying to find a way to help them.
Maybe.
Maybe not, though.
He glances my way.
I've never told anyone about that phone call except Mom. I asked her if she knew what he wanted to talk about. She said she had no idea.
It's my turn to slowly caress the inside of his palm with my thumb. Mom put us through a lot of shitty things. I still believe she loved us somehow, and that she was trying her best. When I heard she was shot right before the fire started, I felt like maybe she was reclaiming herself as a mother. When that happens, I usually bury the fact that she didn't save me. I shake my head. I still wonder what she would think of me right now.
I think you're amazing, and funny, and sweet, and sexy. In that dress, without that dress.
He parks and closes his eyes for a second.
I mean, with other clothes. I mean, you know what I mean.
I laugh, and it's a carefree laugh. I think you're amazing, and funny, and sweet, and sexy. In that shirt, without that shirt. I tease him, embracing the flush spreading through my entire body. Thank you. I'm not sure I spoke those words loud enough for him to hear me.
For what?
He did. For talking to me about your dad. For making me laugh. For giving me banana bread and pumpkin scones. For making me realize that I can truly be in the moment.
You're welcome.
His smile is probably what authors have used to describe the kind of smiles that make your heart stop. Chapter 33. Hunter.
I can't remember the last time I've laughed so hard. I can't remember the last time I felt that way. I don't think I ever did. Dinner was delicious, but really, Lacey's the one who's been making all the difference.
This is so awesome,
Lacey tells me as she pulls me forward with her, staring at the lights and pumpkins with so much awe in her voice.
We didn't have that.
She stops in front of a haunted house that doesn't look that scary, and we can hear kids laughing loudly.
Abram said Halloween wasn't right for us, that we needed our own holidays. Each and all of those special days, as he called them, were about finding ways to worship him, to give him ammunition against us.
She continues walking down the path.
One was all about our past lives didn't fit the book of love, and we had to sit in front of him, in front of the entire compound, to say what was making us unfit to be saved.
She pauses.
It was really fun.
And her tone is sarcastic, and she doesn't sound as if she's crushing under the weight of the memories.
Mr. Hunter! Mr. Hunter!
A little girl rushes toward me, followed by her parents, and I crouch down. My throat burns and my chest clenches tightly. She throws her arms around me and I stand up, swinging her once and then gently setting her back down as she claps for more.
I still want to be a firefighter. You saved my life, and I'm going to save other people's lives when I grow up.
Lacey's hand finds mine and I squeeze her fingers tightly. Nola's parents join us and they both hug me and thank me and our crew 1,000 times. After a few moments, Nola's dad's voice turns more serious.
Did they find out what happened?
I nod. There was a problem with the electrical wires. Nothing anybody could have seen coming. They were up to code. We had the crews there. He waits until Nola waves goodbye to go on another ride.
We are so truly sorry for your loss. If there's anything we can do.
I recall Abby's letter. Live your lives. Enjoy every moment and remember to be a helper when you can. That's what I'm trying to do. I manage to say the words without my voice breaking. Nola's father shakes my hand and joins his family, and seeing them laughing and having fun, and Nola looking up at them with so much joy, I know we did everything we could. I know JJ did everything he could. And that woman he saved, who we found out later was the sister of the barn's owner, she's been struggling, and Abby went to talk with her. JJ had a letter too for her, in case he died while saving someone. He probably didn't call her fuckface. I smile and Lacey leans into me. And even though this is still hard, even though part of the guilt still eats at me now and again, even though I'm not sure I'm doing anything right, I feel that JJ would tell me I'm finally understanding what he meant. 2 hours later, after eating churros and sitting to watch a short animated film, we stroll past the Halloween decorations and the pumpkins and the lights. We meander through a less crowded part of the park, and we glance around before staring at one another. She cradles my face in her hands, and her mouth meets mine. hungry and needing more. I tug her hand until she's up against a tree and she tilts her head up, licking her lips, and her fingers stroll down my shirt. My skin tingles with warmth and my muscles tighten under her touch. Her fingers trail further down until she reaches my pants and can feel how hard she makes me. My groan is a groan of need and want. My entire body is geared toward her. All my thoughts are directed on how to make her feel as good as I do. Because her fingers are soft and adventurous, and I'm at her mercy. She blushes and her lips part, and I bend down to claim her mouth. She wraps her arms around me, bringing me closer until we rub against each other. Her leg swings around my waist, and my lips trail down from her mouth to her neck. And I'm not sure if it's the laughter earlier or the darkness and trees hiding us from the crowd, but when she moans, "More, I want more," I'd give her everything and more. My hands explore her body, my mouth worships her, and it's only when the sound of laughter reaches us that we break apart from one another. Her hair is disheveled. Her lips are bruised from our kisses, and she looks as frustrated as I feel, but more and more people are walking our way.
That was,
Yup. And without breaking eye contact, we both grin.
Elena's meeting Brielle's parents tomorrow. She won't be here for a while,
Lacey whispers, and my entire body hums with anticipation. That's another date, I reply and lean forward until our foreheads touch. Our breath mingles. We inhale and exhale in sync, and I kiss her again. Another deep kiss that leaves us both breathless.
Chapter 34. Lacey. The next day, I dust and vacuum and organize my books and papers. I'm not really afraid or worried. I want him. I want to feel him and touch him and be one with him. Elena's been gone for hours already. The room is spotless. I'm wearing a dress again, a different one with buttons. I leave the top ones unbuttoned. It flows down to my calves and feels soft against my skin. It's a dress I bought at a discount store before starting school. It was an impulse buy. Tessa was with me, and she agreed that it was the perfect dress for me. It feels perfect for today, and it's definitely easier than coordinating another outfit. A dress is one item. If I had to choose pants and a top, it might take me forever. My attempts to stay calm and read the latest Regency romance novel I downloaded this morning have been failing. I sit up. My foot drums the floor, and my mind races. Should I prepare somehow? However you can prepare. I know it's probably going to be uncomfortable. I've learned that not everything happens like in the books or movies. But it's Hunter and it's me, and the way my body always responds to his touch, I want more. More of him. Everything. My phone buzzes with a text, and I grin, calling him. "Are you on your way?" He clears his throat, and my heart flutters. I picture him and his strong jaw and that look he gets right before he kisses me, and his arms and the way his body felt under my fingers, and 5 can't be here fast enough.
I was thinking maybe we could go somewhere. Somewhere special?
Honestly, wherever, as long as I'm with you. I lean back, staring at the ceiling, wondering if he can hear the anticipation in my voice. He chuckles.
I'm at the station right now, but I'll let you know as soon as I find a place. I want everything to be special.
It's with you. It is special. And even though I can feel my face burning, I'm not embarrassed. I know what I want, and it's a feeling I could get used to. Half an hour later, Hunter texts me the name of a hotel, asking me to meet him there. I Google it, and in the description it says, "Our decor is the definition of Regency classicism, and we hope you enjoy traveling into Regency England in style without leaving Texas." And heat radiates through my chest at the special touch. He remembers what I've been reading. "Meet you there." And I grab my keys. I inspect my car like I always do now before sitting down, just in case. I sing off-key the entire way to the hotel. Anticipation pools in my stomach, and when I enter, my eyes widen. Everything is beautiful and elegant, From the antique vases in the chandelier to the paintings on the walls to the scent wafting through the air. I stroll to the reception. I'm here to see Hunter Harrington, and I swear the lady smiles wider at the name. Oh, yes, you're Lacey Simon, correct?
Yep,
I say, and if I don't stop giggling, she might wonder what's going on. But I said yep, and it reminded me of how Hunter always says that. She hands me the key card and explains that the suite has its own elevator. A doorman wearing a red suit presses the button for me, and in the spacious elevator with wooden doors, my heart almost bursts with excitement. The presidential suite. How can he even afford that? I enter and close the door behind me, kicking off my shoes. The carpet is thick and the room is big with a bay window and a door to the right that probably leads to the bedroom. There's a grand piano on the side and couches and a bar. This place is at least 3 times bigger than the room I share with Elena, and it's only a part of the suite. Hunter? I call out, glancing to the side where the living room stands, looking forward to feeling his arms around me again. But Hunter isn't there. Instead, a hand closes in on my mouth and an arm wraps around my waist, keeping me in place. I struggle, and that's when I feel a gun on my neck. Mr. Moore? My voice shakes. And someone laughs.
You wish it was Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore was a pawn in a much bigger game of revenge. I know that voice. I frown, concentrating, and then he adds, I'm glad to see you, Lacey. It has been a long time coming. Branson? He slowly turns me around and his blue eyes stare into mine. There's satisfaction in his gaze and I still don't understand. This doesn't make sense. Unless fear grips me. Were you part of the cult too? Did Abram kill someone you loved? His laughter booms, unrestrained, and he taps my head with his finger. It's not about you. You always thought it was about you, but it wasn't. It was about Hunter and what he's done, what he needs to pay for. Let me go. You need to let me leave. Hunter's on his way. But my voice quivers. But Branson shakes his head. Slowly. Too slowly. You're not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere. Hunter's waiting for you, but not here. He can't be the hero this time around. The one time he should have been a hero, he fucking let her die. Who? What are you talking about? I frown. He's not making any sense. Jane Doe. She was there for me. He says it like everyone should have known, like it was crystal clear. But his words still don't register. Who was she? He struggles to swallow and his eyes are wild. Kyra O'Rourke. She was mine. His hand tightens around my wrist. My parents forced me to move here for college. They said I needed to get my shit together. He laughs bitterly. They couldn't have their precious son be in trouble with the law and show their face at their country club. And man, was I in trouble. He pulls on my hair and I wince. I was using their money to help Kyra. I was dealing oxy because they had cut me dry and didn't approve of her. I wasn't even using or hurting myself. I was doing great. His voice roars in my ear. I met Kyra in a club with my friends and I couldn't stop thinking about her. She was so sweet and gorgeous and using her body to get her fix. We were in love. She showed me what it meant to feel alive. I didn't know, I whisper, keeping my tone soothing, but he doesn't seem to hear me. He seems lost in his memory, but his grip on me is still firm and I can't move. I turn my head slightly, trying to find Hunter, trying to find a way out. Nothing. I helped her. I helped her stay safe. She was using oxy and heroin. I never got into it. Losing control isn't my thing. Alcohol makes me feel numb, and I enjoy that, but even smoking pot isn't for me. He explains, like his alcohol consumption is really what matters right now. I'm so sorry for your loss. He's still not paying attention, or he simply doesn't care. He keeps on talking. While she used, I drank and watched over her. I got too many DUIs and my parents wanted me to make a deal with the DA. They didn't approve of Kyra. They said she was a bad influence on me. He sighs. I did make that deal, but I didn't give Kyra up. I gave other names. My parents promised the judge they'd send me to rehab. I was underage then, so it was easy, and we had money. Loads and loads of money. But they also said I couldn't see Kyra anymore. And the people at that rehab didn't understand me or how Kyra and I were meant for each other. His voice gets angrier and he slams me against the bay window. I bite the inside of my cheek not to cry in pain. My head hurts. The city is underneath, buzzing with life. I force myself to stay still, to not upset him. She begged them for help, but they refused. She had no one. Everyone had turned their backs on her. She had me, only me, and I left her behind to come to this stupid place. He digs his gun deeper into my skin and bile shoots up my mouth. They cut most of my income. They only send money for school and for approved purchases. But I needed to save money for when Kyra would come back to me. So I dealt Oxy again. It's not hard. Doctors prescribe it way too easily, and I'm good at falsifying documents. But I'm even better at hacking. And I made bank. International business my ass. That's not where the money is. And it helped me with you, too. He laughs like he's told the funniest joke. HMD now. I freeze. My stomach rolls. Haley? I manage to ask, even though the back of my throat aches. Hunter must die now. Clever, no? He's not expecting an answer. He continues. I thought you'd be the one to lure him into a safe place. I'd torture him first, making him think you were dead, and then I'd kill him. But then, I saw you guys together, and he told you about the deal he had with his uncle. He told you, even though he knew you might not forgive him, because he wanted to do the right thing. He pulls my hair so hard tears pool at the corner of my eyes. He pushes me away from the bay window, his arm tight around me, and his mouth too close to my ear. His breath is on me, and I swallow a scream. That's when I knew I had an even better plan. I'm going to kill you like he killed Kyra, and then he's going to suffer. He's going to wonder what he could have done differently. He's never going to be able to laugh without thinking about your laugh, and he's not going to be able to sleep without imagining what your last minutes were like, how much you suffered. He babbles. I know babbling. I understand babbling. But then he tugs me tighter. His cologne scent mixes with sweat. We're going to go through the garage to get to my car. It's the beauty of having our very own elevator. And I gave a big tip to the doorman to leave us alone. Lovebirds. He gets it. There's a special place I want you to go to. A special place that will make Hunter regret the day he was born. Where is he? I breathe out. He's waiting for us in the car. He really should not have taken me up on my offer to get the presidential suite in this hotel. I told him my parents knew the owners and he owed them a favor. He wanted to impress you. Instead, he's passed out in my back seat. I struggle against him, but he kicks me and pulls something from the laptop bag that was sitting on the chair. It's going to sting a little. My eyes flutter open. The decor is different. The bright paintings have been replaced with a welcome home sign and a desk, and that's pretty much it. I inhale deeply. My dress is stuck under the chair, making it hard to move my feet. I was so worried about not getting it dirty. I wanted the evening to be perfect. I wanted Hunter's hands on me. My thoughts are babbling too now. Branson sits across from me, watching me. He pops a mint in his mouth. My head feels heavy. My thoughts are blurry, but then it all comes back and I gasp. Branson smiles and he continues talking like we've been conversing over coffee. As soon as I saw him looking at you, as soon as I heard him talking about you, I knew you'd be the one to bring him down. I told you about HMD. Haley. I told Hunter, too. He didn't find that funny for some reason. As I said, as soon as he told you the truth, I knew I had to change my plans. I was already working with someone to blur the possibilities, but I changed the parameters. I needed someone who loathes you as much as I loathe Hunter,
and would be the perfect person to take the fall for me when the time came, so that you thought yourself safe."
"Charlotte's dad," I whisper, and he claps with a proud look on his face that makes me want to gag.
"Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner. Mr. Moore was willing to go the extra length. I mean, he did go too far when he almost killed you in that car accident, but when he took the fall for the hacking and for that stupid guy we had to kill."
"How? Why?"
"I paid that website guy to send an email to the school. I didn't want it to be traced back to me, but I did hack to upload Hunter's paper on there. He was so cheap at the beginning, and we had an agreement, but he was getting greedy. Drugs can do that to you. Some people can't handle them."
I hear a grunt I know, and an icy shiver runs down my spine. "Hunter," I whisper. He's on the floor, blood on his face. Branson kicks him and then laughs.
"Hunter Harrington, look at what you made me do."
He crouches down and grips his head with both hands.
"It's all your fault. When she dies, it's going to be on you."
Hunter seems to have trouble opening his eyes. They're bruised. He opens his mouth, but no sound comes out. Branson wraps his arm around his neck, tightening. Hunter gasps for air, and the sound of my heartbeat thrashes in my ears. "You're going to kill him! Stop!" I yell, and Branson seems to come out of his revenge-induced rage. He lets him go, and I unclench my fists.
"You're right. You need to die."
His words chill me to my core, but I don't say anything. Hunter seems passed out again, but he's still facing him.
"If you'd arrived sooner, she might still be alive. But no, you had to party. You had to get drunk and fucking kill her."
He slams Hunter's head against the wall, and my entire body flinches. "Stop!" I scream again, but he doesn't hear me. He doesn't even look my way. He stands back up.
"Together, we'd have pulled through. She told me she wanted to apologize to me. She felt responsible."
He laughs bitterly.
"She was clean, and she wanted to leave me. It made no sense, so I had to show her what she could have done if she stayed with me."
What is he talking about? My mind can't stop reeling. How do you talk to someone who's not afraid to lose it all? Or is he afraid? It's hard to tell. He's fidgety. I need to come up with questions. He needs to keep talking. Why wasn't anyone looking for her? How about your parents? Didn't they recognize her? How about her parents? My voice is hoarse, but I manage to sound somewhat calm.
"Because sometimes people vanish, and no one knows where to look for them. She had nobody. Nobody to look for her. No one reported her missing. Just another junkie disappearing."
He turns to me, and there's so much despair in his eyes. So much pain. So much anger.
"But she wasn't another junkie."
He steps closer to me.
"She was mine. I was hers, and he killed her. If Hunter had been there only a few minutes before—"
"Where were you?" I ask him. I want to know, but I also want to continue stalling. Someone must know we're missing. Someone must be looking for us. Maybe someone saw us on the hotel camera. If you loved her like you said, where were you? Branson seems lost in a place where no one can reach him. Maybe if I can bring him down to here and now, if I can show him that Hunter's not responsible, that his girlfriend wouldn't want whatever he has planned to happen, maybe then he'll realize this is all a mistake.
"I was right there. I told her I'd be back. I told her she couldn't come inside."
He glances down and then shifts from one foot to another. And then it dawns on me. For all his talk about love, he didn't want his friends, his fraternity brothers, to see Kyra. "You were ashamed of her," I whisper, wanting to take the words back as soon as I see his expression shifting.
"Bitch!"
he snarls and his fists tighten. He slaps me so hard my head snaps to the side. My cheek burns, but that's nothing compared to the waves of terror rolling through me.
"I gave her a fix before the party and told her to lay low in my car and that I'd see her soon. It wasn't much, just to tide her over. And maybe I forced her to take it. Maybe she didn't want to use again, but she needed it. She was nervous. She needed to calm down.
She was passed out in my car during most of the party. But when I got back to the car, she was awake and didn't want to listen to me. I told her to wait for me. I gave her some more, but she wasn't happy. And then you went back inside and didn't check on her? I didn't know she had followed me. I didn't know she was there. She must have still been high and fell into the pool. I didn't hear anything. And hours later, Hunter found her. But she was dead, he shouts. Don't you understand? I needed her to need me, and Hunter killed her. He turns to Hunter again, grabs a bag he had sitting by me, crouches down and pulls out a syringe from the bag. You're going to fall asleep for a bit. I scream, hoping against all hope that someone hears me. Hunter shifts, but Branson inserts the needle into the muscle of his arm and pushes. Just a little bit of Benadryl, or maybe a lot. We'll get him quiet pretty fast. He turns back to me, takes a step toward me, another one, and then tilts my head toward him. I'm sorry you got caught in the middle. I'm sorry, but I need you for him to pay. Would she want you to do that? I whisper, and he freezes. He squints as if he's seeing me for the first time. What did you say? His voice rises with each word. Your love. Your girlfriend. Would she want you to throw everything away? Would she want you to kill us? He shakes his head, and for a split second, I can breathe more easily. But the pressure on my chest intensifies again when he smiles the same way Abram used to smile before finding new ways to hurt me. Hunter's not going to die. Hunter is going to live with the knowledge that he could have saved you, that he's responsible for your death. He touches my hair and leans forward. His breath smells like the mint he took not so long ago, even though it feels like forever. He's not going to be able to move forward. It's going to break him. His lips touch my forehead and I shiver. Thank you for helping me break him. Chapter 35. Hunter.
Branson, how did I not see it? He never mentioned his life back in Massachusetts, except to talk about his school and his grades and some girls he dated. But he never said anything about going to rehab or about Jane Doe or about his struggles. A voice cuts through the fog in my mind. Lacey, my throat is parched. I can't speak. My heart and head pound. I wince. He's got Lacey. He's got her. I want to get up. I need to get to her, but I can't move. Everything hurts, but adrenaline pushes me forward. I struggle to get to my feet and stumble back. Branson's pushing a syringe into my skin, in the muscle in my arm, and the room turns and turns and turns, and then nothing.
Chapter 36. Lacey. Branson unties my hands and pulls me up. His gun is on my back. If I make the wrong move, will he press? Dread mixes with determination. I need to do something. Anything. Once he's taken me out of here, wherever here is, I'm not sure of where else he'll take me. Ouch! I cry out and stumble down. My ankle, I hurt it the other day, and it's still painful. I think I twisted it. I crawl forward as I speak, closer to Hunter. I remember Hunter telling me about it, he says, like we're back on campus talking about our schoolwork and his latest Formula One race, as if he forgot that he's currently threatening us, threatening to kill me. He seems distracted. I don't have time for much. It's now or never. I bend my legs and then propel them forward as strongly as I can, hitting him in the stomach and destabilizing him. What the fuck? He yells as he falls down and hits his head. You bitch! He snarls and massages his head. He's looking for his gun. It's too far for me to get. I crawl closer to Hunter and my fingers fumble with the ties, loosening them up as quickly as I can, and then I move away as if I'm going for the door. It's too far, but I still try. I'm more than 2 feet away from the door. If you take one more step, I'll shoot you and Hunter right now. I freeze. But inside, I give myself a high five. I knew getting to the door would be too hard, but maybe Just maybe if Hunter wakes up before he comes back, he'll be able to save himself. Maybe he'll be able to save me. He pulls my hair until his mouth is right next to my ear. A wave of terror washes the adrenaline away. You do that one more time, and I'll kill him slowly. You're going to die anyways. But so far, my plan is for him to survive. To survive and know you're dead. And that it's his fault. His lips touch my neck only for a second, but that second feels like an eternity, and my skin crawls. We're about to go out. You might not recognize the place, but you know it. You have good memories in this place. You're about to make one more. He puts his arm around my neck, forcing me to move forward with him. He opens the door. There's a short hallway with pictures framed. Come and be a part of the new Sunshine Cove community. Pictures of families smiling, of an outdoor pool. Sunshine Cove community. No. No, no, no. He opens the next door, and we stand in the middle of a community in construction. No, please, no. My voice breaks, and panic fills my heart, unable to look away, unable to stop my mind from galloping into despair. And he raises an eyebrow. You know where we are. Sunshine Cove Community is a much better name than former compound. The developers got the property dirt cheap only a few months after your stepdaddy decided to set this place on fire. He shoves me hard, propelling me forward. There are a lot of almost finished houses further up. That's where we're going. He opens the car door, ties my hands together, and pulls me inside of his truck. His gun stays on me as he climbs over me and slides into the driver's seat. It's where the house of your mom and stepdad used to be. It looks a bit different, but I'm sure it's nice to be reacquainted. Bile shoots up my throat, but I can't help but stare outside the window. The cabins are replaced with modern homes with porches, some finished, some unfinished. Streets have sidewalks and lights. It seems they're building a playground and maybe a pool. We drive a bit further up. Less houses are finished except a dead end with 4 houses. It used to be your house. Or rather, your mom's house. I heard they kept you in one of those cabins without electricity and water. I had water. I mutter almost automatically and then want to bite my tongue when he laughs. His laugh sounds almost carefree. That's too much. I can't believe you live like that. Sometimes I feel like it's an addiction too. Having someone deciding for you. Having someone make you feel like you're part of something special. Ma thought it'd be an adventure. And then she couldn't quit even if she wanted to. Isn't it like that for you? He accelerates and stops so abruptly I slide and hit my head on the console. Don't talk about what you don't know. I'm not like those people on TV, those junkies who do anything for their fix. I don't use. I still drink when I need to be numb. I shake my head. What about your girlfriend? She was the kind of girl that made your head turn. His voice is soft, but then he twists my hand until I shriek and his smile turns somber. She was so strong, until she wasn't. She got injured in a car crash and the doctor put her on pain medicine. She got hooked, dropped out of school, left everyone, until she found me. He shoves me inside the house that seems almost done. The kitchen is big and open. Open concept all the way, as there's a fireplace in the living room and it seems to extend into a reading nook. And why is my brain going full HGTV right now? I haven't watched any shows since the summer I spent with my uncle and brother. It was either watching House Hunters or thinking about what I could have done differently. HGTV went out only some nights. And then I found the forums toward the end of the summer session. I'd be looking for Noah or stories similar to mine. Stories to bring me hope. But often I'd read a story that would bring me to tears instead. So many people missing. So many people lost. So many people having issues readjusting to life. Up the stairs, let's go. His hand tightens his grip on my arm like he's afraid I could flee. I take the stairs as slowly as possible. Maybe Hunter's awake. Maybe he called the police and they're on their way. Some of the doors aren't installed yet, but stand against the wall. He tugs me into a room on the side. Must be the master bedroom. There is a sitting alcove and then 3 more steps to a large room with an ensuite. There's no bed, but a chair. He pushes me so that I sit. I thought it'd be fitting for you to die the same way you were intended to. He touches my face. The fear I've managed to keep somewhat buried bubbles up to the surface. I find that poetic, for you to die here. His finger trails down my cheek. I had been waiting for such a long time for someone like you to appear in his life. Would she want you to kill me? My voice quivers, but I force myself to look him straight in the eyes, to appeal to his humanity. Would she want you to do that? To possibly lose your life too? Because they'll find you. They won't. And if they do, it will all be worth it. He needs to pay. His eyes glaze over as if he's fighting tears. He coughs and then turns away from me. I'm going to go back and see him. I want to be with him when the fire engulfs you. He should be awake in 20 minutes or so. He looks over his shoulder back at me and flashes me a smile as if he's about to tell me something that he's proud of. I got everything figured out. I paid a kid who's in need of a fix via the internet, promising him the rest of the money later. If they find someone, that would be him. And he thinks he's talking to Hunter. He laughs again. Once a hacker, always a hacker. Anyways, love, time for me to go enjoy the show. He ties me to the chair. Please, I plead, and my voice sounds so broken. Terror slowly grips me. Please, don't do this. But he simply checks my ties and without another word, leaves me alone. And the sound of his truck is gone within minutes. Maybe he was wrong. Maybe that kid is not going to do as he said. Maybe I can break free. But then I smell it. Gasoline. Someone is pouring gasoline somewhere close. No. Please, please, no. My legs shake. My pulse races. Black spots dance in front of my eyes. I'm going to get sick. I can't do this. I can't go through this. Not again. Chapter 37. Hunter.
By the time I come to, my head's pounding. I squint. I can't see Lacey anymore. My heart races. I'm no longer in the hotel. The floor is cold. Someplace I've never been to. I turn to the side, and Branson's here, sitting on a chair, watching me. His half-smile is part triumphant, part sadness. I need to hold on to that hint of sadness. Maybe that means he's not totally gone. Maybe I can find a way to know where Lacey is. What did you do with her? My voice is hoarse. He glances at his watch.
There's not much time left. Soon you'll be freed. I'll call the cops, tell them where you are. But it will be too late for her.
My throat dries, and panic edges itself into my chest. But I can't panic. Panic won't help me. I need to get to him. I need him to share his story. Whatever to make him feel connected, to make him realize he can still turn back. I push on my feet that are no longer bound so that I can sit up against the bare wall. Why did you wait until now? It makes no fucking sense. I need to get to her. I need to help her. The police have to be on their way. When Lacey didn't call Luke, he would have called the police. But where will they try to find her? They still believe it's related to the cult.
I needed to find someone you felt the same way about. The way you love Lacey, that's the way I loved Kyra.
He told me about Kyra. He got me in the underground parking of the hotel. When I saw him coming, I only thought it was weird for him to be there. But then he told me he had Lacey in the car and to follow him or she'd die. He had the gun on my back. Once in the car, he tied me up and drugged me. But not before he told me about Kyra. If you loved her, why didn't you help her? She was clean. The police said it looked like most of her scars were old, except the ones on her legs, which were new. She only used again with you.
We needed to be close again.
And we were close. The way he's looking away and choosing his words carefully, it clicks. You gave her the drugs that killed her. He hadn't told me that. Maybe he told Lacey. Where is Lacey? I need to get him to talk. I need to get him to let us go. I was trying to get her to relax. Just a hit to relax. She said she didn't want it. She said I should understand because I was clean too. But I've always been clean, and when she was using, she needed me. Not this bullshit. She wanted forgiveness, but she didn't want me. I knew if she didn't take them, she'd leave me and I'd never see her again. You don't get it. Kyra was strong. My cousin says it's like choosing every single day to be clean. Sometimes it's a minute-by-minute choice. Drugs are like a disease, and instead of vaccinating yourself to help her, you infected her. You're wrong. I loved her. She was mine. Mine. Only mine. She belonged to me. We were meant for each other, he repeats over and over again. And it clicks. One of the therapists at your rehab. You muttered something in the car before I passed out. You said he was wrong, that you weren't obsessed. He wasn't talking about alcohol. He was talking about her. About Kyra. You were obsessed with her. He paces around. I wasn't obsessed. That therapist was an idiot. I needed her. I needed to make sure she stayed with me because I was the best for her. He sounds angrier and angrier, and I need to change direction. I need to calm him down. I need to convince him I believe him. You're right. He was wrong. Clearly, you loved her and she loved you. That's why she came to see you. Her death was an accident. A tragic accident, and I'm sorry I wasn't faster. I wish I could bring her back for you. She loved you so much. That's not true. He shakes his head and he punches the wall next to me. Some of the drywall crackles and white dust settles around me. You're a liar. You don't think she loved me. You killed her. She was already dead when I found her. You know she was already dead when I found her. Anger laces my words and I inhale deeply. Anger won't solve shit. I need Lacey. He sniffles, his gun still pointed at me. She wasn't dead. Nope. She wasn't dead. I didn't give her too much. She knew. She was clean. When she used again, she didn't know her limits anymore. She overdosed. It wasn't your fault. Not my fault. Not my fault. It's not my fault. Kyra told me she wanted me to move on. She said she came down to apologize for pulling me down with her. She said she needed to apologize so that she could move on. He stares at me with tears in his eyes. She didn't love me anymore. She wasn't like before. She didn't want to use, but I knew everything about her. All of her secrets. Secrets she may not have wanted the world to know. How she stole from everyone she ever loved. How she did everything so that she couldn't feel pain anymore. I convinced her to do it just once more for the road. That after that I'd leave her alone and she could rebuild her new life. I don't understand everything he's saying, but I'm starting to put the pieces together. He was obsessed with her, and his addiction to her was deadly. But she hadn't realized that. She came down because she felt responsible for you being arrested and getting moved down here. That's what you told me in the car. Your parents forced you to leave Massachusetts. I wanted to be with her forever. I was going to find her again. I had a plan. We had a plan. But she got clean and said we weren't good for one another. He yells, not bothering to wipe the tears falling on his cheeks. I was saving money for her, for us. And she said money couldn't fix what we had and that we both needed to move on. His voice rises with each word, and I feel like I'm losing him to rage, to his desire of revenge. She said she'd never forget me. I didn't want her to forget me. She lied. She was going to forget me. The gun goes limp for a second, and that's my chance. I lunge toward him head first. The gun jumps out of his hand. He doesn't even look for it. He punches me in the stomach. You don't get it. Lacey needs to die. You need to feel how I feel. You killed Kyra, didn't you? The way he's been talking about what happened, I'm not sure the overdose was accidental. I'm not sure how it happened, but the restraints against my wrists are looser. I wiggle my hands and they come undone. I don't have much time. He's lost in his thoughts. I jump on him. He shakes me away more easily than I thought. I'm still groggy from whatever he gave me. He gets me into a hole that reminds me that he said he did wrestling in high school. We had our entire lives ahead of us. I thought she came to tell me we could be back together. You should have seen us when we were 17. Always together. Her life wasn't easy, but I made it easier. I'm stronger than him, though. I escape his hold and pin him against the wall with one arm at his neck. My fingers grab his car keys. You didn't make shit easier for her. I tried, though. His tears seem real. Maybe the way for him to deal with the truth was to tell himself I was responsible. For 2 years, he's been holding back. Did his parents recognize the picture? Or did they even know this happened? After all, he moved here by himself. But right now, none of this matters. None of this will matter if I don't find Lacey. Where is she? You won't make it on time. We're on her old compound, but we're the other side of what will become a very sought-after neighborhood. He forces his voice to sound more nasally. The place everyone wants to live. Great school district, great community. Where is she? I yell. He smirks. They're trying to make a high-end neighborhood out of the shithole that almost killed her not too long ago. He tilts his head and his smirk turns into a full grin, as if he's truly happy. Chills sprint down my spine. This time, it's going to work. The more I talk, the more time the fire's had to do its job. They were building new houses there, but there was an issue with a permit or some shit, so they stopped for now. If the fire has started and she's there, I'll see it. I'm almost out of the door before he finishes speaking, my phone to my ear. When the 911 operator picks up, words tumble out of my mouth. I'm Hunter Harrington, located in the old compound. There's a fire and Lacey Simon is inside the house. Please bring someone as fast as possible. And then my heart drops. I can see the fire. It's a house north of the new development. I fumble to open Branson's truck. But once I do, I jump in and turn on the engine. I hit the pedal to the floor, sliding as I make a turn. Some of the roads are not entirely finished. There's a kid on a bike staring at my truck. I don't have time to stop. I rush. I force myself to think as if I were on a job, not wondering if the woman I love is about to die. I'm close. So close. The sirens are still too far away, but they're louder. I can hear them. Tell them I'm going to try to get in. And I hang up before they try to dissuade me. They're almost there, but what if we're too fucking late? My hands tighten around the steering wheel, and I slide on the road as I swerve right. I force myself to slow down. Only a few miles per hour less. I need to get there. Smoke is in the air, but there's no one around. Around to call 911 for her. Around to tell her it's going to be okay. She's probably scared. She might be frozen by fear, like she was at the barn. Please, don't be frozen. I'll be there. The neighborhood in construction reminds me of a ghost town I visited as a kid. Abandoned houses waiting to be finished. He said he left her in one almost done, but the smoke would have been a tell anyways. There are flames in the distance licking the soon-to-be windows on one side of the house. I slam the brakes and jump out, rushing to the front door. Lacey! Lacey! I call her name. My instincts kick in and I analyze every port of entry and possible trajectory. The windows on the second floor. Fuck. That bastard probably put her in the same situation. She's going to have to jump. My heart hammers. What if she can't? She was frozen before. Lacey! I yell again. Nothing. What if I'm too late?
Chapter 38. Lacey. I scream and scream and scream, but no one hears me. That kid must be long gone now. Who knows what that kid thought he was doing? Setting fire to an empty house? He got money for it. He doesn't know anyone's trapped inside. I stop screaming. I need to get out of here before it's too late. I can't. Whatever he gave me is wearing off, but I'm still so tired. So tired. I can't. Memories swirl in my mind. Memories I tried so hard to bury are now clawing their way back up. They're not slow-moving. They're shooting back up. Tears stream down my face, and the pressure in my chest grows. Mom being shot. Melly staying behind with Jeremiah. Melly encouraging us to go. The way she looked at her sister. The way she glanced back at Jeremiah, who was bleeding on the floor. Did I know that she was going to choose what she did? Did she know? I jumped and they didn't. I jumped and they died. And Charlotte and her bright smile. Charlotte, who always found a way to make the best out of every hardship. Charlotte, who always talked about her dad and how one day she was going to see him again. Could I have done something more for them? Charlotte chose to be with her mom on the compound, but she only chose because her mom blackmailed her emotionally. Melly didn't have a choice. Kidnapped so young. And then the bond she developed with Jeremiah. Abram orchestrated everything. He controlled everyone. The screams. The shot. The screams. I can't. My tears turn into sobs. I'm tired. So tired. I catch my breath. The fire has started. The smell of smoke isn't pungent yet, but it will. It will take over my thoughts and my lungs. My therapist would say there's no category of victims, but I'm alive and they're not. What would they do for another chance? For another try? Part of me has been plowing through, thinking about how much they would have liked for their lives to have taken a different turn. There are smiles I smiled because I thought it would honor them to live fully instead of only surviving. Think. Adrenaline pours in my veins. I'm on the second floor. Again. The windows in the room are not finished yet. My ties aren't as tight. Moving my hands became a bit easier. There's no glass around to try to break them. The smoke gets thicker and brings me back to that night. Again. How did we manage? How can I manage again? What are the odds? I can. I break the cycle. I need to break the cycle. I want to live. I want to see the morning sun and smell the wind on my skin. I want to feel Hunter's arms around me and get him to smile, the smile that makes my stomach turn into a lava cake. I want to continue learning. I want to grow old. I want to live every single moment. Sometimes wanting might not be enough, but damn it, I'll do everything I can to enjoy those moments. The fire is on the other side of the house. It's not going too fast. He says he used fire propellant. The room I'm in would be the master bedroom, and the people designing it put in a reading alcove with 3 steps. If I throw myself down, can I break the chair? I roll from one side to another. It's worth a try. I find a rhythm and move faster. I propel myself down those 3 stairs with as much force as I can. My head bounces on the floor and I wince. But it worked. The chair is no longer whole. I can move my legs in such a way that the ties loosen up. The flames are visible from where I am now. They're sneaking up from downstairs, but the stairs are still viable. I think. I wobble up by coming to my knees first and then leaning on my right foot, but pain shoots down my ankle. I change to the other foot. No time to wallow. No time to check what else I may have hurt. I limp away from the room. "Lacey!" I hear Hunter's voice. It gives me another push. I can do this. It's hot. So hot. And the smoke is everywhere now. I cough. "I'm here. I'm coming." Sirens are getting closer too. A step cracks under me and I plunge down, screaming. "Lacey!" He shouldn't come inside. Don't. I'm okay. I have no idea if I'm okay or not, but I'm on the ground floor. I can see the entrance. I can't get up. Crawling, I look down. I'm coming. Hunter, please stay outside. I slide like the snakes I'm scared of. But it's working. I'm close. And then Hunter pulls me outside. The building crackles and breaks down behind us. He brings me close to him, peppering my hair and face with kisses.
"You're here,"
he whispers.
"I rushed inside and didn't know where you were. I thought I lost you."
His voice breaks.
"I thought I lost you and I almost died. And then I heard your voice. Your voice saved me."
I cough and look up. His face is ashen. One of his eyebrows is partly missing. You can't always be the hero. My laugh turns into a wheeze.
"You both need to get checked out."
Chief Stan comes closer to us, and when I turn around, I realize we have quite a few people watching us. His hand lands on Hunter's shoulder.
"I'm glad you're okay, son."
Hunter shakes his head.
"She saved me."
He turns to me.
"You really did save me."
Chief Stan's lips turn into a smile.
"I think she saved you a long time ago."
And he winks at me.
"She just didn't realize it until now. Relationships are all about give and take, and sometimes you get saved in ways you never expected."
He turns to the house and his smile disappears.
"You both need to talk to the police. They agreed to see you at the hospital."
He steps away and Hunter slowly gets up. And when he sees I'm struggling, he bends down and slowly picks me up.
"I thought I lost you."
His breath is warm on my collarbone, sending a tingle down my spine. I tilt my head up and my lips find his. I kiss him like no one's watching, ignoring the laughter and the whoops from his colleagues. I kiss him like tomorrow was almost taken away from us. I kiss him with relief and passion and so much love. Epilogue. Hunter.
I can't believe it's already May. Time has sped away, and every single day reminds me I'm lucky. Lucky to be alive, and with Lacey. Kyra did have relatives left in Cape Cod, and while her parents didn't want to hear anything about her, her grandfather came to take her ashes back home. He thanked us for finding her. He said she was a good kid who ended up with the wrong crowd, who got addicted after an accident with no one to help her. But she was turning her life around and had been clean for a few months. She knew that nothing was going to be easy. He didn't know why she decided to go and see Branson. Maybe her program talked about asking for forgiveness. Her grandfather wanted us to know that she was more than her addiction, that her disease didn't define her. She loved watching hockey, she loved the sound of the ocean, and she loved reading nonfiction books. Branson destroyed so many lives, and even his parents' money can't bail him out now. He admitted giving Kyra drugs, forcing her to take them. She really did come back to apologize and say goodbye. No one will ever know why she followed him, but it seems she slipped in the pool and drowned. Branson insists he wasn't with her when that happened. He was flirting with a sorority girl, until I found Kyra in the pool. He's held me responsible ever since, because he has always refused to hold any responsibility for any of his actions. He still argues that we made him do everything. One expert at his trial made the case that his desire to make me suffer came from displacement. He was obsessed with Kyra, and when she died, his obsession fueled his need for revenge. Charlotte's dad is in jail, this time for conspiracy to murder. And the guy who owned the website where students could find someone to write their papers for them did overdose, like Branson said. I always keep JJ's letter in mind. Even if it's not always easy, or always smiling, happy times, I am living. I finished the paper on the modern adaptation despite already being off the hook. Ms. Jackson enjoyed my view on Juliet Immortal, the YA book I used to compare with the original Romeo and Juliet. She even said that if I ever needed a letter of recommendation, she will gladly give me one. Lacey loves working with kids at the campus daycare. After volunteering for a few months, she got the internship. Elena has more and more overnights at her girlfriend's, which means we get to sleep in Lacey's room whenever I'm not at the station. Well, some nights we don't sleep much. We're talking about getting a small place together when she's done with school. She managed to keep her GPA above a 3.0 last fall, and I'm pretty sure she's going to be on the dean's list this year. And I'm on track to graduate with my double major next year. After everything, after fucking up freshman year and almost losing everything, I'm almost there. But tonight we're not studying, and we're not staying in. Tonight we're going to a fundraiser organized by Tessa's charity, the charity that helps people who either want to get out of cults or need assistance once they've left. Her brother, Tessa, and their friends will be there. Her uncle will be there as well. I never thought that man could smile, and he's laughed quite a bit the last 2 times we've seen him. There's a party in one of the dorms. Students are streaming in and out, holding beers in paper bags, pizzas, and music booms from the first floor. Raphael slaps my shoulder. "You really didn't need to dress up." He laughs. "But it's not for me, is it? It's for Lacey." "It is. How's Mads?" "She's good." He sighs and seems to get lost in his own thoughts, and I wonder if I have the same look when I talk about Lacey. I probably do. "She's more than good. She's—" I know, and I give him one of those half hugs and pat his back before making my way through the second floor. I knock at her door, and less than a second later she opens it, almost out of breath and definitely breathtaking. Her dress is dark blue and long, and as she twirls around, I notice the open back, her smooth skin, and the scars. She's bearing her scars. Her hair falls freely on her shoulders, but if I've learned anything from almost living with her, it's that she may have needed quite some time to make it look that natural and sexy. Wow, that's pretty much all I can say. Her lips turn into a smile, and she gets on her tiptoes. Her lips find mine, and for a second or two, or maybe a minute, I'm tempted to convince her that we should just stay here. My mouth teases that spot on her neck that makes her arch closer to me, and then I force myself to step back. We need to go, or we'll be late. Her fingers trailed on my jaw. Right. She clears her throat. After all, I have to give that speech. You're going to be wonderful. I do great with a bunch of kids in front of me, but adults, I'm not so sure. I squeeze her hand and we go out from the back, avoiding the party downstairs. She's pretty silent all the way to the fancy hotel where the fundraiser is taking place. We make our way backstage without talking to anyone. The ballroom is big and there are a lot of people. Tessa and Luke join us, holding hands. Tessa pulls Lacey into a hug. Are you sure you want to do this? I am. I'm okay. I need to do this. It's a way for people to understand. It's a way to help. Where's Uncle John? I'm right here. Her uncle enters with some flowers. I wasn't quite sure what was appropriate. He clears his throat. I'm very proud of you. Lacey shifts from one foot to another, and then she rushes to him, wrapping him into a hug, and my chest feels heavier. We're going to be okay, she tells him, and he nods. Then she turns to me. Can you stay close to the stage? I want to be able to see you. I'll be there. I give her a small kiss on her nose, and when Tessa goes on stage to introduce Lacey, I simply hold her hand. When it's time for her to enter, I lean down. You got this. I love you. I love you, she whispers back, and when she steps on stage, I glance around, still anxious about something happening to her. Abram is still spewing his lies, but more and more people are leaving the cult, especially since Noah and Eve started being more open about their own experiences. She glances my way, and from the way she taps her finger to her side, I know how nervous she is. I nod and mouth, You got this. She turns to the mic. The room is silent. And then she starts speaking. One day, when I was 8 years old, my mom took me fishing. I'd have done anything for my mother, despite her shortcomings. We didn't end up fishing that day.
but she taught me something I never forgot. She said she loved me. I want to believe she died trying to protect us, but I'll never know for sure.
Her voice gets steadier as she continues talking. A picture of her and her mom flashes on the screen behind her.
What I know is when that picture was taken, she hadn't met Abram yet. He hadn't convinced her to give up everything for him. He hadn't convinced her that beating us was the way to make us understand that his way was the right way. You may wonder how so many people get sucked into it. I can only tell you our story. But it starts with something that everybody can understand. The desire to belong. The desire to be understood and loved.
Lacey glances at me again, and for a second, there's no one else around us. All I can see is her. Her strength and her kindness. The way she makes me laugh. The way she makes me feel. This time, she's the one who nods slightly before continuing. And I know in my heart, she's going to make a difference. And I know in my heart we both found ways to heal our wounds. Our scars will always be there, but they helped shape us. They're not the only thing defining us. And I know in my heart that I want to spend the rest of my life finding ways to support her and make her smile.
The end. This has been Trust Me, Trust Me Not, Gavert City, Book 3, written by Elodie Nowodazkij, narrated by Megan Carter. Copyright 2019 by Elodie Nowodazkij. Production copyright by Elodie Nowodazkij.
If you listen until now, until the very end, hi, it's me again, Elodie Nowodazkij, the author of Trust Me Not. Don't forget that you can listen to Fear Me Not, and See Me Not here on YouTube as well. And please hit that subscribe button, and don't hesitate to share with a friend. The audiobook is also available on all e-retailers, and ebook and paperback are also available. Thank you again so much for listening. Bye.